The second great moment of appropriation pivots on non-renewable resources, and above all energy. From the standpoint of world accumulation, the phase of appropriation spans that era when the value of strategic resources is significantly reduced. These are phases of peak appropriation when cheap natures reduce the system-wide costs of production. These strategic resources are mass commodities, markers for entire historical epochs. 17 among inorganic natures, silver and iron, coal, and then oil have served this function in successive long centuries of accumulation. Energy sources are especially important because both heat and mechanical energy allow labor productivity to rise. Just as the value of food is closely linked to the reproduction costs of labor power, the value of energy is closely linked to the productivity of that labor power. Rising energy prices and stagnant labor productivity growth are closely linked. 18 So too is rising energy throughput and rising labor productivity. 19 Although geological conditions are obviously crucial, this form of appropriation is not essentially a geological affair. Coal, as we have seen, was epoch-making because it facilitated capitalization and appropriation in the long 19th century. Through the techniques of industrial capitalism, coal was central to the rapid advance of labor productivity, and, thanks to steam power on land and sea, to the opening of vast new frontiers for appropriation. Significantly, these appropriations included depaysantized labor flows from China, India, and Eastern Europe moving towards North America, the Caribbean, and white settler zones worldwide. 20. For oil, arguably the most important mass commodity of the post-war era, peak appropriation is now past. Production costs have been rising over the past decade fast. 21 Since 2000, operating costs in the world oil sector more than doubled, exploration costs quadrupled, and the marginal cost of producing a barrel of oil increased tenfold between 1991 and 2007. 22 These marginal costs, that is, the cost of producing on the worst fields, are strongly linked to world price beyond the very short run. 23. This dynamic of rising costs is the kernel of truth in the popular notion of the end of cheap oil. 24 Depletion certainly plays a role in the rising costs of production, influencing oil prices. But financialization is also an increasingly important socio-ecological vector. The rising attractiveness of financial activity over investment in the real economy induced protracted underinvestment in the extractive apparatus proper. 25 That underinvestment was reversed around 2003, but returned just 1/10 of the production increment new oil per dollar invested as it did in the 1980s and 1990s. 26. Financialization not only exerts upward pressure on oil prices and encourages market volatility. To the extent that financial activities are more profitable than investing in exploration and extraction, it renders the latter insufficiently profitable, an effect homologous to the rising costs of production stemming from depletion. Financialization's logic has, moreover, given rise to all manner of cost-cutting efforts to reduce the organic composition of capital, whose consequences have become horrifically evident in such events as the 2010 explosion of the Deepwater Horizon offshore oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico. For oil, gas, and coal, the transition from appropriation to capitalization has brought with it a monstrous turn towards toxification on a gigantic scale, from unprecedented oil spills, to the hydraulic fracturing of natural gas exploitation, to coal's mountaintop removals. Energy production in late capitalism increasingly manifests as a qualitative erosion of the conditions of human, never mind extra-human, well-being. World ecological revolutions. World ecological revolutions deliver a rising ecological surplus. The surplus represents the gap between appropriated and capitalized natures. This surplus becomes revolutionary to the degree that accumulation by appropriation issues a significant middle-run reduction in the value composition of food, labor, and inputs. Just as capital benefits from employing workers located in semi-proletarian households, where necessary income and means of subsistence derive from outside the wage relation. 27 So does capital prefer to mobilize extra-human natures capable of reproducing themselves outside the cash nexus. A large ecological surplus is found whenever a relatively modest amount of capital sets in motion a very large mass of work/energy. When the volume of appropriated natures is sufficiently large, it reduces the share of the oikios within reach of capitalist power that depends on the circuit of capital for its daily and intergenerational reproduction. This is why frontiers of minimal or non-existent commodification commodity frontiers have been so important in the history of capitalism, from early modern sugar plantations to the soy frontiers of late capitalist Brazil. This work/energy is often discussed in terms of use value. But this elides a necessary transformation, from work/energy to use value. Use value is not, as many radical critics have assumed, just there. It is not a pre-given utility to be used by capital. 28 Capitalism's law of value has been remarkably flexible because it has been able to take its one structurally invariant law advancing labor productivity in the zone of commodification and co-produce, in rapid succession, a cascade of new historical natures. This means that new use values come into being through world ecological revolutions that create and sustain new configurations of capital, power, and nature. Use values, in other words, are themselves historically specific through the evolution of value relations. Thus, the low capital to high unpaid work ratio is only a necessary point of departure. It reflects the logic of capital and the project of cheap nature, not the history of capitalism proper. That history can begin to emerge by investigating how capitalist agencies science, capital, and empire have gone about mapping the world through successive ecological revolutions that qualitatively transform the natures within capital's gravitational field. Quantity affects quality. Quality affects quantity. These qualitative transformations, world ecological revolutions, are the moments when new historical natures take shape. These historical natures are not produced in linear fashion but co-produced by the biosphere and capitalism. Historical natures are products of capitalism, but also producers of new capitalist arrangements. An ecological revolution occurs when the innovations of capital, science, and empire forge a new unity of abstract social labor, abstract social nature, and primitive accumulation. These unities are world ecological regimes. Technical and organizational innovations allow for rising labor productivity. Ways of mapping, quantifying, and discovering new historical natures and new use values allow for the rising appropriation of unpaid work/energy. And the coercive intensive processes of territorial conquest and dispossession open new, largely uncommodified, natures to the penetration of global value relations. This trinity, agro-industrial revolutions, scientific revolutions, and new imperialisms, forms the core of capitalism's world praxis. These three moments are always uneven, but tend to converge during periods of systemic crisis. Their successful convergence restores the four cheaps. This changes our usual thinking about technology, not least the relations of fossil-fueled machinery to the modern world. Technics, not technology, leads the way. 29 The distinction is fundamental, since the isolation of technology or a technology/energy nexus as the driver of ecological crisis is so deeply ingrained in environmentalist thought. Just as capitalism has its own special laws of population, 30 so too does it have its own special laws of technology. Of course new machines matter, they reveal the active relation of man with nature. 31 But how does technology matter? Not just for the production of value, but by revealing the process of production by which he sustains his life, and thereby also lay bare the mode of formation of his social relations, and of the mental conceptions that flow from them. 32 Here Marx anticipates the present argument, that we are dealing with production and reproduction, abstract social labor and abstract social nature. This is indeed the history of capitalism's epochal innovations, from shipbuilding and cartography to the steam and internal combustion engines. These allowed the revolutionary increase in material throughput that includes humans. They allowed, as we know so well, for a succession of revolutionary shifts in what are usually considered social relations, of class, politics, culture, and so forth. But were not these social relations much more than social? The remaking of human sociality, class, politics, and culture were rooted in a succession of revolutionary shifts in the nature of the material throughput itself. These shifts, in turn, were unthinkable without revolutions in ways of seeing, knowing, and quantifying planetary natures. Thus, technics, combining capital, power, and knowledge, allows us to more clearly discern the revolutionary impact of particular machines, and to understand the fundamental basis of these epochal inventions in the co-production of cheap nature. Each long century of accumulation does not tap an eternal and external nature. Each such long wave creates and is created by a historical nature that offers a new, specific set of constraints and opportunities. The accumulation strategies that work at the beginning of a cycle, creating particular historical natures through science, technology, and new forms of territoriality and governance, progressively exhaust the relations of re/production that supply the four cheaps. At some point, this exhaustion registers in rising commodity prices. Capitalism's great problem is therefore historical nature, not nature in general. The crux of the problem lies in specific limits of condition and constraint posed by a historical nature that capitalism itself co-produces. The problem for capital is that the specific strategies that create the four cheaps, in any given era, are one-off affairs. You cannot discover something twice. By driving down the capitalized share of historical nature, and increasing the share that can be freely appropriated, world ecological revolutions have worked in three major ways. First, they have expanded the ecological surplus specific to the ongoing transformation of production, more coal for more steam engines. Second, they produced new kinds of nature, not just more coal for existing engines, but oil and gasoline for new, internal combustion, engines, and thence an extraordinary array of petrochemical use values. Third, and relatedly, they produced new historical natures on a progressively more globalized scale, as in the massive taxonomical exercise of early capitalism that culminated with Linnaeus's classifications, or the planetary surveillance of remote sensing in recent decades. 33 Every great era of primitive accumulation is accompanied by new agronomic, botanical, and cartographic knowledges appropriate to the new geographies of appropriation and capitalization. 34 These taxonomical and other scientific projects have been crucial to successive reimaginings of global nature as a warehouse of free gifts. Identifying and quantifying new sources of extra-human wealth, these successive scientific, cartographic, and metrical revolutions enabled that crucial achievement of world ecological revolutions, an increase in the share of appropriated work/energy relative to capitalized nature, and therefore a decrease in the capitalized composition of world nature. By reducing system-wide capitalization through global appropriations, these revolutions have allowed a rising volume of nature's bounty to attach to a given unit of capital. This checked directly and indirectly the tendency towards the rising organic composition of capital. This happened directly, through the cheapening of raw materials, and indirectly, through the effects of cheap inputs on fixed capital. In so doing, these revolutions created the conditions for new long waves of accumulation. This dialectic of appropriation and capitalization turns our usual thinking about capitalism's long waves inside out. The great problem of capitalism, in effect, has not been too little capitalization, but too much. Its greatest strength has not been its move towards capitalization all the way down to the genome 35, but rather appropriation, all the way down, across, and through. The socio-technical innovations associated with capitalism's long history of industrial and agricultural revolutions were successful because they dramatically expanded the opportunities for the appropriation of unpaid work/energy, especially the accumulated work/energy of fossil fuels, soil fertility, and humans fresh off the farms of peasant societies. It is true that one finds concentrations of highly capitalized production in each of these revolutions, from Amsterdam to Manchester to Detroit. These technological revolutions, however, became epoch-making only when joined to those imperial and scientific projects that revolutionized world ecological space. If technological dynamism alone was enough, Germany likely would have won out over Britain and the US in the late 19th century. Instead, the American vertically integrated firm with its continental geography, and British commercial and financial supremacy, combined to make Germany arguably the era's leading scientific power, the odd man out. Capitalism's world ecological revolutions combine capitalization and appropriation in pursuit of cheap nature, reducing the capitalization of the oikios within reach of capitalist power. One of the most spectacular examples of this logic, as we have seen, is the global railroad and steamship revolution of the second 19th century, during the apogee and belle époque of British world hegemony. Its crowning achievement was a revolutionary advance in appropriation, as capital steel tentacles penetrated far-flung peasant formations from South Asia to Eastern Europe, setting free vast rivers of cheap labor power. 36 Within North America, railroads made the antebellum revolution in property relations a continental reality. 37 The capital-intensive family farm, integrated into international markets, was of a piece with railroadization, the latter making possible the former's audacious appropriation of soil and water, formed over millennia. 38 The epoch-making character of railroadization consequently turned on the radical extension of appropriation, creating new conditions for cheap nature and especially cheap food. Cheap food, in turn, disorganized European peasantries and sent millions to North America and beyond. Once arrived, they worked in factories that were competitive on the basis of cheap energy and cheap resources mobilized through railroadization. Here was the appropriation of space by time, central to American hegemonic ascent. Rising capital intensity in the technical division of labor enters into dialectical tension with a distinctive, if broadly homologous, process within the social division of labor. This is where the rising organic composition of capital meets up with the capitalization of world nature. Of course, nature can never be fully capitalized, it cannot even come close. Capitalization raises the middle-run costs of extracting work/energy by exhausting the relations that deliver that work/energy, typically resulting in relative stagnation rather than absolute decline. And yet, capital is compelled to capitalize an ever-growing share of world nature, whose greatest gifts can be enjoyed so long as they remain uncapitalized. The coercive laws of competition drive capital to remake the rest of nature according to the logic of socially necessary turnover time, a far cry from the reproduction time of forests and fields, not to mention mines, oil fields, and aquifers. 39 In order to keep socially necessary turnover time from rising, capitalism has cyclically extended the sphere of appropriated nature in recurrent, great bursts of global expansion. There is, then, a tension between that quantum of socio-ecological relations dependent on the circulation of capital and that which is dominated by capitalist power, but whose reproduction is not yet capital dependent. Productivity maximizing technologies revive system-wide accumulation when they set in motion a vast appropriation of uncapitalized nature. For every Amsterdam there is a Vistula basin. For every Manchester, a Mississippi Delta. This is why early capitalism was propelled by the proto-industrial appropriation of peasant work/energy, through which the fruits of simple manufacture could be appropriated without undermining the fertility rate. 40 This is also why 20th century Fordism was unthinkable without the North American and Middle Eastern oil frontiers. The relative contraction of opportunities for appropriation therefore tells us something important about neoliberal capitalism. The class offensives of metropolitan ruling straight after the downturn of the 1970s, the acceleration of dispossession and its shock doctrines, and the financial expansion were of a piece. All aimed at redistributing wealth in the face of the progressive dilapidation of metropolitan real economies, manifested in the non-appearance of the third scientific, technological revolution and its promise of a quantum leap in labor productivity. 41 The savage nature of this neoliberal counter-revolution surely owes something to the relative contraction of opportunities for appropriation. The long history of colonialism, enclosure, and accumulation by dispossession aimed at producing abstract social nature without the costs and risks associated with MCM may be understood in this light. The ecological surplus is therefore a relational movement, between capital and labor, between town and country, between metropoles and frontiers, between capitalization and appropriation. If the value of any given commodity is determined by its abstract social labor, and if this average quantum of social labor embedded in commodities determines price movements over the long run, then high labor productivity is the first priority of any capitalist enterprise. High labor productivity allows the capitalist, via the market, to capture the surplus value of competing production units with lower productivity. The great catch to this, as we have seen, is that rising labor productivity is often mediated through rising capital intensity. This sets in motion the tendency towards a falling rate of profit. 42 If, however, a means can be found to increase labor productivity without a corresponding increase in constant capital, a new set of possibilities emerges. These possibilities take shape through the vast frontiers of appropriation that have characterized capitalism's greatest waves of accumulation. By reducing the capitalization of world nature through global appropriations, world ecological revolutions have checked the tendency towards the rising value composition of capital. Directly, such revolutions cheapened raw materials and, indirectly, reduced the value composition of fixed capital itself. Cheap coal, for instance, made possible cheap iron and, especially after the 1860s, cheap steel. As American steel output skyrocketed, rising 40-fold between 1865 and 1895, the price of fixed capital collapsed. The price of steel rails fell by more than 80%. 43 Small surprise, then, that American labor productivity surged to an all-time high between 1890 and 1970, 44 precisely when peak appropriation maximally checked the rising value composition of capital. Capital therefore depends on the four cheaps, and there is only one way to get this cheap nature fix, the frontier. The response to this imperative has been endless geographical expansion and endless innovation. They are not independent of each other. The great innovations that have enabled capital accumulation have been great to the degree that they have enabled the rapid appropriation of heretofore uncapitalized unpaid work/energy. The history of capital-intensive, epoch-making innovations: the early modern shipbuilding cartographic revolution, the 19th century steam engine, and the internal combustion engine of the 20th century have been characterized by important technical advances that ratcheted upwards the capital intensity of production in specific places, especially in the heartlands of the Dutch, British, and American hegemonies. These innovations in commodity production have owed their epoch-making character to new global appropriations of work/energy. The Industrial Revolution is a prime example. Manchester's textile mills were dialectically bound to the American South's cotton frontier. This frontier was, in turn, bound to Whitney's cotton gin, enabling the rapid geographical expansion of short staple cotton. And this expansion was made possible by the globalizing credit chains pioneered by Scottish factories and the City of London's financial institutions. 45 Here we can bring into focus the combined and uneven development of highly capitalized pockets of production and the globalizing appropriation of nature as a dialectical unity. Technological revolutions became epoch-making through their generative relations with hegemonic projects, revolutionizing world ecological space, and creating a rising ecological surplus. In these three great hegemonic eras, the Dutch, the British, and the American timber, coal, and oil were freely appropriated, with relatively minimal capital outlay. Each epoch-making innovation has joined productivity and plunder in a world historical act that drove down, for a time, the share of historical nature directly dependent on the circuit of capital. This explains some measure of why and how the great technical fixes of capitalism have entwined with movements of global expansion. Every technical fix is a geographical fix, is a world ecological fix. This is easily forgotten today, in the rush to find technical solutions to the unfolding destabilization of the biosphere and crisis of capitalism. Technology under capitalism is a specific manifestation of capitalist techniques which presume a highly selective and wasteful transformation of work/energy into value. The history of capitalist technology within this techniques, the dialectic of capitalization and appropriation, can be reduced to a two-phase process, skimming the most easily won surpluses, such as Amazonian rubber tapping prior to Malaysia's plantation revolution in the early 20th century, 46, and reorganizing a widening sphere of world nature on an increasingly capitalist basis, such as the progressive rationalization of forest product industries worldwide since the end of the 19th century. 47. It would, however, be a mistake to see this simply as a logical historical succession. The capitalization of nature that characterizes the second phase issues short-run windfalls, to be sure. It is an eminently modern variant of the yield honeymoon that early modern planters enjoyed when their slaves planted Eurasian cane on New World soils. 48. The concert of favorable biophysical conditions with cutting-edge agronomy issues yield bursts that invariably turn bust over the course of 50 to 75 years. The very innovations that create yield booms invariably undermine supply conditions over the middle run. From the standpoint of the oikos, these contradictions are unified, while their expressions diverge, comprising social transformations no less than biophysical feedbacks. As these contradictions unfold in ways that limit accumulation, the search for new frontiers reappears with savage power. If frontiers are unavailable, ferocious acts of redistribution are visited upon those populations least able to offer effective resistance from poor to rich, or from peasantries to heavy industrialization. The central problem posed by the capitalization of nature can be overcome to the extent that the inner contradiction finds an outer vent. The rising organic composition of capital tends towards socio-ecological disequilibrium, whose systemic expression is the rising capitalized composition of world nature. As we have seen, this is the tendency of the ecological surplus to fall. It can be counteracted through geographical expansion, understood both quantitatively and qualitatively. But take note of the relational process. It is not simply that a large mass of use values is now easily schemed once geographical expansion reaches critical mass. More to the point, once critical mass is reached, the quantum of socialized nature dependent on the cash nexus declines. This was the case in the long 16th century, and at the beginning of the long 20th century, in the classic instance of the new imperialism. Today, that old model of geographical expansion is no longer working. Nature within reach of capitalist power may be socialized without being capitalized. The extension of capitalist power into new frontiers works to propel world accumulation so long as two conditions hold: the newly incorporated formations reproduce themselves relatively independently of capital, but deliver sizable contributions to the ecological surplus, and the mass of use values taken up is sufficiently large, relative to value accumulation, so as to reduce the capitalized share of work/energy in commodity product. As geographical expansion slows, relative to rising capitalization, the quantum of socialized nature dependent on the cash nexus increases. Over time, the advance of commodification reaches a tipping point, and socialized natures give way to capitalized natures. This is the moment of capitalist transformation, at which neither governing structures nor production systems, nor the forests, fields, households, and other ecologies can reproduce themselves except through the cash nexus. The more that social ecologies, fields, forests, fisheries, and so forth become capitalized ecologies, the more their reproduction is entrained within the reproduction of capital. Rising capitalization tends to produce short and medium-run windfalls, but undermines systemic conditions of accumulation in the middle to long run. If natural fertility may act like fixed capital, and therefore check the tendency towards a falling rate of profit, soil exhaustion and resource depletion can set the stage for a dramatic reversal of profitability, an underappreciated moment of long waves of accumulation. If expansion across space represents one fix to the falling rate of profit, innovation through time represents the second. Neither can be amplified endlessly. Global space is not only relational, but asymptotic and finite from the standpoint of endless accumulation. On the one hand, competition drives capitalism to expand geographically, to zones where commodification is low, and the opportunities for appropriation high. To the degree that capital can jump scale, always in some concert with states and empires, it can drive down the cost of inputs and labor power, and in so doing, increase the rate of profit. On the other hand, this accelerates the uptake of external natures into a geometrically expansive production process, which intensifies the drive towards geographical expansion as input and labor costs rise in established zones of production. In this way, capitalism's ever-accelerating transformation of biophysical and geological natures is joined to its voracious appetite for new frontiers of appropriation. World ecological regimes. To reprise, capitalism does not have an ecological regime, it is an ecological regime. By ecological regime, I highlight those relatively durable patterns of governance, technological innovations, class structures, and organizational forms that have sustained and propelled successive phases of world accumulation since the long 16th century. At a minimum, these regimes comprise those markets, productive and institutional mechanisms necessary to ensure adequate flows of cheap energy, food, raw material, and labor power to the organizing centers of world accumulation. But the story does not end here. We should also attend to the production complexes that consume these surpluses and set in motion new demands upon the rest of nature. That is to say, the town-country antagonism overlapping with, but distinct from the core/periphery divide is the pivotal geographical relation. In this, ecological regimes signify the historically stabilized process and conditions of extended accumulation. Ecological revolutions mark the turbulent demise and renewal of these provisionally stabilized processes and conditions. How might we begin to move from the logic of capital to the history of capitalism? If the construct of ecological regime is to prove useful, it must be more than a large descriptive category. In what sense can this perspective explain something of the rise and future demise of the modern world system? For guidance, we might turn to Giovanni Arrighi's Systemic Cycles of Accumulation Perspective 49 and to Harvey's theory of the spatial fix point 50. For Arrighi, ascendant world powers the Dutch, British, and Americans have risen to global preeminence through varied organizational revolutions in the structures of capitalist and territorial power. Arrighi's model of capital accumulation across successive long centuries of expansion and contraction runs like this. Accumulation crises take shape out of the contradictions of capital and world power, whose specific forms vary from one long century to the next. The way out of such crises is offered by organizational and technical innovations that are incubated by emergent world powers, for instance, the American mass production model relative to British industry in the later 19th century. These innovations allow for the revival of capital accumulation through phases of material expansion. These are expansionary in terms of rising physical output of commodities, capital accumulation, and geographical expansion. Characterized by rising returns to capital in the real economy, these phases of material expansion mark the beginning of a systemic cycle of accumulation. Over time, the material expansion sets in motion new competitors from outside the hegemonic center. These competitors erode the hegemon's surplus profits, equalizing profit rates across the core, and exhausting profit-making opportunities within the productive circuit. Within the hegemonic center, diminishing returns to capital lead to a rising volume of surplus capital that cannot be invested profitably in material expansion. As profitability falters, capitalists reallocate capital from production to finance. This reallocation brings about financial expansions. The most recent began in the 1970s, which are symptomatic of a situation in which the investment of money in the expansion of trade and production no longer serves the purpose of increasing the cash flow to the capitalist stratum as effectively as pure financial deals can. In such a situation, capital invested in trade and production tends to revert to its money form and accumulate more directly. MM.51 Such expansions are sustained by the escalating geopolitical competition that accompanies the end of material expansion. These financial expansions set the stage for a new round of innovations, brought about by new alliances of territorial and capitalist agencies in geographically more expansive hegemonic centers. Relevant to the present exploration is Arrighi's view of systemic crisis as constituted through the exhaustion of the very organizational structures that once liberated material accumulation. 52 Out of this exhaustion form the creative responses, organizational revolutions of classes, states, and business organizations to the great crises of their times. For Arrighi, these revolutions cannot be reduced to industrialization, industrial transformations become world historical facts through innovations in capitalist and territorial organization. Although this is nearly always understood in social reductionist terms, Arrighi saw it differently. Each long wave of accumulation was made possible by organizational revolutions that gave the new hegemonic power unprecedented command over the world's human and natural resources. 53 This new, unprecedented command, could only be realized through territorialist and capital organization expansively conceived, comprising science regimes co-produced in and through capital, state, and nature. 54 To command nature, and therefore to accumulate capital rapidly, involves difficult and protracted processes of making nature legible to accumulation, the production of abstract social nature, which we consider in Chapter 8. These organizational revolutions possess a dual character. On the one hand, they produce a competitive edge, for the emerging hegemonic power, in the exercise of politico-military and economic power. On the other hand, they create a hegemonic development model emulated by rivals. In so doing, these revolutions make possible renewed and expanded accumulation over successive long centuries, only to generate renewed and expanded contradictions. As a hegemon reaps the rewards of its organizational revolution, its success leads rivals to emulate, then to innovate, with increasingly greater success. The very successes of the initial revolution become an iron cage from which the hegemon cannot escape. Flexibility in youth turns to sclerosis in old age. The organizational moment in Arrighi's scheme fusing territorial and capitalist organization with technical innovation is complemented by a spatio-temporal moment. Influenced by Harvey 55, Arrighi makes time and space central to the making and unmaking of systemic cycles of accumulation. Here is the crucial opening to a world ecological reading. Arrighi's approach suggests a longue durée contradiction between the endless accumulation of capital and the endless appropriation of space. The longue durée therefore frames Arrighi's emphasis on middle-run crises to demonstrate systemic restructuring in its cumulative and cyclical dimensions. Innovations and organizational revolutions unfold within the constraints and possibilities of capitalism's cumulative development, which is spatial and temporal and which unfolds through the oikias. This means that the qualitative moment restructuring and innovation does not erase the quantitative moment. Organizational revolutions achieve their qualitative shifts in response to and on the basis of the accumulating contradictions of the previous era. Cyclical restructuring occurs within cumulative limits. First, the limits to capital's self-expansion manifest geographically, and these geographical limits are produced by the accumulation regime itself. Metropolitan rivals catch up by emulating, and seeking to transcend, the hegemon's developmental model. Second, declining investment opportunities within the extant divisions of labor signal over accumulation. Both moments set in play mounting pressures for restructuring through market deepening and market widening. To overcome the crises implicated in the system's always rising dynamic density, the organizational revolutions effected by successive hegemonic complexes pioneered a quantum leap forward in the geographical scale of its organizing center. While capital may regard space as an inexhaustible and infinitely substitutable zone of appropriation and commodification, Arrighi reveals each such world systemic expansion as the production of special stimuli, whose underlying conditions are progressively exhausted over the longue durée. The connection between geographical expansion and those special stimuli such as the steam and internal combustion engines is fundamental. It allows us to see that the accumulation of capital is the appropriation of space, which is the appropriation of historical natures. And so the crises generated in successive accumulation cycles have called forth organizing centers of progressively greater geographical breadth from the Genoa city-state of the 16th century to the American continental state of the long 20th century. The upshot: innovation cannot proceed indefinitely because geographical expansion cannot proceed infinitely. How could nature matter to Arrighi's scheme, seemingly oblivious to nature? His model points towards the possibility of integrating daily life with the world-scale relations of power and capital. Arrighi bracketed, but did not foreclose, this connection with material life. To reopen the question of accumulation and everyday life, we might point to a cyclically deepening relation between financialization and material life. The age of the Genos, for example, was directly linked to the commodity-centered remaking of Andean life, and closely bound to the ecological revolution of the 17th century, which stretched from Brazil to Poland to Southeast Asia. 56 The financialization of neoliberal capitalism has, likewise, been realized through a world ecological revolution unrivaled in scale and scope. The conversion of the global South into a world farm, 57 The industrialization of the South, 58 And the radical externalization of biophysical costs, giving rise to everything from cancer epidemics to global warming, all figure prominently in the unusually expansive character of finance-led appropriations of the oikios during the neoliberal era. This observation on the relation between financialization and material life is only a beginning. We might consider a further, ecohistorical, twist. Here we can point to Origi's fruitful notion that systemic cycles of accumulation pivot on the vitality of particular organizational structure, the vitality of which progressively undermined by the expansion itself. 59 Once we bring the oikios into such a frame, it becomes clear that something more than competition and anti-systemic movements undermines profitability in successive accumulation cycles. Indeed, competition, interstate rivalry, and anti-systemic struggles are socio-ecological contests, though not necessary in the obvious form of resource wars or environmental justice struggles. It is not the absolute exhaustion of an abstract and ahistorical nature that causes such crises of profitability. Rather, it is the exhaustion of specific complexes of socio-ecological relations that induce transitions from one systemic cycle to the next. Put simply, there is a simultaneous exhaustion of the organizational structures and of the historical nature specific to the old accumulation regime. This allows us to step outside of natural limits thinking. All social and natural limits are irreducibly socio-ecological. These limits assume multiple forms, from state regulation and anti-systemic movements to deforestation and climate change. The point, and this is what Marx underscores in arguing that the limit of capital is capital itself, is that all limits are historically constituted through the oikios. The problem is not the separation of humans from extra-human nature but how the two fit together. These configurations emerge through specific human projects to remake all of nature, which is what Origi's organizational revolutions really are. Recall that, for Origi, accumulation crises occur when the organizational structures formed at the onset of a systemic cycle exhaust their capacity to generate rising returns to capital. Here we may reformulate, crises occur when the old organizational structures can no longer sustain a rising flow of unpaid work/energy relative to mass of accumulated capital. The question is one of the exhaustion of the relations organized at the beginning of the cycle. While Origi's account is resolutely sociological, there is every reason to resituate his favored axes of change: geopolitical rivalry, intercapitalist competition, and class conflict as partial totalities within the historical natures of historical capitalism. This is a far cry from adding on environmental factors. World hegemonies do not merely organize resource and food regimes, world hegemonies are socio-ecological projects. Dutch hegemony emerged through a world ecological revolution that stretched from Canada to the Spice Islands of Southeast Asia. British hegemony, through the coal/steam power and plantation revolutions. American hegemony, through oil frontiers and the industrialization of agriculture it enabled. In each era, old limits were transcended. A socio-ecological limit for each phase of capitalism is not necessarily a limit for the next. Harvey's theory of spatial fixity adds two further connections of the greatest significance. First is the contention that modernity's great financial expansions, so central to Origi's perspective, are dialectically connected with accumulation by dispossession. 61 Highlighting the neoliberal era, Harvey's conception of the umbilical cord linking finance, territorial power, and dispossession, points us in the right direction. What dispossession does, is to release a set of assets at very low cost. Privatization opened up vast fields for over-accumulated capital to seize upon. Another way, to release cheap raw materials into the system. Input costs would be reduced and profits thereby enhanced. What would have happened to over-accumulated capital these last 30 years if these new terrains of accumulation had not opened up? 62. Second, in Harvey's broader theory of spatial fix, the initial flexibility of capital, and acceleration of turnover time, achieved through a built environment favorable to capital in one era, becomes a fetter upon accumulation in the next. But does not the logic of this argument extend well beyond built environments? The historical natures created to liberate accumulation also serve to imprison the future paths of capitalist development. 63. Arrighi and Harvey point towards a theory of capitalist development that illuminates the socio-ecological conditions of capitalist boom and bust over the longue durée. To Arrighi, we may add that the organizational revolutions and technical innovation unfold through the oikias. To Harvey, we may say the same thing about the spatial fix, and that dispossession works to the degree it facilitates the appropriation of unpaid work/energy and restores the four cheaps. In this reckoning, the abstract limits to growth give way to the historical conditions and limits of accumulation, directly given in capitalism itself. Successive phases of capitalism have unfolded through ecological revolutions in the dynamics of accumulation, and the socio-ecological relations within its gravitational field. These have been organizational revolutions in the webs of governance enacted by capitalist and territorialist agencies, and revolutions in the built environments of capitalization and appropriation. Their signal accomplishment has been the radical enlargement of the ecological surplus through the radical expansion of opportunities for appropriation relative to capitalization. To echo Harvey, these world ecological revolutions at first liberate accumulation. Was not this the world historical accomplishment of British hegemony in the first 19th century? Over time, however, these new ways of organizing historical nature through political regulation, built environments, industrial organization, agricultural innovation, not to mention class struggles, generate contradictions through the corrosive effects of plunder and productivity, and escalating challenges from ascendant states, capitalists, and dangerous classes. The widening and deepening movements of capitalization undermine the capacities of human and biophysical natures to reproduce themselves independently from the circuit of capital. Sooner or later, the rules of reproduction change in the direction of capital dependency. Peasant cultivators become capitalist farmers. Old-growth forests give way to tree plantations. Intergenerational reproduction becomes mediated by the cash nexus. The ecological surplus falls as the capitalization of world nature rises. This undercuts the basis of expanded accumulation, culminating in a developmental crisis. The ecological regimes emerging out of these developmental crises confronted, and indeed produced, historically specific natures as webs of liberation and limitation. The point can scarcely be overemphasized if we are to take seriously the idea that all limits to capital emerge historically, out of the relations of humans with the rest of nature. This historical specification is not ideographic, but rather acknowledges the multi-layered spatio-temporal character of the oikias. The natures that neoliberalism has produced operate within the epochal nature of historical capitalism, and perhaps even a sort of civilizational nature of humankind since the Neolithic Revolution. Such a multi-layered comprehension of historical nature opens up the possibilities for distinguishing the cumulative, the cyclical, and the genuinely novel in the present conjuncture. Here I would repeat, limits for one historical system or phase of capitalism may not be a limit for another. Thus may we begin to think of successive phases of capitalism as creating, and created by, an increasingly capitalized world ecology. The historical limits of the early capitalist ecological regime, for example, agricultural exhaustion and relative energy scarcity throughout Central and Western Europe, had been reached by the middle of the 18th century. These were ecohistorical limits to capital accumulation as it was then organized. Clearly, they were not absolute limits. Conclusion. If the limits of humanity in nature are historical questions, we may lean on Arrighi's three questions: what is cumulative? What is cyclical? What is new? How does the present conjuncture differ from previous socio-ecological crises? From these we may begin to discern the contours of capitalist crisis in the century ahead. These questions suggest that renewed rounds of capitalization comprising the extension of commodification, technological innovation, and financialization may not resolve the developmental crisis of neoliberalism. From where will come the next great expansion of the ecological surplus? This is difficult to see. Relative to capital as a whole, the opportunities for appropriation have never been fewer, while the demand for such appropriations has never been greater. Here is a precious clue to understanding the ongoing transformation of capitalism as it confronts the longue durée exhaustion of the great frontier. Part 3. Historical Nature and the Origins of Capital. Chapter 7. Anthropocene or Capitalocene. On the nature and origins of our ecological crisis. There is no denying the urgency that many scholars and many citizens feel in relation to climate change. There is little question about the pressing realities of climate change, the sixth great extinction of biodiversity, ocean acidification, and a long list of very, very serious problems. But does the urgency to communicate the realities of biospheric change override the need for an adequate historical interpretation of the problem? Conceptualizations of a problem and efforts to resolve that problem are always tightly connected. So, too, are the ways we think about the origins of a problem and how we think through possible solutions. Over the past decade, one conceptualization has captivated scholarly and popular audiences alike: the Anthropocene. As with all fashionable concepts, the Anthropocene has been subject to a wide spectrum of interpretations. Point 1. But one is dominant. This one tells us that the origins of the modern world are to be found in England, right around the dawn of the 19th century. Point 2. The motive force behind this epochal shift? In 2 words, coal and steam. The driving force behind coal and steam. Not class. Not capital. Not imperialism. Not even culture, you guessed it, the anthropo, humanity as an undifferentiated whole. The Anthropocene makes for an easy story. Easy, because it does not challenge the naturalized inequalities, alienation, and violence inscribed in modernity's strategic relations of power and production. It is an easy story to tell because it does not ask us to think about these relations at all. The mosaic of human activity in the web of life is reduced to an abstract humanity, a homogeneous acting unit. Inequality, commodification, imperialism, patriarchy, racial formations, and much more, have been largely removed from consideration. At best, these relations are acknowledged, but as after-the-fact supplements to the framing of the problem. This framing unfolds from an eminently commonsensical, yet I think also profoundly misleading, narrative, one in which the human enterprise is set against the great forces of nature. 3. The taxonomy of anthromes for ecosystems dominated by humans, and consequently not wild, precedes historical interpretation, substituting highly linear notions of time and space for historical geographical change. At the same time, Anthropocene scholars cannot escape the conclusion that humans, too, are a geophysical force. The singular is important here that operates within nature. Point 5. This is the one system/two systems problem common to green thought in its mainstream and critical expressions. Philosophically, humanity is recognized as a species within the web of life. But in terms of our methodological frames, analytical strategies, and narrative structures, human activity is treated as separate and independent. Humanity becomes humanity. There are human constructions and natural constructions. 6. Even as humans are recognized as a geophysical force. This dissonance creates rather more fog than light, for the recognition of humanity in nature becomes a kind of philosophical cover for reductionist narratives of humanity and nature. There are 2 major dimensions of the Anthropocene argument today. One is a strict emphasis on atmospheric and geological change and its proximate drivers. The other is an argument about history, and therefore about the crisis today. There is frequent slippage between the two. In the latter, the dominant Anthropocene argument goes beyond the domain of Earth system science, reaching into the very heart of historical analysis, the dialectically bound questions of historical agency and periodization. The Anthropocene argument takes biogeological questions and facts turning on the presence of variously significant stratigraphic signals 7 as an adequate basis for historical periodization. Two subtle but powerful methodological decisions underpin this approach. In the first instance, empirical focus is narrowed to the consequences of human activity. In this, the Anthropocene argument embodies the consequentialist bias of green thought. The case for humanity's domination of the Earth is constructed almost entirely on the basis of a significant catalogue of biospheric consequences. The drivers of such consequences are typically reduced to very broad black box categories: industrialization, urbanization, population, and so forth. Point 8. The second methodological choice turns on the construction of humanity as collective actor. Point 9. Here the historical geographical patterns of differentiation and coherence are erased in the interests of narrative simplicity. This erasure, and the elevation of the anthropo as a collective actor, has encouraged several important misrecognitions. 1. A neo-Malthusian view of population. 10. Ignoring the modern world system's patterns of family formation and population movement. 2. A view of historical change in which technology resource complexes drive historical change. 3. A concept of scarcity abstracted from the historical relations of capital, class, and empire. And 4. A meta-theory of humanity as collective agent. Without acknowledging the forces of capital and empire that have cohered modern world history. The two principal framing devices consequences determine periodization. The anthropo as the driver of these consequences stem from a philosophical position that we may call Cartesian dualism. As with Descartes, the separation of humans from the rest of nature are humans overwhelming the great forces of nature. 11 appears as self-evident reality. In its simplest form, this philosophy locates human activity in one box, nature, in another. To be sure, these two acting units interact and influence each other. But the differences between and within each acting unit are not mutually constitutive, such that changes in one imply changes in the other. This dualism leads Anthropocene advocates to construct the historical period since 1800 on an arithmetic basis: human activity plus significant biospheric change equals the Anthropocene. In this, too, the Anthropocene perspective incorporates the common sense of green arithmetic: society plus nature equals environmental studies. It all makes sense, again up to a point. But the parts do not add up to the whole. Human activity not only produces biospheric change, but relations between humans are themselves produced through nature. This nature is not nature as resource but rather nature as matrix. It is a nature that operates not only outside and inside our bodies but also through our bodies, including our embodied minds. Humans produce intraspecies differentiations, which are fundamental to our history, inequalities of class especially, inflected by all manner of gendered and racialized cosmologies. Those differentiations have made human history, modern world history in particular, full of contingency and rapid change. They have not only produced nonlinear shifts. They have also been produced by nonlinear relations of power and wealth, already bundled with, and within, the web of life. And it is here in thinking through the origins of the problem of rapid and fundamental biospheric change that we find the central historical, and therefore political, problem with the Anthropocene argument. If we shift our method from one that unduly prioritizes environmental consequences to one that prioritizes the producer-slash-product relation, a very different view of the Anthropocene problem comes into focus. From this standpoint, the origins of a new pattern of environment making began in the Atlantic world during the long 16th century. Why is this not merely a historical problem, but also a political one? In sum, to locate the origins of the modern world with the steam engine and the coal pit is to prioritize shutting down the steam engines and the coal pits. To locate the origins of the modern world with the rise of capitalist civilization after 1450, with its audacious strategies of global conquest, endless commodification, and relentless rationalization, is to prioritize the relations of power, capital, and nature that rendered fossil capitalism so deadly in the first place. Shut down a coal plant, and you can slow global warming for a day, Shut down the relations that made the coal plant, and you can stop it for good. The erasure of capitalism's early modern origins, and its extraordinary reshaping of global natures long before the steam engine, is therefore of some significance to our politics far beyond the politics of climate change, and even beyond environmental politics. How we conceptualize the origins of a crisis has everything to do with how we choose to respond to that crisis. The question of how and when to draw lines around historical eras is therefore no small matter. Ask any historian and she will tell you, how one periodizes history fundamentally shapes the interpretation of events, and one's choice of significant relations. Start the clock in 1784, with James Watt's rotary steam engine 12, and we have a very different view of history and a very different view of modernity than we do if we begin with the English or Dutch agricultural revolutions, with Columbus and the conquest of the Americas, or with the first signs of an epochal transition in landscape transformation after 1450. Are we really living in the Anthropocene, with its return to a curiously Eurocentric vista of humanity, and its reliance on well-worn notions of resource and technological determinism? Or are we living in the Capitalism, the historical era shaped by relations privileging the endless accumulation of capital? 13. How one answers these historical questions shapes one's analysis of and response to the crises of the present. Capitalism as a way of organizing nature. To ask about humanity's modern relation with the rest of nature is to shift our focus from the consequences of these relations to the relations that enfold and unfold these consequences. Consequences are crucial. Those issuing from climate change are especially salient, perhaps especially in its suppressive impact on labor and land productivity in world agriculture. But to periodize historical change on the basis of consequences or a highly stylized interpretation of the Industrial Revolution is to cloud our vision from the outset. Of course, we must begin with major shifts in the dominant relations of power and production, of classes and commodities. To leave it at that, however, says nothing new. What the more sophisticated versions of the coal and capitalism argument appreciate is that the long 19th century transition in the relations of power and production was one that went beyond relations between humans. It also implied a transition in humanity's relation with the rest of nature and therefore humanity's relation with itself. 14. I would go further. History is not a world historical ping-pong match in which one player, society, volleys historical forces with another, nature. Historical change is better reckoned as a cascade of environment-making processes and relations, through which particular bundles of human and extra-human nature flow, upon which these bundles act and reform as they act. The bundle of transformations that gathered steam in the closing decades of the 18th century was co-produced by human and extra-human natures. This was true at the level of consequences, and also in terms of capitalism's strategic relations. The patterns of co-production are contingent but also stabilized and cohered. This coherence reveals itself in specific patterns of environment making that reach well beyond conventional reckonings of landscape change. Such coherence is realized and reproduced through definite rules of reproduction of power, of capital, of production. For capitalist civilization, these rules embody a value relation, quite literally determining what counts as valuable and what does not. As we have seen, different civilizations have different value relations, prioritizing different forms of wealth, power, and production. In historical capitalism, abstract social labor may be accumulated only through a far-flung repertoire of imperialist enclosure and appropriation of nature's free gifts. Capital is value in motion, is value in nature. Hence the natural fertility of the soil may act as an increase in fixed capital. 15. An observation pregnant with socio-ecological implications for the analysis of capital accumulation. Here we return again to our transformation problem, the dynamics through which capital, science, and state transform work/energy into value. Only some energy becomes work, and only some work becomes value. These broadly anthropic transitions highlight the self-consuming character of the capital relation, which tends to burn through its necessary biophysical conditions and in so doing jack up the organic composition of capital. 16. Thus, capitalism's cheap nature strategy, and the recurrent cyclical movements in favor of ever cheaper nature until 2003-17 may be understood in relation to the cyclical threat of the four cheaps turning dear. 18 Costly nature turns cheap through appropriating unpaid work. On the commodity frontiers inside and outside the heartlands of commodification. 19 These frontier movements counteracted the capitalization of global nature and its obverse, the tendency of the ecological surplus to fall. Frontiers made it possible for capital to voraciously consume both the geological accumulations and biological configurations of unpaid work without a ruinous increase in the costs of production. The constant danger, given capitalism's industrial dynamism and commitment to expansion, is that the value of inputs will rise, and the rate of profit will fall. A world ecological reconstruction calls into question any periodization such as the Industrial Revolution premised on a dualistic social driver plus environmental consequence model. This remains the hegemonic model within global environmental studies, even as regional studies have long since transcended such dualisms. 20 From this standpoint, the Anthropocene argument is not only philosophically and theoretically problematic, viewing humans as separate from nature and erasing capitalism from the equation, it also offers an unduly narrow conceptualization of historical time. This plays out at two levels. One is an awkward conflation of geological notions of time with the periodization of historical change. The other is the Anthropocene's recuperation of an older historiographical vista, which saw the real changes of real modernity beginning in the later 18th century. In this respect, the Anthropocene argument feeds into Green Thought's long-standing love affair with the two-century model of modernity: industrial society, industrial civilization, industrial capitalism. The notion that it all began with the Industrial Revolution has been with us for a very long time. 21 The problem with the two-century model is not just that it left out something crucial, but that it blinded Green Thought to the remarkable remaking of land and labor beginning in the long 16th century. Industrialization still appears, in the meta-narratives of Green Thought, as a deus ex machina dropped onto the world historical stage by coal and steam power. There are two questions here. First, is industrialization the Big Bang of modernity, or is it instead a cyclical phenomenon of capitalism from the 16th century? Second, is industrialization the most useful concept for explaining large-scale and long-run patterns of capital, power, and nature over the past 5 centuries? If the first question was tackled during the 1970s and 80s, 22 the second question is rarely posed. At its best, industrialization is a shorthand for the tensions between technology and power, between the forces and relations of production. These are hardly novel historical problems. But these tensions have, almost universally, been framed in dualistic terms. This is the problem of Cartesian dualism, one that bears bitter fruit in the hegemonic narrative of industrialization as acting upon, rather than developing through, nature. At a time when Cartesian dualism, as philosophical construct, finds itself widely questioned across the spectrum of Green Thought, 23 such dualism retains its hegemony over the methods, theory, and narrative frames of world historical change. Whereas the Anthropocene argument begins with biospheric consequences and moves towards social history, an unconventional ordering of crises would begin with the dialectic between humans and the rest of nature, and from there move towards geological and biophysical change. These consequences, in turn, constitute new conditions for successive eras of capitalist restructuring across the longue durée. Relations of power and production, themselves co-produced within nature, enfold and unfold consequences. From this perspective, nature stands as the relation of the whole. Humans live as one specifically endowed environment-making species within the web of life. To grasp how humans go about making environments and how power, capital, and nature form an organic whole, we might turn to Mumford's notion of technics. 24 Mumford grasped that a new techniques emerged in the early modern era, crystallizing tools and knowledge, nature and power, in a new world praxis that reduced both man and nature to abstractions. For Mumford, power and production in capitalism embodied and reproduced a vast cultural symbolic repertoire that was cause, condition, and consequence of modernity's specific form of technical advance. This was not, Mumford made plain, a story to be celebrated. It was, rather, one to be recognized, and criticized, for its peculiarity. The Chinese, the Arabs, the Greeks, long before the Northern European, had taken most of the first steps toward the machine. These peoples plainly had an abundance of technical skill. They had machines, but they did not develop the machine. 25 Here, Mumford might have stopped, as have so many green thinkers. But he did not. At the heart of Mumford's argument was the idea that machines, technics, and the alienated violence of capitalist civilization move through the web of life. It was the discovery of nature as a whole was the most important part of that era of discovery which began for the Western world with the Crusades and the travels of Marco Polo and the southward ventures of the Portuguese. As soon as the procedure of exploration was definitely outlined in the philosophy and mechanics of the 17th century, man himself was excluded from the picture. Technics perhaps temporarily profited by this exclusion, but in the long run the result was to prove unfortunate. In attempting to seize power, man tended to reduce himself to an abstraction. 26. Absent a relational conception of technics, much of green thought conflates the Industrial Revolution with modernity. 27 The question of origins is elided, not resolved through recourse to a meta-narrative premised on the periodizing implications of rising CO2 emissions and other eco-consequential phenomena. The question of the origins of world ecological crisis is axiomatically reduced to a superficial representation of the drivers and consequences of 19th century industrialization. The fetish of industrialization quickly leads to others. A stylized love affair with machinery leads quickly to a stylized love affair with resources. Even for those on the left who favor a class-relational approach, a certain fossil fuel fetishism appears, as when Malm proposes coal as the spark that ignites the engine of capital. 28 Capital, in these accounts, forms independently of the web of life, and intervenes in nature as an exogenous force, variously intruding in, and interrupting, a pre-given traditional balance between humanity and nature. 29 This view of capitalism as an exogenous, rather than endogenous, actor in relation to the web of life has had the paradoxical effect of reducing nature to nature, a substance that can be variously protected or destroyed by humans. 30. It is always tempting to think in terms of realities that can be touched with the finger. 31 In this way of thinking, Bourdieu calls it substantialist. 32 Substances form prior to, and independently of, events and fields of relations, rather than developing through environments cohered by definite patterns of events. 33 Substantialism, in this sense, is at the heart a human exceptionalist social theory. 34 Which isolates humanity from its extra-human conditions of reproduction. The result is a way of thinking about humanity as ontologically independent, a kind of human substance apart from the substance of Earth/life. Even when the professed goal is holism, substantialism fetters the move towards synthesis. 35 Why? Largely because human exceptionalist social theory, and this is still most social theory. 36 Presumes humanity's specificity in the absence of a historical specification of the whole, the natures within which human activity unfolds, and to which human activity actively contributes. 37 In the process, the very procedure that might establish humanity's dialectical historicity is denied. 38 It turns out that, one cannot be a little bit Cartesian. For nature is either abstract and external, or it is historical and immanent to everything that humans do, including those large-scale and long-run patterns of power and production that we call civilizations. On the terrain staked out by the Anthropocene argument, we might consider how the definite relations of early capitalism co-produced in the web of life transformed coal from a rock in the ground to a fossil fuel. We might then ask, how do geological facts become historical processes? Material flows do matter. But their historical significance is best understood through a relational rather than substantialist view of materiality. Flows of resources, the circuits of capital, and the struggles of classes and states form a dialectical whole. Geology is a basic fact, it becomes a historical fact through the historically co-produced character of resource production, which unfolds through the oikios. 39 Geology, in other words, co-produces power and production as it bundles with human patterns of power and production, hence the rebundling of capitalist relations across the later 18th century North Atlantic, as the energy regime shifted from charcoal and peat to coal. Specific geological formations, under definite historical circumstances, can become at once objects of human activity and subjects of historical change. This allows us to see civilizations moving through, not around, the rest of nature. The relational view gets us away from the resource determinism that often shapes a green view of history. It directs our attention to how, say, coal becomes coal through new relations of power and production and vice versa. One of the most vital green narratives, as we have seen, tells us the story of fossil capitalism, beginning sometime around 1800. But the revolution in English coal production began in the 16th, not the 18th, century. This was, as we shall see presently, intimately connected to a revolution in environment making that marked the rise of capitalism. If the Anthropocene begins not in 1800 but in the long 16th century, we begin to ask much different questions about the drivers of world ecological crisis in the 21st century. The onset of the English coal revolution around 1530 directs our attention to the relations of primitive accumulation and agrarian class structure, to the formation of the modern world market, to new forms of commodity-centered landscape change, to new machineries of state power. This line of argument only appears to return to social relations because the legacy of Cartesian thought continues to tell us that state formation, class structure, commodification, and world markets are all about relations between humans, which they are not. These two states, classes, commodity production, and exchange, are bundles of human and extra-human nature. They are processes and projects that reconfigure the relations of humanity in nature, within large and small geographies alike. From this standpoint, to stick with coal, we can say that geology co-produces energy regimes as historically specific bundles of relations. Geology is at once subject and object. The view that geomaterial specificities determine social organization does not, however, highlight geology's role in historical change, it obscures it. This is so for two tightly linked reasons. First, to say that geology determines historical change is to confuse geological facts for historical facts. Second, to conflate geological facts with historical facts is to engage in environmental determinism of a specific kind, the arithmetic of nature plus society. And so we may return to our refrain, nature plus society does not add up. Perhaps most significantly, environmental determinisms, however partial or sophisticated they may be, leave intact the Cartesian order of things, in which society and nature interact rather than interpenetrate. The alternative sees geology co-producing historical change through the oikios. This allows us to see energy regimes, even whole civilizations, moving through, not around, the rest of nature. The definite relations of early capitalism co-produced in the web of life transformed coal into unpaid work/energy, and unpaid work/energy into capital. Material flows and their particularities matter quite a bit. But their historical significance is best understood through a relational, rather than substantialist, view of materiality, one in which the flows of resources, circuits of capital, and the struggles of classes and states form a dialectical whole. Bunker's insight that material particularities shaped industrialization as much as industrialization shaped the rest of nature is an important corrective to the prevailing wisdom. 40 For much of the green left, one finds little fundamental difference with the Anthropocene argument. Industrialization is a matter of society acting upon the earth, drawing upon fossilized carbon and spewing forth all manner of nasty effluents. This substantialist view of industrialization, and its conflation with capitalism, has encouraged a powerful metabolic fetish, one reproduced even by radical scholars in the critique of fossil capitalism. 41 In the scheme of things, material flows are given ontological priority over the relations that create, enfold, and develop through these flows. the relationality of material flows and class relations is denied as a matter of research practicality. Cartesian practicality pushes the movements of classes and capitals from the analysis altogether. 42 For radical and mainstream scholars alike, there is a tendency to invoke an exogenous nature that creates an ahistorical and apolitical bottom line. The metabolic fetish, and its manifold resource and energy determinisms, is easy to justify quantitatively. More energy used, more minerals extracted and metals produced, more urban industrial workers and fewer agrarian producers, and so on. For this reason, perhaps, most environmentally oriented historians of the Industrial Revolution have preferred to analyze energy owing to its allure of easy mathematization. 43 But numbers are tricky things. They easily entrain an empiricist logic that blinds its handlers to alternatives capable of enfolding quantitative data within world relational processes. 44 Gould elegantly reminds us that numbers suggest, constrain, and refute. They do not, by themselves, specify the content of scientific theories. 45 More poignant still, the confusion of numbers for explanation tends to ensnare interpreters, their own rhetoric. They believe in their own objectivity, and fail to discern the prejudice that leads them to one interpretation among many consistent with their numbers. 46 Thus do we have an Anthropocene line of thought that has given rise to many possible periodizations, with the exception of one, the turning point of the long 16th century. 47 The origins of capitalism, from ecology to world ecology. Capitalism in 1800 was no Athena, bursting forth, fully grown and armed, from the head of a Carboniferous Zeus. Civilizations do not form through Big Bang events. They emerge through cascading transformations and bifurcations of human activity in the web of life. This cascade finds its origin in the chaos that followed the epochal crisis of feudal civilization after the Black Death, followed by the emergence of a vast but weak capitalism in the long 16th century. 48 If we are to put our finger on a new era of human relations with the rest of nature, it is in these centuries. These were the centuries of an extraordinary revolution in human-initiated environment making, centered geographically in the expansive commodity-centered relations of the early modern Atlantic. The rise of capitalism after 1450 marked a turning point in the history of humanity's relation with the rest of nature, greater than any watershed since the rise of agriculture and the first cities, and in relational terms, greater than the rise of the steam engine. That significance, consequences and quantitative expansions eventually follow in the wake of new, epoch-making relations will not surprise any historian. But even the immediate consequences were dramatic. The rise of capitalism after 1450 was made possible by an epochal shift in the scale, speed, and scope of landscape transformation in the Atlantic world and beyond. The long 17th century's forest clearances of the Vistula Basin and Brazil's Atlantic rainforest occurred on a scale, and at a speed, between 5 and 10 times greater than anything seen in medieval Europe. 49 Feudal Europe had taken centuries to deforest large expanses of Western and Central Europe. After 1450, comparable deforestation occurred in decades, not centuries. To take but one example, in medieval Picardy, it took 200 years to clear 12,000 hectares of forest, beginning in the 12th century. 54 centuries later, in northeastern Brazil at the height of the sugar boom in the 1650s, 12,000 hectares of forest would be cleared in a single year. 51 These are precious clues to an epochal transition in the relations of power, wealth, and nature that occurred over the course of the long medieval crisis, and the expansion that commenced after 1450. A modest catalogue of early capitalism's transformations of land and labor, from the 1450s to the eve of the Industrial Revolution, would include the following commodity-centered and influenced changes. 1. The agricultural revolution of the Low Countries, motivated by the crisis of sinking peat bogs resulting from medieval reclamation, allowed 3/4 of Holland's labor force to work outside of agriculture. 52. 2. The mining and metallurgical revolution of Central Europe, which thoroughly transformed the political ecology of forests across the region. 53. 3. The first signs of the modern sugar-slave nexus in Madeira, whose rapid rise and decline turned on rapid deforestation. 54. 4. Madeira's crisis was followed quickly by the sugar frontiers movement to São Tomé and the first modern, large-scale plantation system, which deforested one-third of the island by 1600 and encouraged large-scale slave revolts. 55. 5. Northeastern Brazil displaced São Tomé at the commanding heights of the world sugar economy after 1570, from which issued the first great wave of clearing Brazil's Atlantic rainforest, unfolding at an unprecedented pace. 56. 6. The African slaving frontier, meanwhile, shifted from the Gulf of Guinea to Angola and the Congo in the later 16th century, marking the first of several major expansions in the slave trade. 57. 7. Potosi emerged as the world's leading silver producer after 1545, and then again with its epical restructuring after 1571, on the heels of the exhaustion of Saxon and Bohemian silver mining, itself conditioned by deforestation, declining ore quality, and labor unrest. 58. 8. The decline of Central European mining and metallurgy also affected iron and copper production by 1550, which favored English iron, and especially, the rise of Swedish iron and copper. 59. 9. American silver depended on European shipbuilding timber, and so Potosi's efflorescence was accompanied by the shift of the forest products frontier from Poland-Lithuania towards southern Norway in the 1570s, followed by renewed movements into the hinterlands of Danzig by the 1620s, and from there towards Königsberg, Riga, and Viborg in successive turns. 60. Meanwhile, 10. The rise of the Vistula breadbasket in the 1550s, exporting cheap grain to the maritime Low Countries, was followed by the agroecological exhaustion of Polish market-oriented agriculture in the 1630s. 61. 11. Any shortfalls from the Polish agroecological downturn were quickly made good by the English agricultural revolution, which made England the breadbasket of Europe by 1700, albeit on an agroecological basis that faltered after the 1760s, as productivity stagnated. 62. 12. English forests were rapidly appropriated during 17th century expansion, such that pig iron output in 1620 would not be exceeded until 1740 even with rising demand, met by imports especially from Sweden. 13. And even Sweden's sylvan abundance was quickly diminished, as iron devoured the forests with such speed that the centers of iron production moved quickly towards new forest regions. 63. 14. The stagnation of English iron output after 1620 stimulated iron's movement into Ireland, where fuel costs were much lower. In just a century, the Emerald Isles forest declined from 12.5% to just 2%, such that little iron would be produced by the mid-18th century. 64. 15. The Dutch energy regime, centered on extracting cheap domestic peat, reached its high point in the 17th century, but easily tapped zones were quickly depleted, and output fell sharply after 1750. 65. 16. In Southeast Asia, the Dutch imposed a new colonial regime between the 1650s and 1670s, securing a monopoly over the clove trade during the 1650s through the large-scale removal of unauthorized clove trees, the large-scale relocation of indigenous populations from the interior into new colonial administrative units suitable for labor drafts, and the establishment of new shipyards outside the Batavian core. 66. 17. From the early 17th century, wetlands across the Atlantic world were reclaimed, often by Dutch engineers, from England to Pernambuco and Suriname, Rome to Göteborg. 67. 18. The great burst of Iberian and Italian expansion during the first 16th century produced a relative, but widespread, exhaustion of Mediterranean forests beginning earlier for the Italians and Portuguese, somewhat later for Spain and especially their capacity to supply quality shipbuilding timber, by the early 17th century. 68 resulting in 19. The relocation of Spanish shipbuilding to Cuba, where one-third of the fleet was built by 1700, and the relatively modest yet significant expansion of Portuguese shipbuilding in Salvador da Bahia and Goa. 69. This was followed in the 18th century by 20. the emergence of major shipbuilding centers and significant frontiers for timber and naval stores in North America during the 18th century, 70. 21. The relentless geographical expansion of forest product and shipbuilding frontiers were bound up with the increasingly vast fleets of herring, cod, and whaling vessels that searched for and devoured the North Atlantic sources of maritime protein, 71. 22. The search for fish was complemented by the search for furs. While the fur trade contributed but slightly to world accumulation, its steady advance across North America, stretching by the 18th century into the expansive Great Lakes region, encouraged significant infrastructures of colonial power, 72. 23. The expansion of the world sugar market and the relative decline of Brazilian sugar after 1650 favored successive sugar revolutions in the West Indies, leaving a trail of African graves and denuded landscapes in its wake, 73. 24. Human ecologies too were transformed in many ways, not least through the sharply uneven serialization of peasant diets and the meatification of aristocratic and bourgeois diets within Europe after 1550, 74. 25. The resurgence of Mexican silver production in the 18th century and the attendant deforestation of already thin Mexican forests, 75. 26. The revolution in English coal production from 1530, 76 and, perhaps most significantly, 27. The epoch-making Columbian exchange, as Old World diseases, animals, and crops flowed into the New World, and New World crops, such as potatoes and maize, flowed into the Old World. 77. Perhaps, one might object, these landscape transformations were nevertheless the output of an essentially pre-industrial civilization? This is the common sense point of departure for the Anthropocene argument. Let us take industrialization as consisting of two decisive moments of capitalist techniques. One is industrialization as a shorthand for the rising mass of machinery and inputs relative to labor time Marx's rising technical composition of capital. It might be more fruitful to call these processes mechanization. The other is industrialization as a shorthand for standardization and rationalization, prefiguring, in embryonic form, the assembly line and Taylorism of the 20th century. 78. If this rough and ready definition holds, we are hardly short of examples in the 3 centuries before Watt's rotary steam engine, the printing press, perhaps the most prefigurative advance in labor productivity with a 200-fold increase after 1450, such that 20 million books were printed by 1500, 79. The sugar mill in the colonies, successively boosting labor productivity, and the sugar refinery in the metropoles, 80 very large blast furnaces in iron making, 81 new ships, such as the Dutch Fluit, leading to a 4-fold increase in labor productivity in shipping, 82 a new shipbuilding regime, led by the Dutch, which tripled labor productivity by combining Smithian specialization, the standardization of parts, organizational innovation and technical change, 83 the rapid expansion of iron implements in agriculture. 84 the mercury amalgamation process in New World silver production, 85 the elaboration and diffusion of screw presses, 86 the Sager process in the Central European copper-silver metals complex, and after 1540, the rod engine for effective drainage, which reached Sweden by 1590, 87 the quick diffusion of the Saxony wheel in textile manufacturing, trebling labor productivity, accompanied by the diffusion of fulling and knapping mills, advancing productivity still further, 88 the number of water mills, already widely deployed in the medieval era, doubled in the 3 centuries after 1450, tripling of aggregate horsepower, 89 the extraordinary multiplication of spring-driven clocks. 90 nor does this exhaust the list. What do these transformations suggest? A general observation would point towards a qualitative shift in the relations between land and labor, production and power. If some of these examples look more like a quantitative amplification of medieval developments, as a totality they embodied a qualitative shift. And if many of these transformations fit nicely into Marx's distinction between manufacturing and machinofacture, some look a lot like modern industry, especially the sugar plantation, shipbuilding, and large-scale metallurgy. Any adequate explanation of this qualitative shift must recognize that there was a transition from control of land as a direct relation of surplus appropriation to control of land as a condition for advancing labor productivity within commodity production. This transition was of course tremendously uneven and messy. Hence, where peasant cultivation persisted across early modern Europe, there was no fundamental rupture with the medieval rhythm of landscape transformation 91 except where, as in 17th century Poland, peasants were directly pushed towards sylvan zones by cash crop cultivation. 92 Sweden is Sweden, under capitalist conditions of appropriation, it becomes a commodity frontier. Wherever primary commodity production penetrated, however, the tempo of landscape transformation accelerated. Why should this be? Although the pace of technical change did indeed quicken and the diffusion of techniques even more so in the first 16th century, this was not enough to compel such an epochal shift in landscape transformation. That shift pivoted the inversion of the labor-land relation and the ascendance of labor productivity as a metric of wealth, premised on appropriating cheap natures. Here we may glimpse the tenuous and tentative formation of capitalism as a regime of abstract social labor, and the emergent disciplines of socially necessary labor time. Towards provisional synthesis, the origins of the Capitalism. I have said that these transformations are clues to an epochal transition. But clues to what kind of transition, and to what sort of capitalism? Let me offer two working propositions, one explanatory, the other interpretive. First, these transformations represented an early modern revolution in labor productivity within commodity production and exchange. These were products and producers of a revolution in environment making with a specific priority, accumulation by appropriation. The labor productivity revolution was rendered possible by a revolution in the techniques of global appropriation, including appropriation within Europe. This was manifested not only in the immediate practices and structures of European imperialism, more fundamentally, the new imperialism of early modernity was impossible without a new way of seeing and ordering reality. One could conquer the globe only if one could see it. 93 Here the early forms of external nature, abstract space, and abstract time enabled capitalists and empires to construct global webs of exploitation and appropriation, calculation and credit, property and profit, on an unprecedented scale. 94 The early modern labor productivity revolution turned, in short, on the great frontier, a great frontier that was not just there, but had to be imagined, conceptualized, and seen. 95 The fact that early capitalism relied on global expansion as the principal means of advancing labor productivity and facilitating world accumulation reveals the remarkable precocity of early capitalism, not its pre-modern character. This precocity allowed early capitalism to defy the pre-modern pattern of boom and bust. 96 There would be no system-wide reversal of commodification after 1450, not even during the crisis of the 17th century. Why? In sum, because early capitalism's techniques, its crystallization of tools and power, knowledge, and production were specifically organized to treat the appropriation of global space as the basis for the accumulation of wealth in its specifically modern form, capital. This takes us to a second proposition, which turns on our interpretive frame. The three revolutions we have identified of landscape transformation, of labor productivity, of the techniques of global appropriation suggest a revision of thinking about the law of value in ways both orthodox and revolutionary. Crudely put, I think Marxists have understated the significance of value relations in the modern world system. First, a vast but weak law of value crystallized during the long 16th century. In the standard view, value relations have been defined as a phenomenon reducible to the economic form of abstract social labor. But such an interpretation significantly understates the epoch-making influence of value relations. The law of value, understood as a gravitational field exerting durable influence over the long run and large-scale patterns of the capitalist world ecology, is not an economic phenomenon alone, but a systemic process with a pivotal economic moment. Second, the moment of value accumulation is historically materialized through the development of scientific and symbolic regimes necessary to identify, quantify, survey, and otherwise enable not only the advance of commodity production but also the ever more expansive appropriation of cheap natures. Cheap nature, in the modern sense, encompasses the diversity of human and extra-human activity necessary to capitalist development but not directly reproduced through the money economy. Here the four cheaps are central. They are the major way that capital prevents the mass of capital from rising too fast in relation to the mass of appropriated nature. When the delivery of the big four inputs approaches the average value composition of world commodity production, the world ecological surplus falls and the pace of accumulation slackens. The centrality of cheap nature in the era of capital can, then, be adequately interpreted only through a post-Cartesian frame that sees value as a way of organizing nature. Because value relations encompass a contradictory unity of exploitation and appropriation, heedless of a Cartesian divide, only an analysis that proceeds from the essential unity of humanity and nature can move us forward. The goal is to focus on the relations of the oikos that form and reform capitalism's successive contradictory unities of the exploitation of labor power and the appropriation of a global zone of reproduction from the family to the biosphere. This line of thinking and investigation leads me to an argument I did not expect to make. I cannot help but see a new law of value in formation in these centuries, expressed by two epoch-making movements. One was the proliferation of knowledges and symbolic regimes that constructed nature as external, space as flat and geometrical, and time as linear. The other was a new configuration of exploitation and appropriation. In this latter, we have the paradox of valve as self-forming and yet unable to form without its constitutive outside. With abstract social nature, we have clues to how this paradox has been resolved historically. On the one hand, capitalism is a civilization that turns on the zone of commodification and the exploitation of labor power within it. On the other hand, strategies of commodification and exploitation can work only to the extent that uncommodified natures are somehow put to work, for free or very low cost. In sum, capitalism must commodify life/work but depends upon the free ride of uncommodified life/work to do so. Hence, the centrality of the frontier. Historically, this paradox has been resolved partly through brute force, gunboat diplomacy, shock doctrines, and all the rest. But force is expensive. However necessary, brute force has been insufficient on its own to unlock and to mobilize the wealth of nature for the long-run accumulation of capital. Beginning with the Iberians, and clear through to the long 20th century, one of the first things great empires and states do is establish new ways of mapping, categorizing, and surveying the world. 97 These are strategic expressions of the production of abstract social nature, to which we turn in the next chapter. They have been crucial because they allow for the frontier-led appropriations of cheap nature that make possible an otherwise self-consuming strategy, commodification. Coercively enforced, to be sure, the world praxis of appropriating cheap natures so that a much smaller group of natures could be exploited has provided the decisive condition for advancing labor productivity within the commodity system. I do not think these two movements of abstract social labor and abstract social nature exhaust the possibilities, but I cannot escape the conclusion that they provide an indispensable basis for unpacking the history of capitalism as a way of organizing nature. Chapter 8. Abstract social nature and the limits to capital. How do we move from the humanity and nature towards historical narratives, analytical strategies, and methodological frames of humanity in nature? In Chapter 2, we explored a theory of value relations as a way of organizing nature. Now, we turn to the possibilities of putting this theory to work as a method that enables the historical reconstruction of capitalism as world ecology. In this reconstruction, I privilege four propositions. First, the accumulation of capital is the transformation of Earth. Second, the substance of value is abstract social labor, but the relations of value encompass and unify the relations of paid and unpaid work/energy. Third, because the production of value is premised on the appropriation of unpaid work outside the circuit of capital but within reach of capitalist power, the law of value is a law of cheap nature. If cheap nature turns costly, accumulation grinds to a halt. Fourth, the frontiers of cheap nature are not just there but are actively constituted through symbolic praxis and material transformation, at once unifying and alienating mental and manual work. This reading of value relations as a co-production of human and extra-human work unfolds from Marx's conception of abstract social labor as the substance of value. But I want to go further than this. As we saw in Chapter 2, Marxists have taken value to be an economic phenomenon with systemic implications. This, I think, inverts the reality. Value relations are a systemic phenomenon with a pivotal economic moment. There is, crucially, a historical and logical non-identity between the value form and its necessary value relations. The simplification, rationalization, and homogenization of socio-ecological life that occurs through manifold commodity regimes and production systems from assembly lines to agromonocultures works through a simultaneous process of exploitation and appropriation. This double process must occur simultaneously, because life activity within the circuit of capital is subject to relentless exhaustion, as Marx highlights in his discussion of the working day. The condition of some work being valued is that most work is not. Uncapitalized work/energy is always earned. Nature's gifts are never free. This is the terrain of accumulation by appropriation. It is enabled by regimes of abstract social nature, the relational counterpoint to abstract social labor. If the substance of abstract social nature is the production of real abstractions of time, space, and nature, its historical expressions are found in the family of processes through which capitalists and state machineries make human and extra-human natures legible to capital accumulation. The historical conditions of cheap nature are found not only in the capital-labor relation but also in the production of knowledge practices necessary to identify and to appropriate unpaid work. Such a framework unifying the domains of human and extra-human activity, paid and unpaid work, is essential to grasping the crisis today, which is a crisis of capitalization and appropriation as a unity, the exhaustion of cheap nature. Such dialectical unification will be key to developing effective analytics and emancipatory politics as modernity unravels in the century ahead. Historical natures, value, world praxis, and abstract social nature. Abstract social nature names the family of processes through which states and capitalists map, identify, quantify, measure, and code human and extra-human natures in service to capital accumulation. This family of processes is immanent to capitalism's law of value. It is directly constitutive of those relations that nourish and sustain the long-run self-expansion of capital, whose substance is abstract social labor. This dialectic of abstract nature and abstract labor is at the heart of those historical natures that are cause, consequence, and unfolding condition of successive long centuries of accumulation. This approach allows us to kill two birds with one stone. First, it allows us to transcend a nature/society dualism and illuminate the historically concrete interpenetration of paid and unpaid work in the accumulation of capital. Second, it allows us to transcend a base/superstructure dualism in the history of capitalist environment making. To this latter idea we can now turn. There is an unsavory undercurrent to the often exciting literature on global environmental change, a kind of vulgar materialism. This is materialism that strikes me as dismissive of science and culture in the making of the modern world. I do not mean to suggest that global environmental scholars are unaware of the importance of science in a broad sense. Radical and mainstream arguments alike enthusiastically embrace natural science. But the resulting interpretations of historical change, say of the Great Acceleration, or the theory of monopoly capitalism, have little room for the flow of ideas in the history of the modern world. Point 2. Here we see how the base/superstructure approach of global environmental analysts meets up with nature/society dualism. The implication? That human thought is not really embodied within the web of life. Human thought is somehow exempt. This is the enduring justification for human exceptionalist social science, and a key stumbling block to understanding humanity in nature. Productive forces are tools and technological systems, they are also more than this. For the metabolism of humanity in nature is structured by a species-specific and highly plastic mode of sociality, the application and development of a certain body of social knowledge towards definite ways of producing and reproducing life. Point 3. In short, ideas matter in the history of capitalism. But how, exactly, do they matter? We may begin with modernity's recurrent scientific, botanical, cartographic, agronomic, and chemical revolutions. These are imminent to the accumulation of capital. In the modern world, science like technology is a productive force, for yes, the ruling ideas of society are the ideas of the ruling classes. But this hardly clarifies matters. Ruling classes owe their rule to the production of surpluses, but this is never a simple economic process independent of social knowledge. The production of knowledge itself is constitutive of capitalist world praxis and its trinity: abstract social labor, abstract social nature, primitive accumulation. Without this, the triple helix of commodification could not develop over large space and long time. Let us consider nature as matrix rather than resource. Does this mean we no longer need to talk about resources? Hardly. It means that we recognize the bourgeois representation of nature of resources as things in themselves as both a fetish and a particular historical project. To move beyond the fetish, we may view resources as bundles of relations rather than geobiological properties as such, without of course denying these properties. The journey from geology to geohistory necessitates a historical method that grasps the material symbolic formation of power in human organization, itself already constituted relationally in the web of life. Thus a world ecological view of, say, coal's agency since 1800, allows us to distinguish coal's geology from its geohistory, to discern geological from historical facts. Geohistorically speaking, whoever says capital implicates coal in the era of large-scale industry. Those who say that fossil fuels make industrial capitalism are not wrong so much as errant in the insertion of a non-relational object in the relational process of capital accumulation. By itself, coal is only a potential actant, bundled with the relations of class, empire, and appropriation. In the 19th century, however, coal becomes something quite different. It becomes a way of naming a mass commodity whose presence was felt in every strategic relation of 19th century capitalism. 19th century capital sweated coal from every pore. Resources, then, are actively co-produced. They are markers and creators of the historical natures that help to define the scope of opportunity and constraint in successive eras of capitalist development. If this sensibility has long been registered theoretically, 5. The historiography of resource extraction has seldom taken the relational point seriously. Point 6. Just what would it mean to take the relational point seriously? I would begin with a simple observation: what counts as a resource shifts as the terms of the oikos change, as new historical natures emerge. As we have seen, coal is coal. Only under specific conditions does it become fossil fuel, and come to shape entire historical epochs. Historical nature must not be taken as an output of capitalism or any other kind of human organization. Capitalism does not produce an external historical nature according to its needs. Nor does capitalism simply respond to external changes in nature. Rather, successive phases of capitalist development are at once cause and consequence of fundamental reorganizations of world ecology. Both capital and nature acquire new historical properties through these reorganizations. This allows us to give the differentiated unity historical capitalism / historical nature real historical content. These reorganizations unfold through the interpenetrating patterns of planetary change forged over Braudl's very long durée of geological time. 7. And capitalism's configurations of power and production forged across long centuries of accumulation. Historical natures are, in other words, a dance of the dialectic between part and whole, through which particular limits and opportunities come to the fore. 8. The question of historical natures is a question of how the layers of historical time shape each other. 9. This history is often told in dualistic terms. But the close relation between climate and the rise and demise of great civilizations, say, Rome over the Roman climatic optimum, or feudal Europe during the medieval warm period suggests a different view of historical natures. In this alternative view, cascading movements of the web of life enter into particular historical geographical configurations of power and production. If human sociality articulates these relations, the biosphere is its integument. Historical natures are those specific part-whole combinations in which specific geological, hydrographical, climatic, and conditions enter into the most intimate, and also the most expansive, domains of human history. Point 10. These historical natures are the fields upon which the conditions and constraints of capital accumulation unfold in any given era. Such constraints and conditions are best grasped as specifiable bundles of relations, say, agriculture or religion or markets. These enable and express specific configurations of species-environment relations. Relations of capital, labor, and power move through, not around, nature. They are a specifically harnessed natural force. 11. Capital does not interact with nature as external object but, rather, is a specifically harnessed natural force. Capital, itself co-produced, in turn co-produces specific historical natures, albeit under conditions that are full of resistances and frictions to capital's desire for a world of fungible, passive, and malleable life. The upshot: world economies do not interact with world ecologies, world economies are world ecologies. In the modern world, successive historical natures have been produced through a dialectic of commodification and appropriation. On the one hand, this has occurred through the moneized transformation of land and labor, on the other, through the harnessing of unpaid life activity in service to commodification. This latter moment appropriation has long been recognized by the theory of imperialism. Point 12. But it has been only weakly grounded in the theory of accumulation, which has tended to regard the circuit of capital as a closed system. This accounts in part for the nature blindness of Marxist economic critiques of the post-2008 era. Point 13. What makes appropriation possible, and such a powerful moment in the history of capitalism? Part of the answer can be found in a long history of analysis on culture, ideology, and hegemony in the modern world, representing what Shapiro calls the cultural fix. This cultural fix broadly includes Gramscian hegemony and all forms of cultural and social customs, institutions, and identity formation. The cultural fix covers the moments of class compact, as well as mechanisms by which the working class is pitted against the moments when capitalism exports its own competition onto the working class. The spatial fix and the cultural fix also frequently overlap, such as when housing struggles include slum clearance and gentrification in ways that alter working class identities within the urban ecology. The role of the cultural fix: social and cultural matters involving the reproduction of class identities and relations over time lengths greater than a single turnover cycle are intrinsic, not superficial, to the of capital. Point 14. If cultural fixes cement successive hegemonic agreements between capital and the direct producers. 15. They also extend beyond the sphere of direct production. Necessarily, cultural fixes transcend the wage relations double boundary with unpaid work. Such fixes naturalize not only capital's appropriation of unpaid work by humans, above all the reproduction of labor power, but also new epoch-making practices of appropriating unpaid work by extra-human natures. Today's meat industrial complex, for instance, would be unthinkable to those living in an earlier era of capitalism when the human relation to non-human animals was symbolically and materially more direct and intimate. Point 16. Cultural fixes serve to normalize otherwise unacceptable appropriations of global natures, human and extra-human. Thus are revolutions in gender and nature closely bound, materially instituted, and symbolically practiced. Ideas of nature/gender are not simply outputs of the system but implicated in the intergenerational reproduction of life and labor power that capital cannot pay for and must appropriate. This tendency found epochal expression in early modernity's complementary movements of scientific revolution and proto-industrial demographic restructuring. Point 17. Cultural fixes, in this light, appear as the necessary symbolic condition for the long-wave appropriations of the four chiefs. If cultural fixes naturalize capitalism's punctuated transitions in the relations of power, capital, and nature, the production of abstract social natures make those transitions possible. Abstract social nature signifies those relations of appropriation through scientific practice and their institutional forms that are directly implicated in making the world legible for capital accumulation. Socially necessary labor time forms through the dialectic of capital-labor relations and the appropriation of unpaid work, made possible through abstract social nature. The language is clunky. The Cartesian vocabulary of social change dies hard. To be clear, we are working with a double internality, of labor in nature and nature in labor, not with the Cartesian coupling of nature/society. Point 18. However clunky, the formulation makes a necessary point: value relations form and reform through the active relation of life, making the oikos. Value in motion is value in nature. Socially necessary labor time is determined by more than commodification. We must take care to make a part-whole distinction here. Labor time forms also through the relations of power and knowledge that identify and enable unpaid work/energy to flow into the determination of value. This is the transformation of work into value. If abstract social nature's major expressions are associated with the value-facilitating praxis of mapping, quantifying, and otherwise making legible the oikos, we should not conflate this collection of practices with its relational core. That relational core turns on the appropriational analog of the capital-labor relation, the capital-unpaid work dialectic. If abstract social labor names the capital-labor relation, through which surplus value is produced, abstract social nature names the relation of capital-unpaid worker, through which rising labor productivity becomes possible over the long run. With this working conceptualization, two major issues can be addressed. First, abstract social labor operates solely within the confines of the commodity system. Regimes of abstract social labor therefore nourish, and are in turn sustained, by relational processes of standardization, quantification, mathematization, and so forth. Without these processes, value could not exist. And without the long 16th century's movement towards labor productivity as the metric of wealth, breaking with feudalism's emphasis on land productivity, there could be no movement towards a regime of abstract social nature. We are looking at a conjuncture of transformations of knowledge, production, markets, states, and classes. Dialectically speaking, the emergence of new civilizations is defined by their process of becoming. Becoming is not mere precondition. It is also the first moment of new historical systems, whose key patterns are at first glimpsed in episodic and immature form. Our second problem is that all the standardizing, simplifying, mapping, and quantifying practices of abstract social nature whose focus is the zone of appropriation also pertain to similar practices within commodity production. How these two moments are similar and how they are distinct, standardization and simplification within commodity production and across the zones of socio-ecological reproduction, is a question that the present argument poses but cannot resolve. Preliminarily, I would say that something like Taylor's famous Time and Motion Studies 19 providing the basis for the scientific management revolution of the early 20th century belong to the zone of abstract social labor, reworking already commodified relations. Point 20. On the other hand, something like the imposition of the metric system in revolutionary France belongs to the zone of abstract social nature, representing the advance of capitalist power into weakly commodified relations of reproduction. Point 21. It is, of course, a porous distinction, not only between abstract social nature and cultural fixes, but also relative to simplifications within commodity production. Although one must be wary of hard and fast distinctions, the hard transformations of material life, represented by abstract social labor, are complemented and enabled by the soft process of symbolic practice and knowledge formation in the capitalist world ecology. The goal of such soft techniques, always with the brute force of states and empires behind it, is to secure access to minimally or non-commodified natures for as close to free as possible. The mapping and quantifying practices of abstract social nature did not emerge out of the blue. Point 22. Taking shape across the early modern centuries, these practices reached a turning point during the 18th and 19th centuries. Perhaps most dramatic was the generalization of the metric system after 1789. Even here, the metrical revolution 23 found its precondition in early capitalism's new planetary consciousness, emerging from those audacious conquests and reimaginations of global space that attended colonial expansion and the cartographic revolution. 24 The meter was defined as 1/10,000th part of the distance from the pole to the equator, thereby combining a global imagination with extreme unworldliness, far removed from realities of everyday life. 25 Launched by French revolutionaries towards the end of the 18th century, the metric system tended to follow the barrel of a gun, only becoming instituted in Germany in 1868, Austria in 1871, Russia in 1981, China in 1947, and of course never in the United States. 26 Why was the advance of the metric system so important? Surely among the most important reasons is the story of how a rational language, the metric system, was deliberately crafted to break the hold of the old regime's political economy and serve as the universal idiom of the modern mechanism of exchange. 27. The metric system was not only a weapon of the bourgeoisie in its struggle against ancien regimes. It was also implicated in the class struggle in the countryside. For peasant communities across early modern Europe, the subjective form of measurement. There were disagreements, but they could be negotiated face to face. Informal measurement was inseparable from the fabric of these relatively autonomous communities. The metric system was not designed for peasants. It did not bring back the true bushel, but discarded the bushel in favor of a system of wholly unfamiliar quantities and names, most of them drawn from an alien dead language. The institutionalization of the metric system involved special difficulties because of the aspiration to universalism that helped to give it form. This universalism was consistent with the ideology of the revolution, and more particularly with the ideology of empire. 28. These metrical revolutions are suggestive of broader transformations in the regime of abstract social nature. They imply, as well, state and capital-led simplifications, standard grid whereby could be centrally recorded and monitored. 29 They include also the whole system of surveillance, hierarchies, inspections, bookkeeping, and reports, that can be described as the disciplinary technology of labor. 30 If the hallmarks of abstract social labor are control and exploitation, the defining characteristics of abstract social nature are control and appropriation. We are looking at the historical processes of measurement and mapping as forms of how capitalism brings ever wider domains of experience under systematic order and control. 31 These expansive processes of rationalizing and controlling domains of experience clearly cut across the Cartesian binary, seeking to identify and enclose any form of life activity, including the congealed work of extremely ancient life that might be useful for capital accumulation. Value and abstract social nature. In the English language, value signifies two things. First, it refers to those objects and relations that are valuable. Second, it refers to notions of morality, as in the fact/value binary that has loomed so large in modernist thought. Marx's deployment of the law of value was, of course, aimed at identifying the relational core of capitalism, grounded in the expanded reproduction of abstract social labor. Marxists since Marx have defended or sometimes elided 32 the law of value as an economic process that encompasses that first meaning of value, those objects and relations that capitalist civilization deems valuable. And so it has been difficult indeed to suggest that the operation of the law of value, the expanded reproduction of value relations, enabling the quantitative expansion of abstract labor, may encompass both meanings. Difficult, but not impossible. Historically speaking, it is hard to deny that new knowledges and symbolic practices, say, cartographies and double-entry bookkeeping, were crucial to the formation of capitalism. That this early capitalism might be a precocious value regime is often doubted, even dismissed. But any casual dismissal does not seem reasonable. A new world praxis, by empires and capitals, premised on abstract time and space, money and nature, should give one pause. To introduce such symbolic cultural affairs into value is of course to destabilize the subjective/objective binary presumed by most political economy. The truth is that the objective world of value has been forged through the subjectivities of capital's imagination. 33 The calculative character of value is not a matter of capital using an objective knowledge premised on dualism and quantification, but a matter of capital deploying its symbolic power to represent the arbitrary character of value relations as objective. 34 This is Mitchell's point in his account of British economy making in colonial Egypt, centering on calculability not merely as an objective tool of empire, but as a project imminent to imperialism's bundling of power, class, and nature in the early 20th century. This line of argument has, alas, centered more on politics than on political economy. Attention has been lavished on the sphere of power without sufficient attention to the value relations that determine the decisive stakes of the game. It is not that capital operates independently of power. Rather, systemic rules of reproduction are not determined by power in general, or by territorial power, but by agents unfolding through the law of value in nature. This reframing may help us to clarify the configuration of paid and unpaid work. For a long time, the objective world of economic process was immunized from moral critique, notwithstanding a centuries-long countercurrent of moral economy protest and argument. 35 But was not this fact/value antinomy itself a strategic way of making rational the essentially arbitrary boundary between paid and unpaid work? That is to say, are not the two common usages of value as morality and economy implied in capitalism's law of value? The preceding suggests that knowledge/culture and value as abstract labor are indeed closely linked. But how? The argument may be stated simply enough. Abstract social nature names a systemic family of processes aimed on simplifying, standardizing, and otherwise mapping the world in service to the quantitative expansion of abstract labor. In this reading, abstract social nature signifies those spatio-temporal practices that identify and facilitate the appropriation of unpaid work. These appropriations do more than supply necessary raw materials, they co-determine socially necessary labor time. In this view, abstract social nature can be understood as directly constitutive of value relations in creating the conditions for the generalization of commodity production and exchange. This has never been a linear sequence either with new knowledges in the lead, or as derivative of commodification. Rather, it has been a conjunctural affair, in which cascading processes of commodification, capital accumulation, and symbolic innovation have constituted a virtuous circle of modern world development. I do not propose a revision of Marx's law of value in a strict sense. The substance of capital is abstract social labor. But the relations that make abstract labor's growth possible cannot be reduced to the economic sphere, they must be grounded in the techniques of capitalist power and the conditions for the expanded reproduction of capital. Neither an adequate history of capitalism, nor a sufficiently dynamic theory of capitalist limits, is possible within an economistic reading of the law of value. Central to theorizing capitalism's limits is the law of value's drive to convert the natural distinctness of particular commodities into economic equivalents, 36 and particular labor processes into general types of work motions. 37 We know these are value relations in which sociology and economics pervade each other. 38 The economic relations of value imply the class struggle of bourgeois and proletarian. But what of ecology? Is this beside the point? Capitalism, as project, seeks to create a world in the image of capital, in which all elements of human and extra-human nature are effectively interchangeable. In the fantasy of neoclassical economics, one factor can be substituted for another, the elements of production can be moved easily and effortlessly across global space. 39 This effort to create a world in the image of capital is capitalism's correspondence project, through which capital seeks to compel the rest of the world to correspond to its desire for a universe of economic equivalence. But of course the world extra-human natures of all kinds, but also the producing classes does not much want a world of capitalist equivalence. At some level, all life rebels against the value/monoculture nexus of modernity, from farm to factory. No one, no being, wants to do the same thing, all day, every day. Hence, the struggle over the relation between humans and the rest of nature is necessarily a class struggle. The struggle over the grip of commodification is, in the first instance, a contest between contending visions of life and work. Extra-human natures, too, resist the grim compulsions of economic equivalence. Superweeds frustrate genetically modified agriculture, animals resist their assigned roles as objects and forces of production. In this way, capitalism's correspondence project meets up with all manner of contending and contentious visions and resistances to create a contradictory historical process. Among these contradictions, at the top of the list we find those countervailing forces that threaten to slow down the turnover time of capital and to defy the radically simplifying disciplines of capital. Working class struggle in the heartlands of industrial production is a good example. 40 So too is the revolt of extra-human nature in modern agriculture, where a distinctive form of struggle manifests, the battle with weeds and troublesome pests. 41 The pesticide/herbicide treadmill is bound up with cheap nature strategies that hothouse evolutionary adaptation at the point of production and the scale of world accumulation. On the one hand, as the flurry of news reports on the superweeds sweeping across the GMO soy zones of the US revealed in 2010 to 2011, biological natures now appear to be evolving faster than the capacity of capital to control them, resulting in a Darwinian evolution in fast forward. 42 On the other hand, the revolt of extra-human natures is aided by the revolutionary geography of accumulation itself. From the origins of modernity, the accumulation of capital is strongly and positively associated with the accumulation of alien invasive species. 43 In sum, capitalism's speed up and geographical rationalization suggest a struggle not only over the configuration of nature but equally of capitalist space. This is an ongoing contest over the systemic tendency towards geographical inertia. 44 That extends well beyond the built environment to encompass all environments within value's gravitational pull. How have these spatio-temporal contradictions, of compressed time and simplified space, been resolved? By and large, through geographical expansion and restructuring. The two moments are geographically distinctive, but unified. Both turn on externalizing costs and appropriating unpaid work inwards towards the relations of reproduction and outwards towards minimally commodified zones of cheap nature. These paired movements of geographical expansion and restructuring are at the core of capitalism's successive spatial fixes, necessary to resolve successive conjunctures of overaccumulation. They are constituted through a double movement: 1, the widening and deepening of the zone of commodification, and 2, on a greater scale, the widening and deepening of the zone of appropriation. This latter movement turns on the production of abstract social nature, produced through the biopolitical, geographical, and scientific technical knowledges and practices necessary to secure the conditions for renewing the four cheaps. This means that new frontiers of unpaid work must be identified, and pressed into the service of capital accumulation. This reading of the law of value allows us to see the difference between capitalism as historical project, and capitalism as historical process. As project, capitalist civilization produces both symbolic forms and material relations that lend Cartesian dualism its kernel of truth. Capitalism creates the idea and even a certain reality of the environment as an external object. The idea of the environment as external object is not wholly false, but rather a historical creation of the capitalist world ecology. The mistake of environmental studies has been to confuse capitalism's world praxis reproducing the environment as external object with capitalism's world process. In that historical process, environments are always inside and outside of us, material and symbolic at once. Capitalism, as co-produced historical reality, compels the project to deal with nature, no matter values utopian fantasies and its universe of economic equivalence. Abstract social nature and the rise of capitalism. The long 16th century opened a new era of abstraction. At this time, we begin to see abstract social nature at the core of the emergent law of value, mobilizing both material and symbolic machineries of power and production. Foremost among these symbolic revolutions bound closely to material processes were remarkable innovations in ways of seeing and knowing. The new approach was simply this: reduce what you are trying to think about to the minimum required by its definition, visualize it on paper, or at least in your mind, be it the fluctuation of wool prices, or the course of Mars through the heavens, and divide it into equal quanta. Then you can measure, that is, count the quanta. 45. Early modernity's epoch-making abstractions were registered through the era's new cartographies, new temporalities, new forms of surveying and property-making, schools of painting and music, accounting practices, and scientific revolutions. 46. Together, these constituted a vast but weak regime of abstract social nature. The early modern materialist revolution that dethroned medieval holism and divine teleology was implicated in an epochal shift from feudalism to capitalism. Early capitalism's scientific revolutions replaced a mode of reason favorable to feudal arrangements with a new reasoning of mathematical abstraction and cartographic perspective conducive to endless accumulation. 47. The audacity of the project can hardly be overstated, circumscribing nature in advance, in such a way as to be determinable and accessible to inquiry as a closed system, so that the entirety of be accessible to calculative knowledge. 48. This vast but weak regime combining abstract labor and abstract nature reached an early tipping point towards the end of the 16th century. The dynamic center of abstract social nature was not surprisingly the Low Countries and after 1600, the Dutch Republic. Here space, time, and money were rationalized and abstracted as never before. In the northern Netherlands after 1585, we find the era's leading mapmakers, excelling both in the quantity and quality of map production. 49. So central was cartographic knowledge to the Dutch East India Company that pilots of Bach vessels were given uniform instructions to map new territories in minute detail. By 1619, the company had created an internal map-making office to coordinate the flow of geographical knowledge. 50. Nor were these mapping impulses strictly colonial. Internal to the northern Netherlands, polarization, water control, and capitalist agriculture propelled a cadastral revolution whose surveys were so detailed they would not be superseded for 2 centuries. 51. Work time, too, was subjected to a radical rationalization after the 1574 Synod of the Reformed Church, which abolished all holy days, and extended the work year by 20% by 1650. With space and work, so with money. Here too the Vok loomed large, its 1602 formation giving new form to world money and credit creation, dramatized with the foundation of the Amsterdam Bourse that same year, and the Amsterdam Exchange Bank in 1609. As American silver flowed into Amsterdam, silver wrested from the earth with biopolitical, no less than mechanical, ingenuity. 53. It provided the conditions for the rise of fiat money. 54. World money, as Mitchell clarifies, is always material as well as calculative and always world ecological. 55. As for the Bourse, not only were shares of the Dutch East India Company traded, but also, very soon, a growing number of commodities and even option derivatives. 56. The Bourse's material coordinations and symbolic rationality provided the basis for a universalization and intensification of world credit practices which served to set the Dutch financial order apart from pre-modern world finance. 57. In emphasizing early modern developments once more, I wish to underscore the epochal shift of the 16th century, whose strongest impulses were renewed and amplified in the long 19th century transition to fossil fuels. The rise of large-scale industry, co-produced through a new phase of appropriation, was unthinkable in the absence of these symbolic material revolutions producing abstract time, space, money, and nature. This family of abstractions was central to the revolutionary transformation of the Atlantic-centered capitalist world ecology, 3 centuries before the steam engine reached maturity. This line of thought allows us to read the history of capitalism through a succession of scientific revolutions that actively co-produce distinctive historical natures in and through successive phases of capital accumulation. These scientific revolutions not only produced new opportunities for capital and states, but transformed our understanding of nature as a whole, and perhaps most significantly, of the boundaries between humans and the rest of nature. 58 The point has been underscored by neoliberalism's systematic combination of shock doctrines with revolutions in the Earth system and life sciences, tightly linked in turn to new property regimes aiming to secure not only land but life for accumulation. 59 This has unfolded at the nexus of the global and molecular scales. 60 On the one hand, the new life sciences emerging after 1973 became a powerful lever for producing new conditions of accumulation premised on redistribution and speculation, patenting life forms, starting with the microorganisms recognized in 1980 by the U.S. Supreme Court. The ambition has been to enclose the reproduction of life itself within the promissory accumulation of the debt form. 61 On the other hand, the Earth system sciences, aided considerably by the mapping sciences, have sought to reduce the Earth to little more than a vast standing reserve, serving as a ready resource supply center and/or accessible waste reception site, aspire to scan and appraise the most productive use of resourcified flows of energy, information, and matter, as well as the sinks, dumps, and wastelands for all the byproducts that commercial products leave behind. 62. From this perspective, the combinations of science, capital, and power that have loomed so large in the history of neoliberalism may be fruitfully located within a longer history. Something like bioprospecting. 63 has deep roots in the colonializing thrust of early capitalism. 64 An era in which botany was not only big science but big business. 65 From its inception botany served the needs of transnational merchant capital. 66 But was it only merchant capital? Here we find a key originary moment of abstract social nature, in an era when much of the colonial project's profitability turned on natural historical exploration and the precise identification and effective cultivation of extra-European plants. 67 Such processes, unifying science, capital, and power, 68 were in motion from the earliest moments of the capitalist world ecology. From the late 15th century, as sugar was remaking Madeira. 69 The Portuguese were also developing a system of acclimatization gardens and were carrying out a complex, although not highly organized, series of plant transfers, linking the Indian Ocean with West Africa, the Caribbean, and Brazil. 70. Such movements represented early capitalism's audacious global project to produce abstract social nature. These would culminate in massive taxonomical exercise with Linnaeus in the 18th century. 71. When Linnaeus returned to Sweden, he fulfilled numerous commissions for industrial and pharmaceutical uses of plants, and as superintendent of the botanical garden of the University of Uppsala devoted himself to raising seeds and cultivating plant transfers from colonial satellites. Like other botanists of the period, he explored the possibilities of plant cultivation in area where cheap colonial labor was available, and studied economic plants to determine whether native grown might substitute for imported. 72. The Linnaean Revolution, building on earlier Iberian and Dutch botanical initiatives, set in motion a process that would be elaborated and extended, first by the Kew Gardens of the British Empire in the later 19th century, and then with the International Agricultural Research Centers of the American Empire after World War II. 73 Each implied a new historical nature, emerging from the innovations of capitalist production, science, and power in forging new combinations of paid and unpaid work across the world. The new law of value as a way of organizing nature manifested earliest, and most spectacularly, in two domains. The first could be found in an extraordinary, cascading series of landscape and bodily transformations across the Atlantic world and beyond, the second, in an emergent set of perspectives that allowed European states and capitals to see time, space, and nature as external to human relations. The conceit of capital, from its very origins, was to represent the world through the God trick, to treat the specifically capitalist ordering of the world as natural, claiming to mirror the world it was seeking to reconstruct. 74. These remarkable innovations in ways of seeing and knowing were, in the first instance, premised on a new quantitativism whose motto was, reduce reality to what can be counted, and then count the quanta. 75 Such quantitative reductionism was paired closely with transforming space into something that could be viewed from outside. Here the emergence of perspective in Renaissance painting linked tightly with the renaissance of Euclidean geometry in northern Italy 76 was important far beyond the aesthetic realm. Renaissance perspective turned the symbolic relation of objects into a visual relation, the visual in turn became a quantitative relation. In the new picture of the world, size meant not human or divine importance, but distance. 77 In this quantitative reductionism, space was robbed of its substantive meaningfulness to become an ordered, uniform system of abstract linear coordinates. 78 This was crucial to a new mapping of the world, without which a modern world market, modern state formation, and modern property making was impossible. The early modern transition in mapping practices, Pickles observes 79 took shape out of a series of concrete concerns about property and identity emerging during the rise of capitalism. First, there was a need for maps to envision and consolidate new communities, increasingly imagined as territorially bounded states and discrete unities of people. Second, surveys became central to bourgeois property rights, as capitalist practices of land alienation and sale increasingly became the norm. Here we see abstract social nature in its earliest formation. Especially in relation to bourgeois property, as in 17th century England, it is difficult to exaggerate this new way of seeing and mapping. The new survey practices helped to reformat property by reimagining such spaces as geometric and calculable. Land ownership, especially in England, was reduced to facts and figures, a conception which inevitably undermines the matrix of duties and responsibilities which had previously been seen to define the monoreal community. 81 Not for nothing, the modern map was effectively an invention of the 16th century. 82 Far from derivative of political economy and empire, but unthinkable except in relation to capital and power. These new ways of seeing were co-constitutive of the historical natures that simultaneously limited and enabled successive bursts of commodification and appropriation inside and outside Europe. 83 Mapping space was constitutive of global conquest, not merely representative of it. Both global commodification and the global appropriation of unpaid work/energy turned on representing the practical activities of astronomical observation in a manner that was abstract and yet useful for capital and empires. 84 The great breakthrough of Mercator, who was as much capitalist as cartographer, was to construct a plane representation which depicted the meridians as parallel to each other rather than, as is the case with the true representation of the globe, converging on the north and south poles. The importance of Mercator's innovation in terms of accurate navigational practice and commercial profit was quite clear. Instead of taking awkward and imprecise bearings on board ship across the surface of a globe or a Port-Oland chart, his new projection allowed for a line of bearing to be drawn accurately across the surface of a plane map, explicitly foregrounding its usefulness to the art of navigation. With pilots and navigators in mind, Mercator went on to outline the mathematical procedure which allowed him to employ an accurate grid of straight lines across his map. 85. Nor was this early modern revolution the birth of abstract social nature confined to space and extra-human nature. We can also see abstract social nature at work in the slave trade. Much as a meat packer today demands a standard hog from suppliers. 86 So the slave market of the 17th century Caribbean was measured in terms of the standard slave, male, 30 to 35 years old, between 5 and 6 feet tall. This standard slave was a full paisa to India. Individuals who did not measure up were reduced to and reckoned as some fraction. 87 It was a small step to move from considering extra-human natures, local property, or global space, in terms of equivalence and interchangeability, to considering human natures in the same fashion. While the paisa to India is often considered as merely a measurement for taxation. 88 It was widely used in the 17th century as a unit of measuring labor power, from Angola to the Caribbean. 89 The paisa to India was a measure of potential labor, not of individuals. For a slave to qualify as a paisa, he had to be a young adult male meeting certain specifications as to size, physical condition, and health. The very young, the old, and females were defined for commercial purposes as fractional parts of a paisa to India. The measure was convenient for Spanish imperial economic planning, where the need was a given amount of labor power, not a given number of individuals. 90. These developments reveal early capitalism as very real and modern indeed. The shift from land productivity to labor productivity revealed a new law of value. But this new law was more than a valuation premised on abstract social labor. It implied a second dialectical moment, abstract social nature. For humans are unevenly exploited by, and appropriated for, capital. The valuation of labor power inside commodity production implied and necessitated the devaluation of labor power outside commodity production. This dialectic of paid and unpaid work has given rise to multiple misrecognitions in Marxist political economy because human work is exploited and appropriated. Thus humans, alone among species, have found themselves unevenly exploited and appropriated by capital. All manner of racialized and gendered mediations suggestive of Shapiro's cultural fixes have served to normalize the appropriation of humanity's free gifts over the past 5 centuries. It turns out that capitalism itself practiced a form of human exceptionalism internalized even by many radical political economists that restricted our attention to labor power within the circuit of capital. This is a pillar of any analysis of capital accumulation. But taken too far, the framing of capitalist development in these terms alone produces an unduly narrow basis for understanding the combined and uneven geographies of accumulation. Every act of exploitation implies an even greater act of appropriation. What we see, from the earliest moments of the capitalist world ecology, is a law of value emerging through a double dialectic. The first is premised on exploitation, abstract social labor/capital and wage labor. The second is premised on appropriation, abstract social nature/capital and unpaid work/energy. This allowed for the historical combination of accumulation strategies, capitalization and appropriation. Through capitalization, labor productivity is advanced through the rising value composition of production. Through appropriation, labor productivity is advanced by seizing upon cheap natures, thereby reducing the value composition of production. The systemic formation of value relations occurred through a cascading series of small and large shifts in the Atlantic world after 1450. These shifts transcended the convenient boundaries of economy, culture, politics, and so forth. They favored a view of reality and a practice of material transformation that encouraged a mathematized and mechanical world praxis. At the same time, the emergence of a capitalist world praxis depended upon the explosive growth of commodity production and exchange after 1450, an expansion which was, nevertheless, quantitatively modest in the overall weight of the Atlantic world ecology for some time, and insufficient on its own to effect the rise of capitalism. The genius of early modern commodification in contrast to feudal Europe was its articulation with the appropriation of cheap natures, such that the scale and speed of landscape transformations outpaced the quantitative growth of commodification as such. This allowed labor productivity within a narrow sphere to rise dramatically. For it was on early capitalism's frontiers that the greatest combinations of mechanization and appropriation occurred. Was it so different later, with the arrival of the steam engine and coal's vertical frontier? What we are looking at, after 1450, is a process of transition through which new rules of reproduction emerged, and new stakes of the game were established, creating new logics of power and production. That is the magic of great historical transitions. These new rules and stakes of the game turned on commodification, whose radical expansions after 1450 turned on the symbolic and material abstractions of concrete labors into money capital and abstract labor. This was necessary for the transition from the appropriation of surplus product to the accumulation of surplus value. Necessary, but not sufficient. That this transition involved more than abstract social labor has long been recognized. There is a considerable literature, much of it written over the past decade, on primitive accumulation and the role of state power to secure the necessary conditions of the accumulation of capital. 91 But no combination of state violence and capitalist innovation in commodity production could produce the knowledges necessary to map, navigate, survey, and calculate the world. By calling this family of processes abstract social nature, we should not exaggerate. The Iberian pioneers excelled at cartography, natural history, and navigation in ways clearly different from the mathematizing and mechanizing procedures of 17th century science in Northern Europe. 92 We should be under no illusions that this initial phase of producing new knowledges resembles idiotypical models that conform to subsequent eras. But we might also take care not to understate the efficacy of Iberian empire building overseas, made possible through the new techniques of long-distance control. 93 These techniques made possible durable transoceanic empires heretofore unknown in world history. None of which suggests the autonomy of the intellectual sphere, but rather its constitutive role in forming a weak, but vast, law of value that took the globe as its theater. And for the value added of calling these processes abstract social nature? 3 reasons stand out. In the first instance, any conception of value as economically reductionist undermines our capacity to explain the rise of capitalism as a unity of power, capital, and nature. Second, historically speaking, it is difficult to sustain, on any consistent empirical basis, the a priori assertion of economic processes propelling the transition to capitalism. It seems to me that this is the inverse of Weberian approaches that insist on the capitalist spirit and its fondness for rationalization. Instead, we see in the 16th century a family of processes quasi-dependent on, and quasi-independent from each other that enabled a revolutionary configuration of commodification and appropriation. It is difficult for me to see the new measures of reality in accounting, timekeeping, mapping space, and externalizing nature as any less definitive in the process of transition than the new mechanizations of key commodity sectors. Rather, the cascading processes that facilitated but did not ensure the triumph of capitalism emerged sometimes from commodification, sometimes from imperial and state machineries, and sometimes from new modes of knowledge production. As so we are back to the world historical trinity of the rise of capitalism, abstract social labor, primitive accumulation, abstract social nature. Of course, each was implied in the others, and the world historical weight of each varied as this new world praxis formed in the 16th century. Finally, with abstract social nature we find a way out of the state-centric rendering of this process, brilliantly crystallized in Scott's 94 arguments on state simplifications and Foucault's wide-ranging discussions on governmentality and biopower. 95 If the production of abstract social natures has often been closely bound to imperial and state power, such political structures have hardly been independent of world accumulation. State and market-led simplifications reveal a process of remaking life activity in training a range of processes aimed at standardizing and geometrically encoding and mapping natures in the interests of facilitating capital accumulation. The unpaid work of women, nature, and colonies, in this perspective, are not merely plundered but actively created through symbolic praxis, political power, and capital accumulation. This process of active creation is signaled by the nexus, historical nature/abstract social nature/abstract social labor. In this sense, our reading of value establishes an interpretive basis for what we have seen in modern world history: worlds of landscapes, cultures, markets, states, and re/production that resemble and reproduce the radical simplifications immanent in the law of value. The law of value allows us to explain precisely what has been hidden in plain sight, the epoch-making transition in humanity's environment-making relations that began in the 16th century, and which have reached a limit today. A world ecological reading of value relations illuminates these limits as relationally constituted through capitalism, itself producer/product in the web of life. The law of value, in this approach, becomes a methodological premise that permits the excavation of capitalism's foundational logic. This logic encodes labor productivity as the overarching metric of wealth, inverting the long-standing primacy of land productivity in pre-modern civilizations, and mobilizes the rest of nature in the service of labor productivity. Value relations, understood solely in terms of abstract social labor, cannot explain this long-run mobilization of unpaid work/energy outside the circuit of capital. Nor do the state and science work as external factors, practically independent of capital accumulation. State, science, and capital constitute a singular process, shaped by a double imperative, to simplify natures, and to extend the domain of appropriation faster than the zone of exploitation. Marx's insight that soil fertility could act like fixed capital was no throwaway comment. It is an observation that speaks to capitalism's voracious appetite for non-capitalized natures, without which capital's labor productivity revolutions are unthinkable. Part 4. The Rise and Demise of Cheap Nature. Chapter 9. Cheap Labor, Time, Capital, and the Reproduction of Human Nature. By this policy of the squandering and destruction of man's productive forces, capitalism condemns itself. Deprived of the historical intake of labor value produced outside its sphere and of the principal brake on falling rates of profit, capitalism may well show itself to be too costly a mode of production to successfully mobilize, as it did at the outset, the productive forces, and therefore to guarantee progress. The coming final crisis would then be foreshadowed by the present situation. The dialectic of capitalization and appropriation turns, fundamentally, on the relations through which humans are re-produced. Thus the centrality of cheap labor power. Without it, accumulation breaks down. For Marx, the reproduction of labor power, which must incessantly be reincorporated into capital as its means of valorization, which cannot get free from capital, and whose enslavement to capital is only concealed by the variety of individual capitalists to whom it sells itself, forms, in fact, a factor in the reproduction of capital itself. Accumulation of capital is therefore multiplication of the proletariat. 1. To Marx's famous observation we may now add, the accumulation of capital is the multiplication of the proletariat is the appropriation of unpaid work/energy. In turning blood into capital, the capital relation unfolds the production of wealth as value, and the appropriation of unpaid work as the condition of value. Capitalism does this under definite geographical conditions. The regime of abstract social labor emerged even before large-scale industry under conditions of rapid geographical expansion. 3 But the implications of this relation go deeper than arguments about global expansion as pivotal to the rise of capitalism. 4 Abstract social labor does not create frontiers so much as it is a frontier process itself. That frontier is the boundary between commodified and uncommodified life, and capital moves across that boundary through the mapping and quantifying techniques of abstract social nature. For all the self-contained character of capital, the production of surplus value is not only the proletarianization of labor and the accumulation of capital, but the production of global spaces of appropriation. Marx has been frequently criticized for reducing the reproduction of labor power into the consumption of commodities. In the process, we are told, he ignored the contributions of unpaid work. 5 This does not seem to be entirely correct. In his classic discussion of the working day, Marx makes clear that any containment of the reproduction of labor power within the commodity system would quickly lead to rising labor costs and faltering accumulation. It would seem that the interest of capital itself points in the direction of a normal working day. 6 The longer the working day, and the more intensive the work, the greater the deterioration of human labor power. 7 Not for nothing is capitalism even before the era of large-scale industry the first system, to provide, the impetus for industrial pathology. 8 At first glance, such deterioration of labor power seems to run contrary to capital's self-interest, since used-up labor power must be replaced, an expensive proposition. 9 But, while the value of labor power includes the value of the commodities necessary for the reproduction of the worker, the value of these commodities is determined by a combination of capitalized and appropriated work of paid and unpaid work. Valorized labor power directly determines the value of the commodities necessary for the reproduction of the worker. At the same time, unpaid work in reproduction co-determines the socially necessary labor time that establishes the value of those commodities. This unpaid work/energy, as we have seen, is not limited to the household, but extends to the whole system of cheap nature. Necessary labor time is co-produced through capitalization and appropriation. Why co-produced? Because capital necessarily draws on zones of uncommodified work, the reproduction of labor power occurs only partly within the zone of commodity production and exchange. To sustain the full costs of household reproduction within the commodity system would quickly bring the accumulation process to a halt. Fully proletarian households are therefore quite rare in capitalism even today, limited almost entirely to well-paid professional workers. Historically, even in the heartlands of proletarianization, the reproduction of labor power has depended on all manner of unpaid work, or work remunerated at a level insufficient to reproduce labor power on its own. The last point is important, because we are dealing with relative degrees of unpaid work, shifting configurations of paid and unpaid work in the semi-proletarian household. 10 In early 20th century America, for example, half of all immigrant women in American cities at a time when immigrants were the majority in large cities took in paying boarders, an activity that included all manner of cleaning, cooking, and emotional labor. Indeed, even in mid-sized industrial towns such as Muncie, Indiana, about half of all working-class families cultivated small vegetable gardens as late as the 1920s. 11. There is a temptation to acknowledge this reality of abstract social labor as co-produced through capitalization and appropriation, and at the same time to deny that Marx recognized the problem. 12 And if it were entirely a matter of whether Marx was right or wrong, it would hardly be worth quibbling about. We would do well to attend to how Marx constructed the argument about the reproduction of labor power. For Marx consistently moves from general abstractions, such as production or population or exchange in general, towards successively more specific, or determinate, abstractions. 13 In an illuminating passage, Marx offers both a general and a determinate abstraction of labor, moving from the former to the latter. As useful activity directed to the appropriation of natural factors in one form or another, labor is a natural condition of human existence, a condition of material interchange between man and nature, quite independent of the form of society. On the other hand, the labor which posits exchange value is a specific social form of labor. 14. In Capital, we find Marx consistently moving from a pure model of capital accumulation towards more determinate abstractions. The argument in The Working Day offers an implicit theory of capitalism's tendency towards the underproduction of labor power and the non-market mechanisms for attenuating this contradiction. This is especially evident in his treatment of the reproduction of labor power. Marx's initial abstraction of labor power's value as defined by the value of commodities is subsequently modified by a new, historically determinate abstraction in which the zone of appropriation is central. 15 Here, latent layers of the reserve army of labor are crucial. 16 Having seized the vital forces of the people at their very roots, the degeneration of the industrial population is retarded only by the constant absorption of primitive and natural elements from the countryside. 17a. Movement later examined in Marx's famous discussion of primitive accumulation. Quoting Cairns with approval, Marx observes that if labor power can be supplied from foreign preserves, the duration of life becomes a matter of less moment than its productiveness while it lasts. It is accordingly a maxim of slave management, in slave-importing countries, that the most effective economy is that which takes out of the human chattel in the shortest space of time the utmost of exertion that it is capable of putting forth. 18. To which Marx adds, mudito nomini te fabula narrator. For slave trade, read labor market, for Kentucky and Virginia, Ireland, and the agricultural districts of England, Scotland, and Wales, for Africa, Germany. 19 For labor power, read nature. Marx makes the connection directly. Capital asks no questions about the length of life of labor power. What interests it is purely and simply the maximum of labor power that can be set in motion in a working day. It attains this objective by shortening the life of labor power, in the same way as a greedy farmer snatches more produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. 20. In the same way. Here is an insightful dialectical statement about how the capital relation unfolds through the oikias. As we saw in Chapter 3, the interdependent process of social metabolism turns on a singular but historically differentiated metabolism of human and extra-human natures. Here we can illuminate the symbolic violence of the Cartesian binary, obscuring the connective tissues between the shortening of the life of the worker, and the robbery of the soil. it is difficult to see these connective tissues in most green thought. Wake up any environmentalist in the middle of the night and ask, where do we see exhaustion and depletion? The answer is ready-made, in flora and fauna, in soils and resources. But what happens if we invert that answer, and begin from the standpoint of the worker's exhaustion, and the exhaustion of work systems? Such an inversion need not be anthropocentric. Through it, we may illuminate the unifying relations exhausting human and extra-human natures in the capitalist world ecology. If the exhaustion of the worker is paramount, we must ask a crucial question: who is the worker? Not just the wage worker, to be sure, but all life activity that works within capitalism's value relations. As we have seen, some of this work is formal, but much of it is not. A small share of it occurs within factories, offices, and stores, but most of it does not. We may revisit our two major forms of exhaustion: maxed out and wiped out, first encountered in Chapter 5. Most typical is the former. A given working population becomes maxed out when it can no longer deliver a rising stream of work/energy into or in support of the circuit of capital. The American working class today is not exhausted in the sense of imminent physical breakdown, it is exhausted in its capacity to deliver a rising volume of unpaid work to capital. Its potential for delivering unpaid work is maxed out. The proliferation of shifts, a second and third shift in paid and unpaid work, and the neoliberal extension of the work week give us reason to think that American workers cannot work much more, or much harder. Point 21. Such exhaustion also implicates our second, wiped out, moment. This is the specter of an absolute, not just relative, decline in work/energy flows. It can be seen in the sharp rise of mental health problems across the global north since the 1980s 22 and a cancer epidemic even after the major decline in cigarette smoking, and out of proportion to diagnostic advances. Point 23. What this means is straightforward: exhaustion takes many forms and cannot be reduced to biophysical breakdown. Beyond mounting health problems, one could also look at declining fertility, a baby strike of proletarian women across the North Atlantic in recent decades, and now extending to industrialized East Asia. Point 24. This suggests that over the course of an accumulation cycle, the relations of reproduction, which were once outside the cash nexus, become progressively moneized. Reproduction becomes channeled through commodity relations, and the share, but not necessarily the mass, of unpaid work declines or stagnates. Human nature becomes increasingly capitalized in the old centers of production. That capitalization is hardly without its class politics. The struggle over the terms of the reproduction of labor power assumes increased salience. Capital becomes increasingly dependent on the commodified, rather than the uncommodified, reproduction of life. Once again we see the tendency of the ecological surplus to fall. Its most obvious indicator is the rising price of the big four inputs. Labor, food, energy, and raw materials become more and more expensive. Point 25. The four cheaps stop being cheap. This usually does not happen all at once, although this is what we have seen since 2003. The point at which the four cheaps stop becoming cheaper and start becoming dear is the signal crisis of a phase of capitalism. Such crises signal the exhaustion of an accumulation regime. For neoliberal capitalism, this signal crisis, far more important than the near meltdown of the financial system in 2008, began around 2003. Since then, the ecological surplus has been falling, with few signs of an impending reversal. The greatest commodity frontiers have already been exhausted, while the mass of capital continues to rise. The cyclical resolution of such overaccumulation crises defined by a rising mass of surplus capital that cannot be reinvested profitably has depended upon the cyclical restoration of the four cheaps. The falling ecological surplus is therefore closely linked to the contraction of profitable opportunities for investment in the real economy. Cheap oil, or cheap labor, or cheap metals, make possible new innovations such as the railroad and steam engine, or the automobile in their respective eras. The production systems, urban spaces, and infrastructural development implied by these new machines absorb gigantic volumes of surplus capital. Indeed, the extraordinary history of successive industrializations in the North Atlantic between 1790 and 1960 spanning the First, Second, and Fourth industrial revolutions can be told through the ways these epochal inventions reworked the global oikos and enabled rising contribution of unpaid work/energy. Intriguingly, the information technology revolution of the past 40 years has been manifestly inadequate in delivering new stream of work/energy, absorbing surplus capital, or advancing labor productivity. 26 In making possible those great waves of industrialization, the four cheaps are central to the resolution of recurrent overaccumulation crises in historical capitalism. Consequently, the cyclical end of the four cheaps, in successive accumulation cycles, corresponds to a growing mass of surplus capital with no place to go. The exhaustion of commodity frontiers and the slowed growth of system-wide unpaid work is consequently linked strongly to the peculiar forms of financialization that have emerged since the 1970s. As accumulation in the real economy falters, a rising share of capital gravitates towards financial rather than productive activities. 27 At some point, of course, these financialized bets on the future must pay off or the player must go broke. The ecological surplus, the declining relative contribution of unpaid work to capital accumulation, can decline for several reasons. Among these, 5 are especially salient. One is that the cash nexus, under conditions of modern territorialism and the extension of abstract social nature, tends to disorganize pre-capitalist arrangements of power and production. Sometimes this disorganization comes in the form of colonialism, as when the Spanish colonial restructuring of 17th-century Peru disorganized village life. 28 Such disorganizations are a cyclical phenomena of the capitalist world ecology. They were still in play 3 centuries later, in colonial Africa, as capitalist development induced a shift from rotating to irreversible migration. 29 The class struggle itself is a second vector of the falling ecological surplus. Working classes have tended to demand a family wage along with demands for socializing the costs of reproduction, in healthcare, old age pensions, and education especially. 30 This had the effect of locking in capital to higher reproduction costs, especially in the global north since the 1970s. 31 Since then, we have also seen the rise of environmental movements across the world, our third vector. These movements have pushed states to limit pollution, and to clean up the costs of previous pollution. This is the weakest of our vectors until now, because it has been possible until now to defer costs in time, to the next generation, and to displace costs over space, from north to south. It is arguably the strongest vector of rising costs in the decades ahead, an issue we explore in the next chapter. A fourth factor is the tendency of radical simplification strategies, such as monoculture, to remove nutrients from agroecosystems, and to produce pest and weed-friendly environments. This tends towards rising energy and toxic inputs, which are themselves increasingly costly. Finally, the falling ecological surplus also implicates the depletion of energy and mineral sources, which, as in agriculture, tend to call forth increasingly costly and toxic inputs. If the declining relative contribution of unpaid work is such a problem, why then does capital tolerate, and at times strongly encourage, the capitalization of reproduction? On balance, capital does so for two big reasons. First, to bring reproduction processes into the circuit of capital allows for particular capitalist agencies to gain short-run gains in the competitive struggle for shares of world surplus value. A firm needs a regular supply of labor power no less than raw materials. Second, at a systemic level, the commodification of labor power, especially during periods of stagnation, increases the consumption of commodities. 32 The commodification of food is obviously central here, and the neoliberal experience of forced underconsumption is scarcely at odds with food's marketization. Labor power is instructive, because it challenges us to think through the differentiated unities of capitalism in nature. Capitalism, as Marx suggests, exhausts the soil and the worker through a singular, if uneven, relation. While such exhaustion is absurd, it is not irrational. Over the middle run of a half-century, Capitalizing reproduction costs tends to maximize unpaid work. Beyond a half-century, the relative share of unpaid work begins to stagnate, then declines. The capitalized composition of nature rises. The ecological surplus falls. Two consequences ensue: the reproduction costs for capital rise, and capital flows towards new labor frontiers. While it would seem that the interest of capital itself points in the direction of sustainable reproduction regimes, capital's short-termism and the flexibility of socio-ecological reproduction propel serialized boom-slash-bust sequences in capitalist history premised on the exhaustive tendencies of capitalization and appropriation. These contradictions are attenuated through the distinctive temporal rhythms of commodity production and socio-ecological reproduction. While the time of paid work is linear and clock-oriented, the unpaid work of household reproduction is grounded in recurring rhythms and patterns of activities that are often cyclical rather than linear, task-based instead of clock-based, and embedded in meaning. 33 Capital seizes upon the flexibility of reproductive work up to a point. It can be molded around the disciplines of abstract time as it invades everyday life, and encompasses more and more work within the logic of abstract social labor. But such flexibility is not infinite. The real working day of paid and unpaid work cannot be extended without limit. Commodity production works on a very short time frame. At its longest, this is the business cycle. Of course, production cycles are even shorter, and have become more so in recent decades, manifested in a profusion of flexible forms of capitalist production. 34 As Melissa Wright has shown, 35 such flexibilization was premised on the rapid appropriation and subsequent exhaustion of women workers across the global south. The disposable third world woman worker became a pillar of cheap labor in the neoliberal era. 36 As early as the 1970s, 30% of South Korean women workers had a 15-hour or even longer day. Disablement as a result of work accidents increased by an annual average of 17%. 37 This was not, of course, a novel development. SECOM charts a similar trajectory for women and children in the industrializing regions of 19th century England and France. 38 What Wright and SECOM highlight is the historically transient character of cheap labor commodity frontiers. At some point, the flexibility of unpaid reproductive work no longer suffices to sustain a rising ecological surplus. The implication is banal, but bears emphasis after the great doubling of the world's workforce since 1990. 39 Cheap labor power is not an eternal condition of capitalist civilization. The provision of labor power and unpaid work is not merely a social question, but a world ecological question. The value of labor power is directly bound up with the unpaid work of humans and the rest of nature. The connection between human labor power and extra-human work is not distant but intimate, dialectical, immediate. 40. In place of a Cartesian optic, the exploitation of labor and nature. 41 I would begin with two forms of labor in nature. One is paid work within the commodity system. The other is unpaid work outside direct commodity production but within the capitalist division of labor. A method premised on the double internality allows us to unify these distinctive moments. Whenever we consider labor, we do best to move immediately to consider nature in labor, and back again. Labor in nature is nature in labor. Work is a co-production of the human and the rest of nature. It is indeed a metabolism, as Marx suggests. And this metabolism takes the form of the law of value as connective historical process sustained through regimes of abstract social labor and abstract social nature, reproduced through relations of capitalization and appropriation. This contradictory relation has been one of burning the candle at both ends. On one side we find the production time of capital, on the other side, the reproduction time of life. This strategy works so long as there are plenty of candles to burn, and so long as making new candles is easy. For the lifeblood of capitalism is the life activity of reproducing human beings who can become workers. If this does not occur cheaply, but instead becomes more expensive, the very basis of value commodified labor power becomes a problem. Here the intergenerational reproduction of labor power enters the stage. Considering the era of the Industrial Revolution, SECOM observes how Industrial capitalism in the moment of its triumphant breakthrough here revealed its darker side. Private capitalists, under the whip of competition, displayed a ruinous indifference to the most elementary preconditions of the proletariat's life: reproduction, and above all, to women, forced to try to reconcile the antagonistic demands of the daily and generational cycles of labor power. 42. Has it been so different in the long 20th century? This whip of competition occurs both in production and in the market. It imposes a time discipline on all capitalist production, but extends far beyond production. Capital's commitment to labor productivity as the metric of wealth reveals capitalism as a temporal regime, a system committed to the annihilation of space by time. 43. The annihilation of space, to be sure, but also the annihilation of life activity by abstract time, the drive to compel all life activity to work on the rhythms of capital. The advent of what Thompson calls industrial time. 44, which precedes the Industrial Revolution by several centuries, was not just a factory-based phenomenon. It was equally a family phenomenon, and both factory and family transformations were linked tightly with the sugar plantation system, itself organized on industrial time. In 19th century Britain, food choices were reckoned partly in terms of available time, and not solely in terms of relative cost. Division of labor within the family shaped the evolution of British food preferences. A wife's leaving the house to earn a wage had a restrictive effect on the family diet, even though her work might increase the family income. There seems no doubt that to sugar and its byproducts the saving of time, exhausting jobs it offered women and children. The decline of bread baking at home was representative of the shift from a traditional cooking system, costly in fuels and in time, toward convenience eating. Sweetened preserves, which could be left standing indefinitely without spoiling and without refrigeration, which were cheap and appealing to children, and which tasted better than more costly butter with store-purchased bread, outstripped or replaced porridge, much as tea had replaced milk. In practice, the convenience foods freed the wage-earning wife from 1 or even 2 meal preparations per day, meanwhile providing large numbers of calories to all her family. 45. Feminist scholars have frequently suggested the centrality of the contradiction between the reproduction time of life and the reproduction time of capital. But its implications have yet to be extended to capitalism in the web of life. If we are to grasp the temporal contradiction between life and capital as a limit of capitalist civilization, then we can no longer stay within the nature/society binary. It becomes impossible to say that external nature is the limit of civilization for the very good reason that such limits are co-produced by humans within nature as a whole. Nature is co-produced. Capitalism is co-produced. Limits are co-produced. If the great concern of environmental historians has, to this point, been space. 46, it is now possible to consider space in time. Hence, the centrality of work. Central to the law of value is the drive to reduce socially necessary turnover time of capital to zero, an ambition that comes closest to reality in the high-frequency currency trading of the 21st century. This drive to reduce the turnover time of capital to zero is, in fact, a pivotal moment in the environmental history of capitalism, reaching beyond the domains of production, exchange, transportation, and communication. 47. The annihilation of space by time transforms all life and space within the law of value's gravitational pull. Consider, for instance, the factory farming revolution in meat production. This revolution affected the transition from the 73-day chicken in 1955 to the 42-day chicken in 1995 in North America. 48. Perhaps even more dramatically, we can see this revolution in the transformation of pork production in China, where the 12-month pig in 1978 had become a 6-month pig by 2011. 49. Here the factory as environment is on full display. 50. Is it so different for human workers? The danger is to see factory farming as an environmental question and factory production as a social question. But such dualism simply obscures too many questions in capitalism's production of time, space, and nature. The transition from Fordist to neoliberal meatpacking in the United States. We may recall the 19th century origins of the modern assembly line in American meatpacking. 51 was a transition from well-paid and reasonably safe work to low-paid and highly dangerous work after 1980. This transformation not only rendered meatpacking the most dangerous industrial job in America, but radically undermined food safety, as outbreaks of bacterial contamination proliferated. 52 Given the centrality of cheap labor power, we might also point out the centrality of Latino immigrants in the neoliberal meatpacking sector. The delivery of this cheap labor was made possible by a two-pronged class offensive. One was carried out within national boundaries, resulting in the simultaneous destruction of the agrarian petite bourgeoisie and industrial working class power. 53 In this case, the medium-sized family pork farmers and highly organized meatpacking workers. 54 The other movement of class struggle assumed a neocolonial and neoliberal character, as Mexico's agrarian order was progressively destabilized, especially after 1994. The annihilation of space by time and its coordinates in the new configuration of space-time and time-space signals the accumulation of capital, the pursuit of power, and the co-production of nature, all at the same time. This acceleration of historical change, the time-space compression of life and space. 55 is hardly of recent vintage. It was part and parcel of the rise of capitalism. 56 The rise of abstract time was central. The annihilation of space by time could occur only when temporality could be grasped as an independent variable. 57 Independent of what? In the first instance, independent of land productivity as the basis of civilization. When power resided in the control of land, as in feudal Europe or Song China, civilizational time was the time of the seasons, of sowings and harvests, births and deaths, of cataclysms and festivals. 58 It was an irregular sort of time. Even here, we should remember that women and men, in power and in everyday life, actively co-produced time. They were not passive subjects of natural cycles. Nevertheless, the influence of the latter was strong, and in such civilizations, either the capacity or the motivation to create abstract time was lacking. Those capacities and motivations would begin to shift in 14th century Europe. The first mechanical clocks appeared at the end of the 13th century, and over the long 14th century crisis, clocks would become a feature of everyday life in urban industrial Europe. This transition from clocks to clock time was indeed novel. This was less a matter of technology than of techniques. A clock is clock. It becomes clock time, converging technology, power, and nature, only under definite circumstances. 59. A civilization premised on money and labor time called forth a very different kind of time. On balance, European feudalism remained in the pre-modern pattern of boom and bust, premised on dynamics of land productivity, frontier expansion, and lord-peasant relations. But it was also a civilization premised on an extraordinary fragmentation of power and wealth. This allowed for new concentrations of proletarianization and manufacturing, especially from the later 13th century, that prefigured the rise of capitalism. Great clothing towns such as Douai, Ypres, or Brussels, one vast factory, with bells regulating the start and end of the working day. 60 By the early 14th century, bell time would retreat before the rapid advance of clock time. This was still something short of abstract time, but it was also something increasingly removed from the agrarian time of the 10th century. By the middle of the 14th century, the uniform hour of 60 minutes soon, the day as the fundamental unit of labor time in the textile industry. The new, time-segmented working day became the object of intense class struggles during the protracted feudal crisis. 61 Indeed, it is in this era of epochal crisis that we find the origins of the idea of labor productivity with its sensibility that time is money. 62. By the end of the 14th century, clock time, with its 60-minute hours, was firmly established in the major urbanized areas of Western Europe, replacing the day as the basic unit of time. 63 And if the first stirrings of abstract time had originated in monasteries, by 1370 at least in France clock time was relentlessly secularized. The new time, the time of the state 64. What distinguished this new time was not simply its linearity and regularity, but the ways in which time was represented as exterior to life. 65. The clock did for time what Renaissance perspective did for space. It dissociate time from human events and create the belief in an independent world of mathematically measurable sequences. 66. By the advent of the long 16th century, the outward thrust of European capitalists and states fused clock time with merchants' time in its broader sense. 67. We began to see new forms of world time, abstract time that were more than merely a means of keeping track of the hours. Abstract time became a means of synchronizing the actions of men and nature. 68. In a new tapestry of money, commodity production, and state power. This revolution in time. 69. Underpinned early capitalism's revolution in space, and the sharp acceleration of landscape change that occurred after 1450. This acceleration is rooted in the historical relation of value as a utopian project, which has real-world correspondence in the acceleration of environmental change, hence the importance of capital's correspondence project. This project, as we have seen, seeks to reduce the time of life to the time of accumulation. This is obviously impossible. Nevertheless, the desire for instantaneous capitalism animates the grim compulsions of world accumulation. It is, then, not only the radical simplification of landscapes and other natures that reveals the law of value at work, it is also the drive to make the time of nature ever closer to the time of capital. This is capitalism's correspondence project, through which capital seeks to remake reality in its own image, and according to its own rhythms. Agricultural landscapes become exhausted because capital must extract unpaid work faster than agroecological relations can reproduce themselves. Working classes become exhausted because capital must extract surplus labor as fast as possible. Particular capitalists might gain in the process, but over time, capital as a whole suffers because the system-wide capitalization of reproduction costs proceeds apace. The share of unpaid work declines. The ecological surplus falls. The rise and demise of cheap nature, the neoliberal moment. Can the tendency of the ecological surplus to fall be seen during the neoliberal era? We may recall that a high world ecological surplus represents a ratio of low capitalization to high appropriation. This is a necessary condition for the revival of accumulation. The neoliberal boom that commenced after 1983 was accompanied or preceded by a significant cyclical decline in food, energy, and resource prices. Commodity prices for food declined 39% and metals by half between 1975 and 1989. Meanwhile, oil stabilized by 1983, for the next 20 years, at a price per barrel about twice that of the post-war era. 70. But it was not only extra-human natures that became cheap. The 1980s revival of accumulation also turned on cheap labor. This entailed an accumulation regime that could supply both paid and unpaid work in sufficient volumes to restore accumulation. In formal terms, re-establishing cheap labor meant reducing the value of labor power. This was not easy to accomplish. There were 5 key dimensions of the neoliberal project to restore cheap labor after 1973. The first was wage repression. Bourgeoisies across the global north began to organize as a class, and moved aggressively against trade unions following the 1974 to 1975 recession. 71 Wage repression was especially important as labor productivity growth sagged in the 1970s, a deceleration that increasingly looks permanent. 72 Second, the falling rate of profit in American industry induced both by labor's class power and the rising organic composition of capital led American and other capitalists to move rapidly towards the global factory in the 1970s. 73 This was a tectonic shift in world history that entailed the simultaneous deindustrialization of core zones and the rapid industrialization of the global south. 74 Third, the global factory depended upon the great global enclosure that commenced in the early 1980s. 75 These global enclosures, realized through structural adjustment programs and market liberalization, restructured agrarian class relations worldwide, dispossessing hundreds of millions of peasants. Worldwide. In China alone, some 200 to 300 million migrants moved from countryside to city. 76 This new global proletariat dwarfed any that had come before it. In concert with the opening of Russia, China, and India to the world market, the world proletariat doubled after 1989. 77 This great doubling represented an even greater expansion of the female proletariat, adding paid work on top of unpaid work on an unprecedented scale. Neoliberal proletarianization was, in this reckoning, an unprecedented global expansion of Hochschild's second shift. 78 Finally, and almost universally ignored by environmentalists, cheap labor was made possible through a new regime of forced underconsumption, manifested in wage repression in the north and declining well-being across the south. 79 By 2003, the world ecological surplus stopped rising, and began to decline. Registered by the slow then fast-moving, commodity boom, this was the signal crisis of neoliberalism as a way of organizing nature. This expression of crisis signals the beginning of a cyclical contraction of the ecological surplus. Its clearest indicator was the rising price of metals, energy, and food commodity prices. But this was not just any commodity boom, not least because of its unusual durability. Although past its peak in terms of prices, it remains a boom in the sense that prices remain considerably above their 1980 to 2000 averages. What does this seemingly endless commodity boom indicate? At a minimum, the peculiar character of this boom, which included more primary commodities, lasted longer, and saw more price volatility than any previous commodity boom in modern world history. Indicates an exhaustion of neoliberalism's cheap nature strategy. Notably, neoliberalism's strategies for reducing the Big Four input prices began to falter at least 5 years prior to the financial events of 2008. Economists talk of this very long commodity boom as a supercycle, a decades-long increase in basic commodity prices. But so far, they have invoked an abstract world of scarcity. 81 Rather than consider the possibility that today's supercycle represents a historical limit to capitalism's longue-durée regime of cheap nature. Suggestive of such co-produced limits is the erosion of cheap labor. In other words, the signal crisis of neoliberalism is not merely a question of extra-human natures reflected in the commodity boom, but of human nature too. In China, real wages increased 300% between 1990 and 2005.82 Manufacturing wages grew 6 times faster than the rate of inflation, and unit labor costs rose 85% between 2000 and 2011.83. Rising unit labor costs are all the more peculiar given the spectacular increase in labor productivity. Output per Chinese worker grew 7.2% annually between 1993 and 2013.84. Meanwhile, the usual strategy of moving to cheap labor frontiers, seeking new streams of unpaid work in support of low-wage workers, is in motion, but with diminishing returns. Within China, the government's Go West policy, which aimed to attract industry to the interior, has narrowed labor costs between interior and coastal regions to a surprisingly paltry wage differential. 85 Rural to urban migration has slowed considerably in recent years. 86 By 2012, per capita foreign investment in Cambodia moved ahead of China. 87 But Cambodia is much smaller than China, which is part of the broader problem. The frontiers are shrinking at the very moment when capital needs ever greater commodity frontiers to resolve the overaccumulation problem. Meanwhile, the very information and communication technologies that have made possible global production are now also being used in the class struggle. Workers in Cambodia today have begun syndical action after only a few years, not after 25. There are strikes and pressure for higher wages and benefits, which they are receiving. This of course reduces the value for the multinationals of moving to Cambodia, or Myanmar, or Vietnam, or the Philippines. It now turns out that the savings of moving from China are not all that great. 88. The ongoing erosion of cheap labor is not exclusively an East Asian story. Less well understood, but no less significant, is the transition across the global north to a second shift wage work plus unpaid reproductive labor. This transition enacted and embodied one of the last great commodity frontiers of historical capitalism. Unpaid household work has been a pillar of endless commodification since the 16th century. 89 In the global north, and especially in North America, after 1970 we witnessed the accelerated proletarianization of women. This marked the demise of the Fordist one-income family and the rise of the flexible two-income household. This 1970s acceleration had been prefigured by Soviet developmentalism 90 and also by the fast entry of American women into paid work since the 1930s. 91 These, too, were commodity frontiers, marked by the progressive commodification of work potential and the progressive appropriation of nature's free gifts. Hence the imposition of multiple shifts, and the double squeeze on women's time via the simultaneously operating pressures of capitalization and appropriation. Even as early as the mid-1960s a growing number of married American women had traded in their 55-hour work week at home for the 76-hour work week at home and work. 92 If this were all as in Hochschild's 93 rendering of the commodity frontier, there would be little to add. What the theory of the commodity frontier illuminates is not only the pattern of successively paired commodifying/appropriating movements, but the finite opportunities inscribed in each such movement. In the United States, the extraordinarily rapid increase in mothers' labor force participation 50% between 1975 and 1995-94 was not only a powerful moment of neoliberal wage repression while maintaining effective demand, it was also a one-shot deal. The commodity frontier is a one-way ticket. Frontiers, once appropriated and commodified, are no longer frontiers. They do, however, move on, as we have seen in the rollout of the proletarian relation for women across the global south since the 1980s. 95. Conclusion. The appropriation of unpaid domestic labor and extra human nature's bounty. Both unpaid work is not a residual of real production in capitalism. Rather, the cyclical and relentless expansion of the zone of appropriation of unpaid work is, along with the revolutionizing of commodity production, the decisive requirement of accumulation. The imperative faced by capital to expand the zone of unpaid work faster than the capitalization of the oikios is the historical basis through which capitalist power lumped together the epoch-making appropriations of women, nature, and colonies. 96 Without women, nature, and colonies, a stylized list, to be sure accumulation falters. The appropriation of devalued work must necessarily outweigh the capitalization of work, lest the costs of the big four inputs begin to rise, and opportunities for accumulation through commodity production and exchange begin to decline. The possibility of the end of cheap labor can only be adequately understood through the central systemic nexus of the capitalist division of labor, the relation between food and labor power. To this we now turn. Chapter 10. The Long Green Revolution. The Life and Times of Cheap Food in the Long 20th Century. The road to the modern world has been paved with cheap food. Cheap food was, of course, always cheap food for some. Even during neoliberalism's era of low commodity prices, close to one-third of humanity suffered from some form of malnutrition. 1 As Arrighi quips, there has been only one food regime. The others. Hunger regimes. 2. Cheap food has been a recurrent condition for the revival of accumulation in successive eras of capitalism. Neoliberalism was no exception. The cheapest food in world history was realized after the crises of the 1970s. Cheap food, in concert with strategies that restabilized energy, raw materials, and labor power, enabled the revival of accumulation that began in the early 1980s. The commodity boom of 2003-2012 led by a tightly linked food/fuel nexus 3 signaled the erosion of these four cheaps and the ensuing collapse of investment opportunities. For this reason, the commodity boom represents the signal crisis of neoliberalism. A signal crisis announces the tipping point in the regime's capacity to appropriate unpaid work/energy, in other words, to deliver strategic inputs in a way that reduces, rather than increases, the system-wide costs of production. What remains to be seen is whether the present conjuncture is exclusively a tipping point of neoliberal capitalism, or if the exhaustion of the four cheaps also signals the exhaustion of the longue durée regime of cheap nature. What is cheap food? more calories produced with less average labor time in the commodity system. In this context, more calories and less labor time refers to the long-run trend, more and more calories, less and less socially necessary labor time. The price of food is so important because it conditions the value of labor power. Capitalist agriculture has not only increased productivity and reduced the wage bill, but made possible the dynamic pairing of proletarianization and rising productivity. It has done so by setting free peasants and others once tied to the land, at the same time as it has reduced the cost of labor power, which facilitates a rising rate of exploitation even in the absence of significant technical advance. Capitalism and the centrality of cheap food. The relation between capitalism and agriculture has been a remarkable one. Unlike previous civilizations, capitalism organized a series of extraordinary expansions of the food surplus premised on rising labor productivity. We call these expansions agricultural revolutions. Pre-capitalist civilizations could and did effect significant expansions of the food surplus. But they were not premised on a state and market-enforced productivity model. Consequently, the golden ages of these civilizations invariably turned to crisis so long as cultivation remained in the hands of peasants, who could not be dispossessed for their low productivity. In contrast, capitalism achieved its long-run expansion by imposing bourgeois property relations on the countryside, compelling the transition from peasant-producer to capitalist farmer. With the transition to capitalism, the new property relations propelled a process of dispossession and differentiation that enabled rising labor productivity in agriculture and a rising food surplus. There have certainly been non-capitalist modes of cultivation that have achieved very high levels of food production with very modest effort. Where an average worker hour in English agriculture around 1,800 yielded about 2,600 calories, dominated by milk and wheat, around the same time, the average worker hour in Brazilian Swidden agriculture, centered on manioc, maize, and sweet potatoes, yielded 7,000 to 17,600 calories. 4 But nowhere was rising labor productivity in agriculture realized over such a long durée, and over such vast geographies, until the rise of capitalism. 5 This rising agricultural productivity was shaped and reinforced by agrarian class structures that expelled superfluous populations from the land. It was the essential condition for creating vast reservoirs of cheap labor power, and vast agricultural surpluses to keep this labor fed, and relatively cheap. From the Dutch and English agricultural revolutions of the early modern era, to the family farm and green revolutions of the 19th and 20th centuries, the bloody expropriations of capital have justified themselves on the basis of this signal achievement. Agricultural revolutions accomplished two big things. First, they yielded a quantum leap in the food surplus, a surplus because the expanded body of use values is sufficiently large to drive down the system-wide costs of reproducing labor power. The connection with the world proletariat is crucial. The cost of working-class reproduction is strongly conditioned by the price of food. One means of extracting surplus value more effectively is therefore the reduction of the value of food, and reducing the value composition of food works not only through the exploitation of labor power, but also through the appropriation of unpaid work/energy. This is the real historical specificity of cheap food. Second, agricultural revolutions have been central to the successive rise of the Dutch, British, and American hegemonies in capitalism. Food and agriculture is about world power no less than world accumulation. Hegemonies are ecological projects, and each great power wove together internal and external agricultural revolutions in the drive to world primacy. It is difficult to see these two accomplishments in the history of neoliberalism. Historically, ascendant hegemonic powers have led an agricultural revolution that yielded a quantum leap in the delivery of cheap food to a critical mass of the world proletariat: the Dutch in the 16th and 17th centuries, the English in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Americans in the 19th and 20th centuries. 6 These revolutions were, in Origi's sense of the term, organizational revolutions. 7 Unfolding at multiple scales and extending from innovations in the forces of production to class formation to new forms of credit and transport. Not only has the neoliberal era been characterized by a progressive slowing of agricultural productivity growth, we can see on the horizon signs of an unprecedented reversal. Is the neoliberal world order in the midst of a signal but not yet terminal crisis, leading capitalism towards what Brodel once called an agricultural revolution in reverse? 8. In this, the longest chapter of this book, we will chart the rise and systemic unraveling today of the cheap food model that has made the modern world possible. Until the late 20th century, every epoch-making economic miracle rested upon an epoch-making agricultural revolution sufficient not merely to feed itself, but also to lead the world. Each world hegemony provided a new model of agricultural development. The Dutch Republic was the mecca of agricultural knowledge for Europe in the 17th century. 9 Later, the English and then the Americans would dispense, by means fair and foul, their agronomic wisdom to the rest of the world in the 19th and 20th centuries. 10 If we are indeed confronting a crisis of the American model of global agriculture, the successive transformations of the long green revolution that began in the 1930s 11, then the crisis of American hegemony and crisis of world agriculture may be much more tightly connected than usually supposed. The two revolutions of industrial agriculture. From the American West to the long green revolution. We may recall from Chapter 5 the developmental crisis of the long 18th century. The whole of Europe and England especially saw food prices rise and real wages fall sharply between the 1740s and the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815.12. From this developmental crisis emerged a new way of organizing capitalist agriculture, industrial agriculture. England's 17th century agricultural revolution. Our classic frame of reference was not simply the expression of convertible husbandry, new drainage systems, new class structures, new property relations, and so forth. These could do their epical work only on the basis of a double movement of geographical expansion. The first was an inner conversion of nitrogen-rich pasture into arable land, opening a nitrogen frontier internal to England. 13 The second was an outer conversion of the English Caribbean into sugar plantation monocultures. English, then British, capitalism thrived on the basis of this double movement. The Industrial Revolution took shape on its basis, the first movement issuing labor surpluses, 14 the second, capital surpluses. 15. By 1760, this agricultural revolution was showing signs of exhaustion, especially within England. Per acre yield growth stagnated after mid-century. Most European agriculture experienced the same. Was this a case of soil exhaustion, not enough nutrients to sustain rising productivity? Yes and no. Capitalist agriculture tends to exhaust the soil, though this varies enormously by crop and soil type. So soil structure and nutrient composition is always in play whenever we see a faltering agricultural model. At the same time, our best guide to interpreting the late 18th century agricultural impasse, one with striking parallels to our present conjuncture, is to examine the exhaustion of the English agricultural revolution as a double internality. For Pomerans, the impasse is best understood as one of socio-ecological organization rather than a narrow problem of resource depletion. Per acre and total yields from arable land remain flat and the threat of decline constant, until Britain began mining, importing, and later synthesizing fertilizer mostly after 1850. The English studied continental practices, classical agricultural manuals, and their own experiments very intently. Much of what they learned about how best to maintain soil fertility while increasing yields was not actually applied in England, because it involved highly labor-intensive methods, and English capitalist farmers were intent on labor cost minimization and profit maximization. The methods they adopted instead, which raised labor productivity, represented a fundamental break with much of the literature on best farming practices and actually interfered with preserving soil fertility in many cases. 16. This was no case of natural limits. Rather, what appeared as a biophysical impasse was itself a co-produced limit of capitalist relations. Pomeranz's explanation focuses on the calculations of capitalist farmers, but may be reinterpreted from the standpoint of capital as a whole. Until off-farm phosphates became available after the Napoleonic Wars 17, the only way to significantly raise land yields was through labor intensification. To some degree, this course was followed, as work hours increased sharply in both countryside and city during the second half of the 18th century. 18 What is most striking about the general pattern more hours worked with no change in per capita consumption is that it was most pronounced in agriculture, where hours during the labor-intensive planting and harvest seasons were already long. 19 The solution highlighted by Pomeranz one that would have gone against the grain of labor cost minimization was the one thing on which British capitalism could not compromise. For such a turn would have moved labor back into agriculture at the moment such labor supplies were most needed, to propel both the industrialization drive and to meet the manpower demands of the war. How, then, was cheap food restored after 1815? In a word, America. The first industrial agriculture. The 19th century restoration of cheap food occurred through a combination of productivity and plunder, new technical innovations, such as the steamship, railroads, and mechanization, combined with an extraordinary frontier movement across North America. 20 The breadbasket of capitalism would migrate, from Europe to the United States. This was an extraordinary development in human history. No civilization had relocated its agroecological heartland from one continent to another. This transition was the work of the first 19th century, an era of profound chaos and restructuring during which a new configuration of town and country emerged, dripping with blood and dirt. 21 Peasants across the Atlantic world revolted against a worldwide surge of primitive accumulation, from Pugachev's revolt in Russia to a series of backcountry rebellions in North America. 22 Aimed at deepening capital's hegemony over transatlantic agricultures. Nowhere was this more significant than in the nascent United States, whose modern political form takes shape through the constitutional settlement of 1789, prompted by Shays' Rebellion. For the creation of a strong centralized state was fundamental to the creation of a regime of abstract social nature codified through successive Northwest ordinances in the 1780s that ensured the expanded reproduction of bourgeois property across the continent. 23 Thus do the class struggle, political geography, and agricultural revolution form an organic whole in successive eras of capitalist development. Industrial and agricultural revolutions therefore unfold together, however unevenly. The full flower of English industrialization occurred just as the American Midwest became capitalism's newest breadbasket. There was a distinctive vortex of nature, capital, and cultivation at the dawn of this new, American-led, agricultural revolution. By the 1840s, European settlers finally broke the matted grasses with a steel plow, invented and manufactured by John Deere. The plow was drawn by animals, more like European farming than that of indigenous people. The draft animals of settlers and, the cattle herded by cowboys, filled the niche of the slaughtered native buffalo. Both exotic crops and animals had to be fenced. Lacking wood in the treeless plains, fencing awaited the invention of barbed wire. Dwellings, required the import of lumber. Plows, land, animals, materials to construct and enclose farms, all came from outside the farm and even the region. Cash was therefore scarcer and more pressing than natural fertility. Transplanted exotic humans were compelled from the beginning to grow and sell as much as possible. Mining the nutrients accumulated by nature over thousands of years, settler farmers, cowboys, and ranchers could sell the products of transplanted species back to the Old World at cut-rate prices. However, soil that is not renewed is depleted. Settlers were more deeply embedded in markets than in the earthly cycles of the Great Plains. 24. These earthly cycles were, however, not abolished but joined in a new synthesis. The history of agriculture is a co-productive, world ecological affair, a history of how humans make the rest of nature, and of how nature makes human organization. That such co-production is regularly forgotten, in the myth of humanity's separation from nature, is an accomplishment of the cheap food regime, by linking and integrating the products of so many ecosystems and communities, obscured the very connections it helped create. 25 The new synthesis, specific to the era of large-scale industry and its heirs, was agro-industrialization, or simply industrial agriculture, assuming both symbolic and material forms. Point 26. The first of two great phases of agro-industrialization began in the decades before the Civil War, not only feeding England but propelling American industrialization beyond textiles, and in the capital goods sector after 1840.27. Agro-industrialization was, however, more than a mechanical affair. It was, pivotally, about deploying power, capital, and science to appropriate the wealth of a continent. American agriculture's extraordinary accomplishment in the 19th century was its capacity to harness continental space as central to rising labor productivity. Here was an agricultural revolution with little or no gains in land productivity. Yields per hectare were the same for maize and wheat in 1930 as they had been in 1870.28. Labor productivity, however, surged, especially for the big cereal crops. Labor time in maize cultivation fell by nearly 2/3 in pre-harvest work, and 1/2 in harvesting. Between 1840 and 1900.29 it tumbled still further in the next 3 decades. 30 Off-farm revolutions in transport magnified productivity gains yet again, sharply reducing food prices before the Civil War. 31 Although biological innovation and mechanization were responsible for a considerable measure of this advance, the decisive variable was the blood and dirt of the frontier. On the one hand, this was the frontier made possible through an extraordinary mix of violence and spatial rationalization. Yes, the land was cleared of troublesome natives. More significant over the long run, however, was the innovative production of new abstract social natures, above all, a new spatial grid and geological surveys that made the continent legible for capital accumulation. Thus the centrality of the American state in making this agricultural revolution possible. On the other hand, the Midwestern and Great Plains frontiers offered up millennia of accumulated nutrients, which sustained industrial agriculture's rapid advance in the closing decades of the 19th century. Western Kansas wheat farmers in the 1870s enjoyed labor productivity that outstripped some European cultivators by an order of magnitude. 32 But within 2 decades, land productivity began to decline in western Kansas. In the 1920s, yields per acre were between 1/4 and 1/2 of the 1890s peak. 33 The first industrial agricultural model had exhausted itself by the early decades of the 20th century, in large measure because the soil mining strategy combined with rapid mechanization became increasingly counterproductive as the frontier closed. If the first agro-industrial model consolidated England as the workshop of the world, a new agro-industrial model would have to be found before America became the world's assembly line. The Long Green Revolution. Often regarded as a Cold War project, the Green Revolution emerged first in the United States during the 1930s. Here was an agricultural revolution on the classic model, a series of interconnected organizational, technical, and agronomic innovations. These went beyond a series of modest technical adjustments to realize a great leap forward in the provision of cheap food. In so doing, such agricultural revolutions have enabled the revolutionary expansion of the world proletariat and its subsequent low-cost reproduction that accompanies a new long wave of accumulation. It is difficult to overstate the success, in capitalist terms, of this long green revolution. Its global moment blossomed in the mid-1950s, with the U.S. Public Law 480 and Khrushchev's push to expand Soviet cereal output. Global cereal output more than doubled between 1950 and 1980.35 worldwide. Grain yields per hectare grew 60% between 1960 and 1980, but much faster in the hot zones of the Green Revolution, 87% in India, essentially the same yield growth for the U.S. in the midst of the hybrid corn revolution. 36 The world cereal trade expanded even faster. At the apex of national agriculture's 37 the cereal trade grew rapidly, more than tripling between 1952 and 1972, between the peak of food prices resulting from post-war reconstruction and the eve of the 1972-75 commodity boom. 38 Cheap food was produced, and even overproduced, although for capital as a whole, food can never be too cheap. Food commodity prices declined 3% annually in the 2 decades after 1952, 3 times faster than the 20th century average. 39 The real price of rice, maize, and wheat dropped 60% between 1960 and the end of the last century. 40 World market prices for staple foods fell steadily even as world urbanization, a rough and ready index of proletarianization, proceeded at breakneck speed. 41 Even after the crises of the early 1970s, the vitality of national farm sectors created through the Green Revolution provided strong yield growth for another decade. After 1982, they offered fertile terrain for conversion into neoliberal agro-export zones. 42 This post-war agricultural revolution ably meets our litmus test, a revolutionary expansion of the food surplus during a revolutionary expansion of the world proletariat. We have sketched the accomplishments of the long Green Revolution. But how did this revolution work its magic? The Green Revolution's core synthesis brought together the 19th century's dynamic family farm model with hybrid corn, the biological pivot of a new property regime. The commercial introduction of hybrid maize in the U.S. in the mid-1930s produced rising yields per acre, and rising capitalization through mechanization and skyrocketing fertilizer use. Hybrid maize marked an early turning point in capital-oriented biological innovation. By crossing inbred lines of maize whose seed produced high yields but could not be reproduced, American seed companies severed the age-old connection between seed and grain. 43 Hybridization thus married biotechnical control to the coercive dispositions of market competition, chaining metropolitan farmers to the vicious cycle, technological treadmill, and accelerated class differentiation. 44 The magic of this Green Revolution was found in an old script with a new twist. The new model reshaped world power, accumulation, and nature through a new configuration of capitalization and appropriation, taking shape in the 1930s with the introduction of hybrid corn and new, higher-yielding strains of wheat. 45 The potential of the hybrid revolution was amplified by massive state funding of university-led agricultural research, with origins in the late 19th century, and a new phase of capitalization that included mechanization but went far beyond. Labor inputs fell by more than 2/3, and mechanization rose 213%, between 1935 and 1970. Meanwhile, fertilizer and pesticide inputs increased by an extraordinary 1,338%. 46 This was the petrochemical hybrid complex, systematically combining new plants, fertilizers, pesticides, and irrigation schemes. 47 The new hybrid corn raised yields more than fourfold between 1935 and 1980. 48 Labor productivity in American agriculture surged to 3.8% per year between 1929 and 1964, outpacing industry by more than 50%. 49 The hybrid revolution was, however, one at a heavy cost to farmer autonomy. Because hybrid crops, in contrast to open-pollinated ones, produce seed of inferior quality, hybridization uncouples seed from grain. This compelled farmers to make an annual pilgrimage to seed stores to purchase new seeds. 50 Hybridization was therefore a powerful strategic wedge, opening new opportunities for the capitalization of farming. American agriculture was radically and rapidly extroverted. The relation of market and non-market inputs in agricultural production inverted almost overnight. The share of purchased inputs more than doubled, while non-market inputs declined by over half, in the decades after 1935. 51 The immediate result was a rapid shakeout of uncompetitive farmers. Nearly 4 million farms disappeared between 1935 and 1970. By 1969, 219,000 farms, the top 7%, produced nearly 53% of total output. 52 Meanwhile, as non-agricultural employment skyrocketed, reaching 95% of the total by 1970-53, spending on food dropped from 24% to 14% of average household income. 54 Here was the capitalization of nature at full throttle and the even faster appropriation of nature. This rapid capitalization was made possible by an extraordinary alchemy, turning oil and natural gas into food. After 1935, farming was no longer just farming. It was petrofarming. 55 The epoch-making geographical shift after the 1930s was, consequently, distinctive. Petrofarming allowed for a combination of frontiers, global and subterranean, to come into play. This was a quantum expansion in the repertoire of strategies associated with accumulation by appropriation. It multiplied the sources of potential unpaid work/energy as never before. The major transition was from inputs drawn primarily within farming regions to energy and chemical-intensive inputs drawn from outside. This marked the great fertilizer and pesticide-herbicide revolution. Two important transitions in capitalist agriculture followed. First, capitalist agriculture became massively inefficient in its energy use. Although long implicit in capitalist agriculture, the Second American Agricultural Revolution after 1935, year zero of the Long Green Revolution, exploded the labor/land energy budgets of the previous 4 centuries. Cheap energy was pivotal. This was the condition for the rapid advance of labor productivity. It took about 2.5 calories of energy to deliver a calorie of food in the 1930s. The ratio then moved sharply upwards, to 7.5:1 in the 1950s, and 10:1 by the early 1970s. 56 By the 21st century, 15 to 20 calories were needed to deliver 1 calorie of food from farm to table, considerably more for globally sourced fruit. 57. The second great transition inaugurated by the Long Green Revolution was toxification. For the first time, agriculture became a leading agent of toxification. Pesticide and herbicide production increased by an order of magnitude between 1950 and 1980. 58 For many years, the poster child for this toxification was DDT. Some 1.3 billion pounds of this pesticide and powerful carcinogen were used in the US alone between 1945 and 1972. 59 Today, 1 billion pounds of pesticides and herbicides are used each year in American agriculture. 60 The long-recognized health impacts have been widely studied. 61 Although the translation of such externalities into the register of accumulation is imprecise, their scale is impressive, totaling nearly $17 billion in unpaid costs for American agriculture in the early 21st century. 62 This is a kind of ecosystem services in reverse. The capitalist mode of calculation favors, however, yet more toxification, barring a political response. $17 billion in healthcare costs, reckoned as externalities, is a paper tiger in the face of preventing an estimated $33 billion in annual weed-mediated losses. 63 Losses that promise to increase rapidly apace with galloping climate change, as we will see later in this chapter. The globalization of petrofarming from Mexico to the Punjab closely followed the American agricultural path, a crucial moment in the agrarian class struggles and geopolitics of the Cold War. 64 And yet, in this long green revolution, the decisive geographical shift was only secondarily global, if by global we implicate the surface of the earth. There was significant expansion of cropland, but this was not unprecedented. The pace of agricultural expansion between 1950 and 1980 was noticeably slower than it was between 1840 and 1880. 65 The really revolutionary act of the Long Green Revolution was its subterranean thrust, sucking down prodigious volumes of cheap energy and cheap water. World agriculture appropriated water as nearly 3 times the pace of cropland expansion between 1950 and 1980. 66 In the US, the area planted in cereals actually declined while agriculture's water consumption increased 80%. 67 The appropriation of energy increased even faster. World fertilizer use rose 729% between 1950 and 1980, nearly 9 times the rate of cropland expansion. 68 This was a geographical shift from the primarily horizontal to the primarily vertical, not from one continent to another, although the Green Revolution model was globalized, but primarily from one geological layer to another. How did the Long Green Revolution differ from previous agricultural revolutions? Like every agricultural revolution before it, the Green Revolution increased the world ecological surplus, through the judicious reconfiguration of peasant ecologies, especially in South and Southeast Asia. In one sense, This had long been the pattern, as agricultural revolutions had always increased the ecological surplus through the appropriation of cheap nature. This was, as we have seen, the case with the first industrial agricultural revolution in the mid-19th century Midwest. And it was the case with the English and Dutch agricultural revolutions of the 17th and 16th centuries, alongside colonial revolutions in American sugar and Polish grain especially. In another sense, however, the Green Revolution did not fit the pattern, prefiguring the neoliberal agroecological impasse in the 21st century. For this revolution enjoyed lower biophysical rent than its forerunners, and this goes far to explaining the high rate of investment and technical change in the later period. Relative to first industrial agriculture of the 1840s, the long Green Revolution set in motion during the 1930s represented a less dramatic expansion of the ecological surplus. Capitalization increased much faster, and appropriation relatively slower, than in previous eras. Nevertheless, the mass of appropriated unpaid work/energy continued to rise relative to the mass of capital, because nature is very, very big and capital only began to deepen its global reach after 1945. A big part of the Green Revolution's success where and when it was successful on its own terms was its combination of cutting-edge technology with low-cost land and labor. This drove down food prices and therefore, all things being equal, the cost of labor power. In other words, cheap food relieved pressure on capital's wage bill, attenuating the falling rate of profit. Across the South, agriculture was subordinated to the industrialization drive, a hallmark of the American post-war development project. 69 At the level of appearances, we are treated, then, to something of an optical illusion. A new stream of capital inputs leads one to think of the Green Revolution in terms of capital intensity. But insofar as this revolutionary project appropriated, at little or no cost to capital, quality land, water access, and labor power, the value composition of yields was in fact very low. Thus, cheap food. The long Green Revolution owed its revolutionary achievements to plunder as much as productivity. Feeding neoliberalism, an unrevolutionary agricultural revolution. The long Green Revolution sustained rising productivity at least a decade after the accumulation crisis of the 1970s. Because the historical geography of the long Green Revolution played out in successive phases on a planetary scale tearing through successive frontier zones of uncapitalized nature, world agriculture continued to deliver significant food surpluses into the 1980s. This explains some measure of the rapid decline in food prices after 1975 that underwrote the initial phases of neoliberal restructuring. Between 1975 and 1989, world food prices declined 39%, and still further in the decade that followed. 70 As we know, the era of cheap food inaugurated in the mid-1970s came unraveled after 2002, a story we will pick up in the next section. For the moment, let us consider how cheap food was sustained after the 1970s, as agricultural productivity growth began to slow. The sharp fall in food prices after 1975 reflected a peculiar sort of agricultural revolution. It was a revolution in the sense that more food was delivered for lower prices. In terms of productivity, however, it was most unrevolutionary. In contrast to previous agricultural revolutions, there has been no epoch-making advance in productivity since the 1970s. Indeed, quite the opposite. Yield growth has progressively slowed, despite the introduction of agrobiotechnology and the generalized deployment of fertilizers and other inputs. Signs of productivity slowdown were evident from the mid-1980s. 71 Yield growth in American grain farming slowed after 1982, as did total output growth. This decline was modest on the range of 10 to 15% between 1981 and 2004. 72 Labor productivity growth, however, slowed by more than a third in the period 1981 to 2004, relative to the previous 4 decades. 73 American cereal agriculture remained ahead of the curve relative to the North as a whole, where yield growth slowed a startling 79% between 1970 to 90 and 1990 to 2010. 74 Across the global South, yield growth slowed by one-third in the decade after 1982, relative to the period 1967 to 82.75. The decline was delayed in the case of wheat, but the fall was much more rapid. For Indian wheat, per hectare yield growth averaged 3.4% annually between 1982 and 1992, but fell to a paltry 0.6% over the next decade. 76 Indeed, per capita food grain consumption declined in India after 2002. 77 Rice's decline was slower but more significant, given its salience in South and East Asia's food supply. Wet rice cultivation saw its yield growth fall from 2.5% a year between 1962 and 1982, to just 0.8% annually in the next 3 decades. 78 In spite of all this, and rising demand from an expanding world proletariat, food prices continued to fall until 2002. 79 Given the progressive slowdown in agricultural productivity, we should rightly ask, how was cheap food restored after 1975? To answer this question we must move from agroecology into the core concerns of political economy. The cumulative woes of Pax Americana reached a tipping point in the early 1970s. Nixon closed the Federal Reserve's gold window in 1971. A commodity boom in metals and food began in 1972, joined by a massive oil price spike in late 1973. Raw materials prices rose more sharply during an 18-month period between 1972 and 1974 than during any previous time of such duration over the previous 2 centuries. 80 Prefiguring early 21st century developments, the commodity boom quickly pushed the world economy into recession, its most serious since the 1930s. The 1974-75 downturn stood in stark contrast to the expansion of the previous 3 decades. Industrial output dropped 10% in the global north. The American stock market lost half its value and the world system was rocked by the 2 biggest bank failures since the Depression, as Franklin National in the US and Bankhaus Herstat in Germany both collapsed. 81 In 1975, New York City declared bankruptcy, and the next year the British Labour government turned to the IMF for emergency loans, and imposed an early form of structural adjustment. 82 In the 5 years after 1973, the manufacturing rate of profit fell by a quarter in the G7 economies, and would not revive until 1983, and even then, at a much lower rate than that of the post-war golden age. 83 In this conjuncture, cheap food became more important than ever. As accumulation slowed in the 1970s, so did labor productivity growth. In the OECD zone, productivity tumbled 61% in 1973 to 1979 relative to the 1960s. 84 Although G7 profitability revived after 1983, labor productivity did not. How could profitability revive, and productivity growth stagnate? In part, because of the wage freeze across the global north after 1974. Speaking to the U.S. context, Brenner observes a repression of wages without precedent during the last century, and perhaps since the Civil War. 85 Nevertheless, food expenses as a share of income continued to fall. Between 1980 and the end of the century, food expenses declined from 13.4% to 10.7% of household income. 86 A figure that scarcely changed by 2011, even with food commodity prices at very high levels. 87 The novelty of neoliberalism's peculiar agricultural revolution is found in a strange mix of finance and empire, combined with coercive overproduction and forced underconsumption without a productivity revolution. We can consider these moments in their respective turns. First, for neoliberalism to succeed, there had to be a way to keep cultivators running on a treadmill that ramped up commodity production despite falling world market prices. There were 2 great waves of agricultural export expansion in this period. One occurred in the 1970s, anticipating and reinforced by the food price spike of 1972 to 1974, but continuing until 1980, as the dollar value of world agricultural exports grew fourfold. Through the 1970s, agricultural trade grew faster than output, and by 1980 the two growth curves moved in tandem, 88 a crucial turning point in the consolidation of the neoliberal food regime. By 1985, another export wave began, as exports doubled over the following decade. 89. Both waves were debt-driven, but in distinctive ways. In the 1970s, cheap money flooded the South. Between 1974 and 1978 the international exposure of the major Western banks rose from $280 billion to $900 billion. 90 This was spearheaded by New York banks. Although some measure of borrowing was devoted to unproductive purposes, much of it, especially in Latin America, was committed to extending the agro-industrialization of the Fordist era. 91 Cheap money afforded by the combination of over-accumulated capital in the north and petrodollars from the OPEC zone, therefore helped to establish the conditions for sustained overcapacity in agricultural and raw materials sectors in the neoliberal era. 92 These conditions were partly realized through infrastructure projects such as the Trans-Amazonian Highway expansion and partly through capital goods imports. But the tendency was not limited to the South. Indeed, the South's agro-extractive overcapacities were sustained in the 1980s and 90s by grain farmers in the North. Their relations were joined through the debt regime. American farmers saw their debt burden triple in the 1970s. 93 Breaking with the post-war pattern, U.S. farmers financed expansion largely through outside debt capital, fueling an asset boom that reinforced overproduction tendencies in the early 1980s. 94 By 2004, just 3.4% of U.S. farms produced over 45% of output by value, close to doubling the output share of the largest farms in the 1970s. 95 By 2010, 12% of American farmers were responsible for 88% of farm value. 96. Some share of this concentration was driven by the success of the American development project across the South, where dynamic national capitalisms had taken shape. By the 1970s, more than American industry was challenged by international competitors. American farmers' export dependence deepened over the next 4 decades, even as they were subjected to new competitive pressures. The new agricultural countries that emerged in the 1970s and 80s such as Thailand, Brazil, Mexico, and Chile revived the intense export competition on world markets that characterized the period 1846 to 1929, threatening American dominance in such key export sectors as oils, eds and meals. 97 Meanwhile, Europe became a wheat exporter, complementing Argentina's resurgence. Together, the two zones nearly doubled their world market share between 1975 and 1985. American wheat's share of the world market, 30 to 40% in the 1980s and early 90s, tumbled after 1995, falling to 20 to 30% in the following decade. 98. A deepening of these competitive dynamics occurred in the 1980s. The turning point was the conjuncture of Third World debt crisis and world recession in 1981-82. The contradictions that had come to the fore during the 1974-75 downturn were now reinforced by those of the emergent debt regime. The stage for world recession was set by the Volcker shock in October 1979, as the U.S. Federal Reserve suppressed inflation, finance capital's greatest fear, by nearly tripling the real interest rate over the next 2 years, relative to the 1965-79 average. 99 Personal, corporate, and government debt in the North and, as we have seen, in the South too had all been rising fast after 1973, with the jobless multiplying, growth faltering, and the rate of profit slowing. 100 The world recession of 1981-82 at once consolidated the new contradictions, those swirling around new configuration of debt and finance, and moved to resolve the older problems, an assertive third world abroad, and restive working classes at home. While economically speaking, the 1981-82 recession was worse than that of 1974-75. 101, its qualitative dimensions were even more significant. When Mexico's finance minister arrived in Washington, D.C. in August 1982 with news that his country could no longer service its debt, this presented a significant problem for world accumulation. Mexico's interest bill had tripled between 1979 and 1982. By the latter date, Latin American debtors, with Mexico and Brazil in the van, found debt service eating up 60% of export revenues, 3 times the average for the South. 102 It got more problematic, fast. The Portillo government nationalized Mexico's private banks, declaring that they had looted the nation far more than had any colonialist power. 103 The 1982 debt crisis threatened to fracture the neoliberal order just as it had consolidated power in the North and realized counter-revolution in key zones of the South. The debt of the extended Third World including Eastern Europe had grown 12-fold since 1970. 104 American banks were especially vulnerable. By 1981, the largest U.S. banks had extended loans to Third World states Mexico and Brazil above all, whose face value came to a stunning 233% of total capital and reserves. 105. There were 2 possible outcomes to crisis. The danger was that Mexico, Brazil, and other heavily indebted states would default, refusing to pay their debts without significant restructuring. This would have devalorized loan capital on a massive scale and reflated primary commodity prices, transforming the severe recession of the early 1980s into a prolonged depression for the North. As we know, this did not happen. The other possibility which did happen was an expansion of the debt regime. Latin American debt tripled during the 1980s. 106 The debtor states of the South acceded to the new debt regime, which included the rapid liberalization of domestic financial and agricultural sectors following the fiscal turbulence of 1982. Among the most important consequences was a new system of international debt peonage that reinforced the export glut of primary commodities. 107 The new regime exerted pressure on states to intensify the commodification of land and labor. Land and natural resources in general, the objects of enhanced export strategies to generate foreign exchange, often to service debt. 108 Far-reaching transformations of earth and bodies ensued throughout the South, as deforestation advanced, toxification intensified, and diets suffered. 109 For the moment, but just for the moment, these environmental transformations scarcely registered in the ledgers of world accumulation. The consequences were immediate. In the periphery, the number of negative price shocks, defined as any year-on-year decline in real prices by 10% or greater, grew from 25 to 90 between 1981 to 83 and 1984 to 86. Their severity was 25 to 50% greater. 110 Worldwide, non-energy raw materials prices fell by nearly half between 1980 and 1992. 111 As Gowan Riley observes, within the North, the new debt regime worked for rentiers, who their debts paid, and for industrial capital, who got cheaper imports for the inputs needed for production. 112 Not to mention cheaper food for workers. The debt regime that emerged after 1982 compelled the radical extroversion of the South's tenuous national farm sectors that had taken shape after World War II. As in previous agricultural revolutions, the new debt-driven agro-food regime effectively expelled cultivators from the land. 113 By 1980 there had begun a momentous transition from the relative to the absolute decline of Third World peasantries. A decade later, 20 to 30 million people were moving from rural villages to the cities of the South every year. 114 But, absent a significant revolution in agricultural productivity, this movement of deruralization was both enabled by, and compelled, a declining food self-sufficiency ratio. A declining ratio is by no means a necessary sign of weakness, as we have seen with British food imports during the 19th century. In Africa, food imports grew 3 times faster than population during the 1960s and 70s, while maintaining strong economic growth until 1974. 115 But absent an agricultural revolution somewhere, declining food self-sufficiency is much riskier. Food dependence increased over most of the global South in the 1970s and 80s. 116 Among the consequences was an increasing frequency of famine and hunger, along with a decades-long economic stagnation. But cheap food after the 1970s was also realized by the rapid capitalization of agro-food complexes in the North. The neoliberal project turned the competitive advantage of northern agriculture into a means of restoring cheap food. Industrial agriculture's labor productivity growth more than doubled that of the wider national economy in the U.S.117. Indeed, the gap between the productivity of industrial agriculture, mostly but not entirely concentrated in the north, and low-input cultivation widened sharply during the globalization of the Green Revolution, and from there, across the neoliberal era. 118 By 2010, the North was producing an impressive 11,741 calories per capita per day, more than twice as much as East Asia and nearly 4 times that of South Asia. 119 An achievement that owed much to rapid concentration of farm output in the hands of big farms across the world, but especially in the Euro-American core. 120 The result, combined with selective agricultural liberalization, and mediated by the structural adjustments after 1982, northern cheap food flowed into the south, displacing millions of peasants. Voila! Cheap food plus liberalization produces cheap labor. The neoliberal debt regime worked so well because it prevented the kind of delinking that had occurred in previous crises. The dietary moment of combined and uneven development experienced by Africa in the 1980s was hardly novel. Baltic grain flowed out of Poland and into Amsterdam during the mid-17th century as Polish peasant diets were squeezed and soil fertility exhausted under the Dutch-led system of international debt peonage. 121 However, Poland's crises led to its relative delinking from world trade by the 18th century. Although hardly prosperous, its exposure to agro-extractive dispossession, dietary immiseration, and resource exhaustion was greatly relaxed. No such relaxation could occur at the dawn of the neoliberal era. The financial imperial power that fused in the early 1980s as the Washington Consensus was directed at preventing the South's relative withdrawal from the world market. Such withdrawal had long been the pattern, as world economic contractions provided room for peripheral and semi-peripheral zones to develop home markets and pursue core-like capitalist development. Mexico during the 17th century, British North America after 1763, or Latin America in the 1930s. But relative withdrawal was precisely what could not be tolerated by an emergent accumulation regime that was not in the midst of a new productivity revolution. This was all the more crucial at the dawn of the 1980s, after a decade of very low productivity growth. For neoliberalism to succeed, there had to be a way to keep the southern producers locked into producing for the world market, even at the cost of the forced under-reproduction of human and extra-human nature. Under these conditions, the new debt regime made global distress sellers of that growing share of the world's cultivators who were subject to market discipline, especially but not only within the South. 122 Since the 1980s, producers of such high-value products as coffee, bananas, or seafood, each with its own temporality, found few alternatives to increasing production even as market prices fell. 123 The important shift was not achieved through the conversion of peasant smallholders who were pushed onto smaller and smaller plots, such that 90% of the world's farms today are less than 2.2 hectares, but rather through the global extension of industrial agriculture. 124 Stunningly, virtually all cropland expansion since 1990 has been export-oriented. 125 A starker contrast with the era of national agricultures is hard to imagine. The contradictions of neoliberal agriculture. The neoliberal agro-food model was remarkably successful. By 2000, the FAO's food price index stood at 92. It had oscillated around 100 since 1983. The timing wasn't accidental. Accumulation across the North revived just at this time. And oil prices, too, embarked on 2 decades of relative stability. For food, the 2000 index figure was nearly a third lower than the average for the 1960s, at the height of the global phase of the long Green Revolution. 126 As a share of household income for the North's working classes, an admittedly selective measure, but one central to the maintenance of wage repression, food had never been so cheap. 127 By 2003, food prices were ticking upwards. Slowly at first. Then rapidly. By 2008, commodity food prices were 62% higher than in 2002. By 2011, they were 77% higher. 128 While the food price index never reached the unusual heights of 1974 to 75, prices were nevertheless lower in the 1970s than in the recent period. The difference between the normal prices of the 1960s and the high prices of the 1970s was, moreover, considerably smaller than what we've seen since 2000. Indeed, the food price index for the 1970s was just 7.6% higher than the average for the 1960s. 129 In contrast, the past decade's food inflation has seen prices rise 50% relative to the cheap food of the 1990s. 130 And they show few signs of returning from orbit. Capitalism appears to have swept cheap food into the dustbin of history. Recent years have seen the widest range of explanations for high food prices: the meat industrial complex, financial speculation, the agro-fuel expansion, the rise of new middle classes across the South, accelerating climate change, rising energy prices, growing population and urbanization, the dispossession of smallholders who grow much of the world's food, and much beyond. Of course, many of these explanations overlap. All, and surely more, are implicated in the present conjuncture. In this section, my concern is not to reconstruct the history of the food price hike, but rather to ask, can cheap food be restored? I am not sure that the old answers to this question apply. The frontiers that sustained agricultural revolutions over the past 5 centuries have largely vanished. The 16th century Dutch grew rich thanks to cheap grain from Poland's Vistula Basin. The 19th century British had Ireland, the Caribbean, and the American Midwest. When the US came to world power, it had the Midwest, plus the American South and California, and Latin America. Major food surpluses were won in all cases from untapped frontier zones combined with new technical regimes and labor organization. And, as we have seen, South Asia's Green Revolution owed much to the appropriation of vertical frontiers, plentiful aquifers at home and relatively cheap energy supplies abroad. Cheap water and cheap energy qua fertilizer are rapidly disappearing today. 131 And, while biotechnology and biopiracy through the new enclosures have made some capitalists very rich, they have done little to achieve what all previous agricultural revolutions had done: restore cheap food. Do the deepening contradictions of today's cheap food model imply a developmental crisis, one open to resolution within capitalism? If it does, we would expect to see an agricultural revolution taking shape in China, the most dynamic new center of accumulation. China's post-1979 de facto privatization of agriculture, accompanied by skyrocketing fertilizer use, boosted yields and output considerably, although not more than in the 1960s and 70s. 132 Following an initial burst of productivity and output in the 1980s, however, Chinese agriculture has not been particularly revolutionary. Cereal production rose from 300 to 500 million tons a year between 1979 and 1996. 133 But yield growth in wheat, China is the world's largest producer, has stagnated, and output along with it, since 1998. 134 In rice, by the 1990s yield growth had slowed to less than half the pace of the 1960s, and output declined by 4%. China's soy imports exceeded domestic production for the first time in 2003. 135 For all the remarkable accomplishments of the Chinese miracle, labor productivity in industry and agriculture both remain at 1/4 than the average obtaining within the global north. 136 In sum, there is little to suggest that China is on the brink of an agricultural revolution that will not only feed the world, but lead capitalism into a new golden age. 137 Nor does China appear to be initiating the kind of external agricultural revolution that characterized Dutch power in the Baltic, or British power in the Caribbean. 138 The unraveling of neoliberalism's cheap food regime has not, of course, occurred in isolation, either from other primary commodities, or from the wider processes of accumulation. Since 2003, rising food prices have been bound up with rising energy and metal prices in what economists call a commodity boom. The boom part of the concept refers to rising prices. In the conventional definition, once commodity prices peak, the boom is over, and prices return to normal. In the conventional expectation, high prices during the boom years set in motion new investment that leads to new production capacities. The magic of capitalist investment then takes over, and commodity prices fall. The whole imaginary of neoclassical economic thinking is built around this assumption, which can point to a very strong historical record. Each peak in the Economist's food price index between 1846 and 1972 was significantly lower, or no higher, than the one previous. 139 over the 20th century, commodity prices fell by as much as 1% a year. 140 today, the assumption is that this old normal will return. But this is unlikely, especially but not only for food. Even the more optimistic predictions of the end of the commodity boom, remember that end means that prices stop rising, do not predict a return to cheap energy or raw materials. The old normal is assumed even while the new normal is glimpsed, as when a major Swedish bank qualifies a recent report on global commodities as a commodity bust in slow motion. 141. Very slow motion, indeed. The most recent commodity boom may warrant a reconceptualization. Is it possible that prices will not induce new efficiencies that will reduce production costs and commodity prices? Over the past century, commodity booms occurred in relation to wars and their aftermaths, or, as in the 1972-75 boom, a combination of OPEC-initiated oil tax hikes and the U.S. Soviet grain deal. They tended to be short-lived, 3 years in the 1970s, 2 years in 1915-17, or longer but relatively mild in the 1950s. And they involved just one or two commodity groups, metals and agriculture, or oil and agriculture. The commodity boom that began in 2003 was different. First, it included all three commodity groups, 3 of our 4 chiefs. Second, the prices for each group began to move in tandem with each other, especially by 2008. This had not happened before. Third, the price increases unprecedented. The real US dollar price of commodities increased by some 109% between 2003 and 2008. By contrast, the increase in earlier major booms never exceeded 60%. 142 And though the commodity price index quickly moved off its summer 2008 peak, the fall in prices during 2009 was temporary and mild. The commodity boom continued. From January 2011 into mid-2014, the commodity price index remained 80 to 90% higher than its already lofty 2005 level. 143 New investment, as in previous cycles, has poured into energy and raw materials sectors. 144 But far from reducing the costs of production, the opposite has occurred. Deeper mines, lower grade minerals, more remote and challenging locations and shortages of both labor and equipment have pushed up costs. While prices may well have peaked, this doesn't mean they will soon revert back to their pre-2002 levels. Costs have risen and are unlikely to fall rapidly, supporting prices well above earlier levels. In fact, cost pressures continue to intensify for some commodities as production increases. 145. Nor have rising production costs been limited to extraction. American grain farmers saw their costs rise 15 to 20% between 2002 and 2007 on the back of rising energy prices. 146 Which were as high in 2014 as they were in 2007. 147 For soy, neoliberalism's paradigm growth crop. 148 The trajectory is troubling for any defender of the productivist model. Worldwide, production costs for soybeans tripled in the decade after 2002. 149 And Brazil, which now threatens to outfarm the Americans for global preeminence, has seen soybean production costs rise by 5% annually since 2009. 150 Surveying the past decade of rising commodity prices, the World Bank economist John Baffs coolly observes that it is becoming increasingly apparent that the post-2004 commodity price increases, which initially appeared to be a spike similar to the ones experienced during the early 1950s and the 1970s, have a more permanent character. 151. The commodity boom that began in 2003 may therefore defy the economists' and some radicals' cornucopian presumptions. While attention has been lavished on financialization and its deepening contradictions over the past decade, the radical critique has been nearly silent on the rising costs of food, energy, and raw materials as they relate to the central mechanisms of world accumulation. Here we revisit the extraordinary power of the Cartesian binary in shaping our intellectual vistas, fragmenting our view of reality before we get a chance to construct the really decisive connections. Of these latter, two major developmental shifts in world accumulation present themselves. One is the ongoing collapse of the mechanisms through which commodity price spikes have been fixed, historically. This mechanism says, in effect, more investment plus more state-led restructuring equals cheap nature. Another is the ongoing squeeze on world accumulation represented by the seemingly endless commodity boom, the resurgence of underproduction as a dynamic contradiction within the accumulation process. The behavior of this recent commodity boom in which the food/energy nexus figures so prominently offers a useful clue to understanding the crisis of neoliberal capitalism. It is closely connected with ongoing financial expansion. Indeed, food and finance have so closely intertwined over the past decade that it makes sense to speak of a singular process. 152 If neoliberalism is a phase of capitalism distinct from neoliberalization as class project or market disciplinary policies. 153 Then the crisis announced by the recent commodity boom is of a specific kind, a signal crisis. Such crises occur when a given accumulation regime can no longer appropriate unpaid work/energy faster than the rising mass of surplus accumulated. As the global share of appropriated work/energy falls, the costs of the four cheaps tend to rise, and accumulation falters. Since 2003, we can see the signal crisis at work as strategic commodities became more not less costly. Biotech, agricultural revolution or Götterdämmerung. Where will capital today find the conditions for new era of cheap food? Neoliberalism pins its hopes for agricultural revolution on biotechnology, associated with all manner of the new enclosures. 154 It fits the classic model of agricultural revolution, insofar as it affects a redistribution of income, is enabled by the property-making and securing capacities of states and state-like institutions, and constitutes a promising opportunity for accumulation by some sectors of capital. It does not fit the model, insofar as it has yet to deliver a yield boom sufficiently large to create the conditions for a new systemic cycle of accumulation. The biotech regime has redistributed wealth and power from cultivators to capital, but has not realized the kind of yield boom that facilitates a dramatic expansion of the world proletariat and a significant cheapening of food for these workers. By 2011, GMO crops had grown from virtually nothing in 1996 to 10% of global cropland, cultivated by 16.7 million farmers in 29 countries. The United States is unquestionably the heartland of this transition with 43% of GMO cropland. 155 94% of American soybeans and 88% of maize are grown with GM seeds, especially but not only Roundup-ready seeds. 156 Half of GMO cropland is in the Global South. 157 Agricultural biotech has done little to improve intrinsic yields. World agricultural productivity growth slowed from 3% a year in the 1960s to just 1.1% in the 1990s. 158 Gurian Sherman 159 In the first comprehensive survey of biotechnology's aggregate yield effect, finds almost all gains in operational, not intrinsic, yields. Such reports even prompted Monsanto to announce plaintively that the main uses of GM crops are to make them insecticide and herbicide tolerant. They don't inherently increase the yield. They protect the yield. 160 But it turns out that Roundup-ready crops are not protecting yield so well, either. Superweeds, especially but not only in GMO soy, have evolved to survive the onslaught of the famed herbicide. 161 These superweeds stand in for a much more radical shift, the transition from surplus value to negative value that we explore in the next section. What became clear, by the late 2000s, was that the agrobiotech expansion was actively limiting the space for a new agricultural revolution. The superweed's dramatic, if still regional, negative impact on labor productivity points towards a broader set of forces undermining neoliberalism's cheap food regime. The potential for superweeds arising from GMO crops was glimpsed early on. 162 By 2005, superweeds had evolved on a large enough scale to attract popular attention. 163 Soy is a particularly revealing case. Considering that GMO soybeans already constitute 57% of world output, and that the United States remains the leading soy producer, the rise of the superweed is something of a world historical event. 164 In the U.S., concentrated in soy regions, 13 weed species, on millions of acres in 22 states, are now immune to Roundup Ready. 165 The American superweed frontier expanded fourfold between 2008 and 2011, to 10 million acres. 166 Syngenta, the seed and agrochemical firm, projected in 2009 a superweed explosion that would engross 38 million acres by 2013. 167 At the end of 2013, the Union of Concerned Scientists, a somewhat more disinterested party, found an extraordinary 60 million acres affected by superweeds. 168 This amounts to 1 of every 4 row crop acres in U.S. agriculture. 169 The superweed frontier has also advanced rapidly in the GMO soy zones of Argentina and Brazil. 170 The Latin American dimension is all the more suggestive, as the soy revolution has been realized not only through conversion of existing arable land, but also through massive forest clearing and other forms of agricultural expansion. 171 This is the classic model of the commodity frontier, which has always served to attenuate agroecological contradictions within cash crop agriculture. When wheating became too great a drag on productivity in 17th century Barbados, for instance, the sugar frontier moved to bigger islands such as Jamaica. 172 But the soy commodity frontier in Latin America has enjoyed only modest yield honeymoons relative to earlier eras. The superweeds are advancing faster than agrocapitalism can run. Monsanto's vaunted Roundup Ready crops are at the center of this socio-ecological fast forward. While it would be unwise to give Monsanto too much credit, the underlying superweed tendency is nevertheless crystallized nicely by the firm's GMO soy. 173 GMO crops promise to reduce herbicide and pesticide use and to increase operational yields. That promise has quickly turned sour, with rising toxicity and diminishing returns. 174 Notwithstanding the claims of Monsanto and other big ag boosters. 175 It appears that glyphosate-resistant crops such as Roundup Ready soy are bound up with uncertain implications for human health and that GR root systems are susceptible to fungal invasions. 176 Add to this an apparent exhaustion of operational yield gains and we have a real problem for capital. We're back to where we were 20 years ago. Tennessee soy farmer Eddie Anderson told the New York Times in 2010, as he prepared to revert to older plowing techniques and chemical regimes. 177 But these older techniques are not only more toxic, such as 2,4-D. They are also more costly. 178 By 2012-14, soy farmers in Indiana faced herbicide costs 3 to 5 times higher than in previous years. 179 Such reports can be found across the North American agricultural zone, from Manitoba to Georgia. 180 They point to a future of sharply rising production costs, as superweeds spread like wildfire. Just 12% of U.S. farmers reported multiple glyphosate-resistant weeds on the farm in 2010, rising to 15% in 2011, and 27% in 2012. 181 This accelerated evolution of herbicide-resistant weeds is the cutting edge of the superweed effect. At its core is the tension between capital's efforts to control and commensurate extra-human nature, and the latter's co-evolutionary capacity to elude and resist that control. This is the taming cycle. The more tames natural processes, the more they spin out of control, provoking new and more aggressive taming measures with increasingly disastrous outcomes. 182 The crucial issue of this taming cycle is its relation to the time-space compression central to the accumulation of capital. Those compressions both depend upon, and drive ever faster, the time-space compression of biophysical natures. As with toxification, we have a temporal lag. In historical capitalism, extra-human nature initially moved much slower than the human-initiated control strategies that seek to govern it. This masked, but did not abolish, the ongoing evolution of extra-human natures that contest capital's radical simplification strategies. For centuries, the possibility of moving to new frontiers created the mirage of suspending the most problematic aspects of the taming cycle. But as frontiers of appropriation close, the very dynamism of the system based on capitalization and innovating control strategies through it intensifies the evolutionary response. Now extra-human natures are evolving faster than the controls imposed upon them. The superweed effect speaks to the wildly proliferating and increasingly unpredictable responses of extra-human nature to the disciplines of capital today. The short-run promise of Roundup-ready crops was to maximize operational yield by reducing costs and weeds simultaneously. The middle run yields not only more weeds, more herbicide, and higher costs but also more toxification, as glyphosates are combined with more toxic weed killers such as atrazine, an endocrine disruptor, and 2,4-D, a powerful carcinogen. Perversely enough, all of it would be acceptable if the new model produced a new yield boom, producing more food with less labor. But this boom has not materialized. The superweed effect marks a quantity-quality shift in the history of an enduring contradiction. Capitalism's long history of agroecological control regimes began with the monocultures and highly regimented work disciplines of early modern plantations. Today, it has crossed a world historical threshold with molecular and other disciplinary projects. The functionality of abstract social nature is breaking down. This shift is a new era of extra-human nature's resistance, in which the short-run fixes not only become progressively shorter run, but progressively more toxic. In previous eras, capital's need for totalizing control, however significant, was less extensive, for the sound reason that faltering labor productivity in one zone could be fixed through a new round of global expansion. Problems with English agricultural productivity in the 18th century, for example, were never resolved within England, but rather through successive frontier movements, especially in North America. The accessibility of sizable frontiers of appropriation in previous eras meant that capital's pursuit of control was more relaxed, its capacity to achieve rising productivity greater, its toxification tendencies weaker. This suggests that 21st century capitalism confronts a historical nature very different from earlier centuries. Cheap food, bad climate, from surplus value to negative value. This evolutionary response, the superweed effect, is bound up with a profound shift in the history of capitalism, the transition from surplus value to negative value. In this transition, the old contradictions of depletion are meeting up with the new contradictions of waste and toxification. The old productivist model, the law of cheap nature, has been adept at finding fixes to resource depletion. But it is ill-suited to dealing with negative value, those forms of nature that elude and frustrate cheap nature fixes. Superweeds are clearly expressive of this tendency. They can now be controlled only with great toxification and greater cost. Meanwhile, both direct and indirect toxification from capitalist agriculture feeds, with increasing force, into new forms of negative value, climate change, cancer epidemics, and so forth. The barriers to a new agricultural revolution are, consequently, extraordinary. This is true even if we bracket the geopolitical tensions that have stalled agro-food liberalization, and the class struggles from below that have challenged market-dependent food security in the name of food sovereignty. 183 The list of prominent biophysical challenges surely begins with climate change, which is already suppressing work/energy potential. The UN sees an absolute decline in net primary productivity for 12% of the planet 184 by 2050, but the problem is even more immediate. While global NPP increased between 1982 and 1999, was this merely coincident with the neoliberal golden age? It declined between 2000 and 2009.185, with global impacts concentrated in the south. The decade was punctuated by a series of severe droughts. 186 These have continued, with rushes in 2010 followed by severe drought in the North China Plain in 2010-11, and in North America in 2012. To climate change we can add rising energy costs, escalating competition for arable land from agrofuels, the proliferation of invasive species, the superweed effect, the end of cheap water, as global warming melts glaciers, rearranges precipitation patterns, and drives aquifer depletion, and the declining effectiveness of fertilizers on yield growth. But climate change is not simply one more environmental issue to add to capitalism's cumulative woes. The 19th century opening of the atmosphere as a planetary waste dump for capital's pollution has now reached a critical moment. This holds for ongoing biospheric state shifts, 187, and also for how waste is feeding back into the ledger of world accumulation. Here again is our double internality, as the biosphere internalizes capitalism's contradictions, and now, as capitalism internalizes biospheric change. Climate change is the paradigm moment of the transition to negative value. There is no conceivable way that capitalism can address climate change in any meaningful way, because climate change poses a fundamental challenge to the old productivist model. That challenge has two major expressions. The first says that production systems must internalize waste costs, including of course greenhouse emissions. The second says that the internalization of waste costs cannot be offset through new cheap nature strategies that are themselves highly polluting. In other words, any effective response to climate change will have to go forward without the myth and practice of unpaid work and unpaid waste. The paired, but spatially and temporally uneven, processes of appropriating unpaid work/energy and toxifying the biosphere have reached a breaking point. The accumulation of negative value, imminent but latent from the origins of capitalism, is now issuing contradictions that can no longer be fixed by technical, organizational, or imperial restructuring. The ongoing closure of frontiers limits the capacity of capital and states to attenuate the rising costs of production and the geometrically rising volume of waste from the global determination of profitability. If capitalism is an economy of unpaid costs, 188 the bills are coming due. And if only that were the crux of the problem. As we have seen, capitalism is also a system of unpaid work, reliant on mobilizing human ingenuity in service to appropriating an ever-rising stream of unpaid work/energy. With negative value, we are tracing much more than socio-ecological externalities, although these externalities are indeed part of the problem. The combination of depletion and unpredictability co-producing rising costs of production is the hallmark of the ongoing transition from surplus to negative value. The core processes of capital accumulation are now generating increasingly direct and immediate barriers to the expanded reproduction of capital. These contradictions within capital, arising from negative value, are today encouraging an unprecedented shift towards a radical ontological politics beyond capital. Such politics have found dramatic expression in movements for food sovereignty, which maintains that sustainability, democracy, and cultural determination are inseparable when it comes to food. Because such politics pose an alternative, relational holism to the fragmented political and economic vistas of the bourgeoisie, they threaten to destabilize crucial points of agreement in the modern world system. What is food? What is nature? What is valuable? The rise of negative value. The new politics of food justice movements can be understood as a response to the exhaustion of capitalism's agricultural revolution model. We have surveyed the exhaustion of the neoliberal model in relation to biotechnology. There has been no reversal of yield deceleration 189, no net gain in food security 190. Dispossession has registered so strikingly in radical discourse precisely because neoliberalism's agrarian transformations redistributed power and wealth from poor to rich without a productivity revolution 191. This agroecological stagnation tells us something important about capitalist technological dynamism today. Absent the identification and appropriation of significant new streams of unpaid work/energy, technology is unable to deliver significant advances in labor productivity. Here the long green revolution mirrors the system-wide deceleration of labor productivity growth since the 1970s. 192. But the situation is more explosive than a resource and nutrient depletion model suggests. On the one hand, the usual agro-capitalist technical fixes or attempted fixes are undermining whatever possibilities might remain for a new round of world accumulation. These movements reinforce extant tendencies towards nutrient and resource depletion, nature as tap. On the other hand, the ongoing closure of the waste frontier, whose leading expression is climate change, is activating a new set of limits, swirling around nature as sink. This contradiction between nature as tap and nature as sink is issuing limits of a new sort. The limits of negative value. 193 Negative value can be understood as the accumulation of limits to capital in the web of life that are direct barriers to the restoration of the four cheaps: food, labor power, energy, and raw materials. As we've seen, the food/labor nexus is especially important. Historically, the accumulation of negative value assumed a latent or potential form. It is now activated through late capitalism's marriage of productivism, global trade and transport, and toxification. The contradictions are immediate, direct, and deepening in the early 21st century. The accumulation of negative value is therefore an imminent contradiction of the production of surplus value in the circuit of capital. It should not be confused with a broader set of so-called environmental contradictions arising from the development of historical capitalism, largely because negative value transcends the boundaries of the human and extra-human. Here the distinction between capital and capitalism is key. Negative value, from this perspective, is bound up with, but not reducible to, the externalization of costs and the social movements environmentalism above all that have developed in response to this externalization since the 1970s. Understanding the capital relation as co-produced in and through the web of life entails a conceptualization of capital's internal crises as co-produced. The rising organic composition of capital, broadly conceived, entails the rising capitalized composition of global nature. The two are distinct expressions for a singular, uneven, historical process. If the former generates a tendency towards a declining rate of profit, the latter not only reinforces the former, but also generates a new set of problems. These problems, as I will try to make clear, combine the old and the new, in part, resource depletion and rising costs of production, yes. 194 but in part, and a rising part at that, a destabilization of the conditions of biospheric stability and biological health that have obtained for centuries, even millennia. Negative value, then, is a means to situate three problems in a unified frame: 1. The ongoing, and impending, nonlinear shifts of the biosphere and its biological systems; 2. The rising costs of production; and 3. The ongoing overaccumulation of capital. These three moments represent a bundle of contradictions within capital that provide fertile ground for a new radical politics that challenges capitalism on ontological grounds, questioning the practical viability, yes, of capitalist markets and production, but more fundamentally, the ontology of value and nature in the modern world system. Nature as tap, nature as sink, negative values combined and uneven development. The normal course of capitalist technological dynamism is not only failing to resolve the energy, nutrient, and resource problems it faces. These problems are getting worse, and they are getting worse out of all proportion to any linear expectation. Why? Because there is a cumulative dimension to primary production. The long era of high rewards with minimal effort and low environmental impact is yielding to a nonlinear curve of declining rewards and rising effort, implicating dramatically greater environmental changes. 195 Contrast an Oklahoma cricket pump in the 1930s with offshore drilling in the Gulf of Mexico today. The world historical arc of the long green revolution reveals a similar process. More and more herbicides and fertilizers are necessary to produce each increment of productivity growth. The cumulative and cyclical dimensions of nature as tap taking the world historical form of scientific, extractive, labor, and agricultural revolutions are now meeting up with the cumulative dimension of nature as sink. Every great movement of appropriating new streams of unpaid work/energy implies a disproportionately larger volume of waste. That disproportionality has grown over time. The dimension of waste is therefore a crucial relation missing to this point from our simplified model of accumulation and crisis. Value and waste are dialectically bound, in a cumulatively disproportionate relation. Agriculture, however, was relatively immune from this contradiction until fairly late in the game. Not until the advent of the long green revolution did agriculture assume a vanguard role in toxification, flooding soils, water, and air with the effluents of petro-farming. Urbanization, mining, and industry had been generating a rising volume of waste since the 16th century, when contemporaries observed poisoned streams and befouled air amid the mining boomtowns of Central Europe. 196 The globalization of the Green Revolution through American-led developmentalism and then neoliberal restructuring changed that. Agriculture has now moved to the pole position in the race to pollute the earth, in part because of its energy and chemical intensity, but also because its role in land clearance removes forests which would otherwise lock up carbon. 197. Capitalism's double squeeze on taps and sinks has been recognized especially in relation to climate change, but I think its epochal implications are underappreciated. I would spotlight two aspects of this double squeeze. One is that capitalism's wastes are now overflowing the sinks, and spilling over onto the ledgers of capital. Climate change, once again, is our most expressive instance of this phenomenon. Hence, the connection between biospheric state shifts and accumulation crisis is more intimate than usually recognized. But I think there is another, deeper, historical geographical problem that has not been sufficiently considered. The temporality of nature as tap differs significantly from the temporality of nature as sink. New primary production regimes, until now, could develop much faster than did waste-induced costs. Outrunning these contradictions was possible because there were geographical frontiers, not just continents, but bodily, subterranean, and atmospheric spaces from which free gifts could be extracted, and into which free garbage could be deposited. There is, then, a fantastically nonlinear dynamic at play. Capitalist technological advance not only produces a tendency for industrial production to run ahead of its raw material supply, Marx's general law of underproduction. It also produces a general law of overpollution, the tendency to enclose and fill up waste frontiers faster than it can locate new ones. Thus the nonlinear slope of the waste accumulation curve over the longue durée, with a series of sharp upticks after 1945, 1975, and 2008. As resource quality, a wretched term, declines, it is not only more costly to extract work/energy, it becomes more toxic. Thus the transition from placer to cyanide gold mining, or the rising share of strip mining in world coal production. 198 The result today is a world in which every nook and cranny bears the impress of capital's toxification, from heavy metals in Arctic glaciers and children's blood, to the plastic garbage patches in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, to rising atmospheric concentrations of CO2. 199. This unsavory convergence of nature as tap and nature as sink is rapidly undermining the possibility for normal capitalism to survive, over the medium run of the next 20 to 30 years. The contradictions of capitalism have always been escapable, until now, because there were escape hatches, peasantries to be proletarianized, new oil fields to exploit, new forests to convert to cash crop agriculture. These processes continue, albeit under progressively more ruthless conditions. What merits our attention today, and what many Greens, unduly focused on what capitalism does to nature rather than how nature works for capitalism, have overlooked, is how capital is throwing up limits of an entirely new character. Two major streams of negative value can be identified immediately. One is climate change. Together, world agriculture and forestry contributes between 1/4 and 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, rivaling or exceeding industry or energy. 201 On the one hand, climate change is reinforcing tendencies such as aquifer depletion already in motion before the 1990s. On the other hand, climate change is creating new problems, suppressing the yield of the big four cereals, changing precipitation patterns, and suppressing labor productivity during the increasingly hot summer months when most planting and harvesting occurs. 202 Yield suppression is already occurring. Between 1980 and 2008, global maize and wheat production declined by 3.8% and 5.5%, respectively, compared to a counterfactual without climate trends 203. By 2035, agriculture will bear 1/3, and by 2060 2/3, of the global costs issuing from climate change. 204 Here is negative value at work, the production of direct barriers to capital's cheap nature model, mediated through the climate-induced erosion of agricultural productivity. While no simple causal line can be drawn between climate change and particular events, the link between global warming, drought frequency and global aridity is well established. 2051 Therefore reads with some concern about American maize production moving towards more not less drought sensitivity. 206 The American Midwest is responsible for 1/3 of world maize output and half of world exports. 207 Any serious drought in the American agricultural heartlands is a world historical event. By January 2014, nearly all of California, the country's leading agricultural state, was in a state of extreme drought, and half of the U.S. suffered from drought by May, affecting 54% of the national wheat crop, 30% of the national corn area, 22% of soybeans, 32% of hay crops and 48% of cattle. 208 By the end of 2014, we learned that California's drought was the most severe in the last 1,200 years. 209 While drought is not exceptional in itself, the trend since 2001 is towards longer, more severe droughts, a movement with dire implications for yields. 210 And for rising costs of production. The bill for the 2014 drought comes to $1.5 billion for California agriculture alone. 211 Worse still, not only do rising temperatures suppress crop and labor productivity, but rising CO2 concentrations alter the nutritional content of cereal crops in exactly the wrong direction, reducing protein, zinc, and iron content at a time when nutrient deficiencies already affect some 3 billion people. 212 The superweed effect, not just weeds. A second stream of negative value accumulation is more subtle, but just as problematic. This is the superweed effect, the tendency of extra-human natures to evolve more rapidly than the technological disciplines of capitalist agriculture. In essence, the superweed effect signifies the co-evolution of forms of work/energy that are hostile to capital accumulation, and whose hostility cannot be readily blunted by the usual strategies of the taming cycle. The superweed effect is at once creative and destructive. It is creative insofar as weeds have evolved to survive the Roundup-ready herbicides that are fundamental to genetically modified soy and other crops. 213 And, as if to move from the frying pan to the fire, rising CO2 concentrations strongly favor invasive weeds, above and beyond rising temperature. 214 The superweeds resistance is now calling forth a new effort by agrobiotech firms to introduce 2,4-D resistant soybeans in the US, Brazil, Argentina, and South Africa. Perhaps best known as the key ingredient in the Agent Orange of the Vietnam War, 2,4-D is a known carcinogen and endocrine disruptor. If successful, this newest round of GMOs would mark a rerun of the 1990s introduction of Roundup-ready crops, only this time the herbicides in question are much more toxic. 215 Nor is this concern merely speculative. Already, 2,4-D applications in the US have grown apace, with glyphosate use the former rising 90% between 2000 and 2012. 216 Nor is the superweed effect limited to weeds. Antibiotic resistance, fueled by the meat industrial complex and abetted by the Western medical model, has developed to such an extent that it threatens to set medicine back a century. 217 For the World Health Organization, antibiotic resistance is an impending public health crisis. 218 Although one wonders just how impending it really is. As with superweeds, superbugs have flourished in an era of warming climate, reinforcing the contradictions of antibiotic promiscuity. 219 Rising costs of social reproduction in this sphere are already evident. Antibiotic resistance in the US alone is responsible for $21 to $35 billion in additional costs, 8 million additional hospital days, and a net drag on GDP growth between 0.4 and 1.6% annually. 220 So far, The marginal benefit has favored the meat industrial complex, for which antibiotic promiscuity facilitates about $2 billion in extra profits annually. 221 How long the trade-off can be sustained even within a capitalist logic is not clear. Fully 3/4 of all emerging infectious diseases now originate in animals or animal products. 222 The combination of antibiotic resistance, climate change, and global flows of human and extra-human nature points towards disease as a significant nexus of negative value in coming decades. The superweed affect's creativity is matched by a less obvious, but portentous, movement of destruction. In this, the plight of our honeybees and the mysterious colony collapse disorder is instructive. A herald of our times, nobody really understands colony collapse. It is an unpredictable, unruly, unknown vector of a crisis that everybody sees but no one really understands. 223 While some species, like our superweeds, adapt by evolving quickly in the face of new pesticides, for others, the immediate options are more constrained. Collapse is as much a revolt against capitalist imperatives as surviving the toxic onslaught. If the proximate cause of colony collapse disorder is not yet clear, its socio-ecological roots are not hard to pinpoint. As Kozek explains, capitalist beekeeping has radically altered the structure and behavior of the hive, a fully industrialized hive modeled on the modern factory. The bee's range has also been radically altered, from a radius of 2 miles to the migratory geography of the modern bee, who travels thousands of miles on the back of semi-trucks and is fed on corn syrup and soy protein supplements in order to pollinate single crops for 8 weeks at a time. This mobility in turn allowed for the rise of the industrial geography of beekeeping, in which 80% of the hives in the US are now trucked around the country, serving the monocrop blooms of large-scale industrial agriculture. Without this service, a large portion of contemporary agriculture would simply not be biologically or economically possible. 224. Today the industrialization of honeybee production is approaching a tipping point. Bee colony loss rates increased from an average of 10 to 15% in the second half of the 20th century to 20 to 30% since 2006. 225 This is no small matter given that we rely, directly and indirectly, on animal pollination for 1/3 of the food we eat. 226 Some $19 billion in American, and $200 billion in world, agricultural output depends on this pollination. 227 Although pollination costs are a small part of farm costs, the trend is not encouraging. Hive costs have tripled over the past decade. 228 Nor is the recent experience of southwest China encouraging, where hand pollination is common and where wild bees have been eradicated by excessive pesticide use and habitat removal. 229 Among the culprits is the deployment of neonicotinoid insecticides, introduced in the mid-1990s. And while the evidence indicting neonicotinoids for colony collapse disorder is mounting. 230 It seems clear that the problem is animated by the logic of capitalist beekeeping over the past century, one imminent in the agricultural revolution model that is now faltering. In the heartland of the long green revolution, the American Midwest, some 45% of bee species have been wiped out. 231 A story sadly replicated across the globe's toxic landscapes of cash crop cultivation. 232 For colony collapse disorder is, say, a canary in a coal mine. Towards a socialist world ecology. Agricultural biotechnology, as we know, has sought to extend the cheap food model. The optimistic estimates anticipate a 1/3 decline in the rate of output growth from 1.5% to 1% annually over the next decade. 233 Thus, agrobiotech has failed to reproduce modernity's agricultural revolution model, without which modernity as we know it does not exist. At best, agrobiotech has provided short-run gains to farmers, who quickly see those gains disappear, leaving them with increasingly heavy debt burdens and herbicide dependency. 234 Very high agricultural productivity may, however, be possible with alternative farming practices premised on agroecology, permaculture, and other non-capitalist agronomies. The spectacular, if episodic, Success of the system of rice intensification 235 capable of producing more than 20 tons of rice on a hectare of land 236 is highly suggestive of such an alternate path. This alternative path can, of course, only be followed through class struggle, but a class struggle understood as a contest over the configuration of the oikios. This is class struggle as the relation of production and reproduction, of power and wealth in the web of life. In this respect, the barriers to a new agricultural revolution are not limited to biophysical natures as such, they are also co-produced through the class struggle, itself co-produced through nature. It is much easier to celebrate the class struggle than to analyze it. We can say with some confidence that food, not just land, has become a central site of the world class struggle in a way that is entirely unprecedented, and unthinkable even 3 decades ago. To be sure, the struggle over food is more than a class struggle, and many forms of food justice appear quite modest, calls for supporting organic agriculture, local farmers' markets, transition towns, and so forth. But if neoliberal subjectivities persist, sometimes subtly and at others rudely embracing individualizing and market dynamics, we appear to be witnessing an important shift since the mid-2000s. This is the movement, unevenly cultural and political, towards food justice, the popular face of food sovereignty in the global north. 237 As neoliberalism's macabre ontological shift in the definition of food has rolled out, shifting from the Green Revolution's caloric metric to the edible food-like substances that now line our supermarket shelves. 238 It seems to have made food, and by extension nature, much more fundamental to the old left questions of liberté, égalité, fraternité than ever before. The class struggle of the 21st century will turn, in no small measure, upon how one answers the questions: what is food? What is nature? What is valuable? Even on the basis of its strongest historical justification, the forces of production capitalism now stumbles. For the alternative suggested by the system of rice intensification, taken in both literal and metaphorical senses of the concept, cannot be generalized except through a new imagining of food, nature, and value. It is in this sense that the agroecological alternative is a path that points to way out of capitalism and towards a socialist world ecology. 239 This alternative can only be realized, can only be organized in the present through a class struggle that redefines what is valuable in the civilization we wish to build. What would a socialist valuation of humans and the rest of nature look like? This can only be answered through practical activity and reflexive theorization. But provisional answers, taken as guiding threads, can be offered. In my view, the elements of a socialist world ecology are all around us. And though these elements are not limited to food, food politics today offers some of the most hopeful glimpses of the future many of us wish to see. In the United States, organic, urban, community-assisted and guerrilla agriculture are still small parts of the picture, but effective ones. A revolt against what transnational corporate food and capitalism generally produce. This revolt is taking place in the vast open space of Detroit, in the inner-city farms of West Oakland, in the Victory Gardens and public housing of Alamani Farm in San Francisco, in growing power in Milwaukee and many other places around the country. These are blows against alienation, poor health, hunger, and other woes fought with shovels and seeds, not guns. At its best, tending one's garden leads to tending one's community and policy, and ultimately becomes a way of entering the public sphere rather than withdrawing from it. 240. Even allowing for some measure of exaggeration in this statement, it is clear, for instance, that state power will be needed, in the US and elsewhere, to reorient agriculture towards democratic and sustainable practices. 241 Food and agriculture has become a decisive battleground of the world-class struggle. It is no longer largely a struggle of peasant against landlords. Food security, safety, and sustainability have become central questions in the everyday lives of the world proletariat, from Beijing to Boston. 242. Of course, such developments in the North are still modest in world perspective. In this respect, the rise of La Via Campesina signals an important development in the world history of food. 243 For Via Campesina, representing some 200 million people, challenges the very heart of capitalist productivism in agriculture through its articulation of food sovereignty. Food sovereignty, at its best, asserts a revolutionary ontology of food as biospheric, as democratic, as cultural, all at the same time. 244 Each moment is implied in the others, sustainability unthinkable except through democratic and egalitarian praxis. In this vision, food sovereignty becomes the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agriculture systems. It puts the aspirations and needs of those who produce, distribute, and consume food at the heart of food systems and policies rather than the demands of markets and corporations. It defends the interests and inclusion of the next generation. It offers a strategy to resist and dismantle the current corporate trade and food regime, and directions for food, farming, pastoral and fisheries systems determined by local producers and users. Food sovereignty prioritizes local and national economies and markets and empowers peasant and family farmer-driven agriculture, artisanal fishing, pastoralist-led grazing, and food production, distribution, and consumption based on environmental, social and economic sustainability. Food sovereignty promotes transparent trade that guarantees just incomes to all peoples as well as the rights of consumers to control their food and nutrition. It ensures that the rights to use and manage lands, territories, waters, seeds, livestock, and biodiversity are in the hands of those of us who produce food. Food sovereignty implies new social relations free of oppression and inequality between men and women, peoples, racial groups, social and economic classes and generations. 245. But, if class struggle is always present, it frequently takes structural forms. Capitalism's agricultural revolution model is about class, it is about capital, and it is about a capitalist project to make nature external, controllable, and cheap. Power, capital, and nature form an organic whole. Conclusion. Capitalist agriculture today is headed towards an epochal transition, from contributing to capital accumulation by reducing the costs of labor power, to undermining even the middle-run conditions necessary for renewed accumulation. This is signaled by the rise of negative value. At the point of production, the superweed effect shows our future in the present, more energy and chemical-intensive strategies to discipline agroecologies as these evolve into forms of work/energy hostile to the law of cheap nature. At the scale of the biosphere, the energy-intensive character of capitalist agriculture now feeds a spiral of global warming that increasingly limits capitalism as a whole. Global warming poses a fundamental threat not only to humanity, but, more immediately and directly, to capitalism itself. This inverts the usual line of radical critique, which overstates the resilience of capitalism in the face of these changes, an overstatement that derives from a view of capitalism as a social system that acts upon nature, rather than a world ecology that develops through the web of life. The condition for maintaining negative value in its latent state was the possibility for moving entropy out of commodity production. Today, such latent negative value can no longer be moved out, as biospheric changes penetrate global production relations with unusual power and salience. Global warming will, in the coming 2 decades, so thoroughly mobilize until now latent negative value fed by capitalist agriculture and in turn undermining the cheap food model that it is difficult to see how capitalist agriculture can survive. This is not only because of its internal contradictions but also because of the new ontological challenge to capitalism's valuation project itself. Negative value is destabilizing surplus value, and in doing so it is making possible new, emancipatory and egalitarian vistas. Negative value, as it congeals from here forward, is a barrier to capital as such. Its encouragement of a new ontological politics carries forth the possibility of alternative valuations of food, nature, and everything else. It is these alternative valuations that will be pivotal to translating today's negative value into alternative and transformative ethico-political valuations. In revealing capitalism's value relations as the value of nothing, 246 the new contradictions and new movements, together, call into question the value of everything. The end of cheap food may well be the end of modernity, and the start of something much better. Conclusion. The end of cheap nature. The world ecological limit of capital is capital itself. We need now to go further, along paths hitherto little explored, to see the successive synchronous patterns of historical social systems within the ecological whole that is the Earth. Wallerstein, 1980. Does capitalism today face the end of cheap nature? Of course, nature in a holistic sense is never cheap. Cheap nature is the invention of a civilization premised on dualism. For 5 centuries, that dualism proved extraordinarily functional. Natures were appropriated. Capital was accumulated. Wastes were dumped overboard. That logic and the strategies premised on it has now reached the end of its particular road. Another course will have to be charted. I have argued 3 propositions, in turn ontological, methodological, and historical analytical. First, ecology as oikia stands as a signifier of the whole and not the parts. If there is something resembling a fundamental ontological relation, it is between humans and the rest of nature, the oikias. No domain of human experience is independent of it. World ecology, as a framework for unifying the production of nature, the pursuit of power, and the accumulation of capital, offers a way of rereading the diversity of modern human experience as unavoidably, irreducibly, socio-ecological. The upshot is that nature is a historical relation. But too little attention has been given to incorporating nature into the mode and method of analysis. There has been too little investigation into how bundles of human and extra-human relations constitute modernity's historical natures, and how patterns of power and capital are producers and products of those natures. The conventional wisdom says that modernity makes environmental history. But is not a more relational proposition more tenable, modernity as environmental history? Methodologically, once we acknowledge that the old containers need to be radically refashioned, a different reading of capitalism's history is possible. We can begin to read modernity's world historical patterns: soil exhaustion and deforestation, unemployment, and financial crashes through successive historical natures. Some of these expressions operate at ground level, others at the scales of accumulation. Many more processes work in between. Many do not appear to be socio-ecological at all: financialization, national identities, the prison industrial complex. And this is precisely the point. A perspective that begins by narrowing the field of vision may not be the most fruitful choice in an era when an elusive logic of financial calculability rules the roost of global capitalism, shaping, as never before, the structures of everyday life, including the everyday lives of birds and bees and bugs, alongside human beings. The alternative is a part-whole approach through which concrete totalities emerge. This approach says to keep moving out by successive determinations, bringing successive parts themselves abstract processes in continuous juxtaposition, and in this way form the whole which you need for interpreting and explaining historical change. For example, one may take the concept of a singular social metabolism, as we saw in Chapter 3, as a historically concrete relation that emerges through the continuous juxtaposition of various parts, stabilized provisionally in successive determinations over the longue durée. Deforestation and resource depletion become historical facts only through such concrete movements, taken as movements of the whole. In other words, historical nature merits incorporation into the emergence of successive world capitalisms, in the spirit of McMichael's contention that neither whole nor parts are permanent categories or units of analysis too. If historical nature and historical capitalism form a dialectical unity, our thinking about capital undergoes a meaningful shift. We begin to see that the logic of capital owes its success as much to the extension of appropriation as it does to the capitalization of production. This, the dialectic of productivity and plunder. Capital's necessary balance between capitalization and appropriation, its inflection point ever shifting, is important to acknowledge if we are to move beyond the incantation of ecological crisis as external, somehow, eventually, converging with internal economic crisis. For the claim of externality asserts the very question that merits investigation, the adaptability and evolution of the relation between humans and the rest of nature in the modern world. My view is therefore one that extends to the Oikeus Origi's emphasis on capitalism's essential flexibility. One of the major problems of the left, but also on the right, is to think there is only one kind of capitalism that reproduces itself historically, whereas capitalism has transformed itself substantively, particularly on a global basis, in unexpected ways. 3. Can we not say the same thing about historical natures in the modern world system? The nature produced through early capitalism and its scientific revolution was not the same nature produced through American-led monopoly capitalism and the scientific management revolution. And the historical nature of the post-World War II Golden Age differed from the nature produced through neoliberalism and its project to create life as surplus. For here is a way to engage with both the popular and scholarly debates over socio-ecological limits, but without invoking neo-Malthusian scarcity. To be perfectly clear, there are limits. But how do we identify, narrate, and explain the emergence of these limits, historically and in the present conjuncture? I have done my best to offer a way to answer to these questions. I am convinced, and I hope the reader will be persuaded, at least in part, that the dualisms that have framed the conventional approach to modernity's limits will not suffice. These dualisms are, indeed, part of the problem. This hardly means that we need to give up making distinctions, only that we need a better, more dialectical, more historical, more relational way of making these distinctions. Just as capital and labor move relationally through value relations in Marx's critique of capitalism, humans and the rest of nature move relationally through the oikeus. That relation that cannot be reduced to the interactions of nature/society. Through the oikeus, we may begin to see the evolving and punctuated developments of class structures, modes of production, and the techniques of civilizations as environment-making processes. This does not displace our manifold ways of discerning coherence and difference in world history, but rather grounds those ways in the making and unmaking of successive historical natures. In this, our understanding of class, race, gender, the state, culture has been limited by the either/or bias of Cartesian dualism, driving our interpretations of historical change into a Hobson's choice of social reductionism or environmental determinism. Both claims are true. Both are also false. A more radically honest approach, as Raymond Williams might say, recognizes the partial truths and falsehoods of both. An effective alternative, moreover, goes beyond saying that society and nature matter equally. The categories themselves are fragmented, they preconceptualize reality before it can be studied. If we begin instead with the guiding thread of the double internality that human organizations internalize and are internalized by the web of life, then we may identify the dominant bundles of human and extra-human nature in successive historical systems. The bundles reflect the choices of civilizations in deciding what is and what is not valuable. If the Marxist language of a law of value seems antiquated today, and there may be a better way to phrase it, all civilizations nevertheless choose to value some relations over others. In feudalism, this was land productivity organized through the parcellized sovereignty of feudal lords. In capitalism, it is labor productivity organized through the exploitation of labor power and the appropriation of cheap nature. A sustainable and socialist law of value would privilege the healthy, equitable, and democratic relations of reproduction for all nature. Laws of value are therefore important politically, but also help us to discern and to analyze the relevant bundles of human and extra-human nature in historical change. This premise may facilitate a new means of making distinctions without succumbing to the symbolic violence of dualism. It may also help us to learn more about how capitalism has overcome its recurrent crises historically. At every turn, crisis resolution has turned on reconfiguring the oikeus, and the dialectic of appropriation and capitalization in their qualitative and quantitative dimensions. Such restructuring bundles not only the human and the extra-human, but also the material and the symbolic. The cyclical restructuring of capitalism has unfolded through the premise and project of cheap nature, understood as a praxis of external nature. The likely demise of cheap nature today therefore signals the exhaustion of a civilizational model, punctuated by the rise of negative value. capitalism will give way to another model or models over the next century. Hence the centrality of the new ontological politics of food sovereignty, climate justice, degrowth, and cognate movements. Whether or not the exhaustion of the cheap nature model leads to something better, or something worse, remains to be seen. But the politics of fear and catastrophism that have permeated green politics will not produce the clarity necessary to face the challenges ahead. It is in such periods of civilizational crisis and epochal crisis of capitalism as world ecology that such intellectual clarity is most needed, and most influential. In such moments, ideas, too, become material forces. Perhaps the greatest need for clarity turns on the nature of civilizational limits. At best, the commonplace assertion of nature as external limit describes a very general tendency. Such assertions cannot explain how capitalism has co-produced limits of its own making through the oikias. Why? Because the dualist conception of limits stops our investigations of capitalism's double internality before they can begin. It prevents us from seeing how human organization emerges and reproduces through environment making, a process in which a multi-layered nature continually asserts itself, flowing inside and outside the eminently natural bodies and relations of humans. Dualism appears to highlight the role of environmental change. But this is a mirage. Because dualism cannot admit social relations as relations of the oikias, it radically understates the centrality of environment making to human history. The widespread cognitive habit and conceptual practice of referring to the environment as an object, rather than a relation governed by the double internality of humanity in nature, hides from view the relations through the oikias that have enabled, and now increasingly constrain in capitalism today. The rise and ongoing demise of value. Capitalism has exhausted the historical relation that enabled it to appropriate the work of nature with such extraordinary and unprecedented power. The limits to growth faced by capital today are real enough, they are limits co-produced through capitalism. The world ecological limit of capital is capital itself. What we are seeing today is the end of cheap nature as a civilizational strategy. It was born, as we have seen, during the long 16th century. An ingenious civilizational project has been at the core of this strategy, to construct nature as external to human activity, and thence to mobilize the work of uncommodified human and extra-human natures in service to advancing labor productivity within commodity production. The revolutionary shift in the scale, scope, and speed of landscape and biological transformations in the 3 centuries after 1450 stretching from Poland to Brazil, from the North Atlantic's cod fisheries to Southeast Asia's Spice Islands may be understood in this light. Such transformations were the epoch-making expressions of a new law of value that reconfigured uncommodified human and extra-human natures in servitude to labor productivity and the commodity. This new law of value was quite peculiar. Never before had any civilization negotiated this transition from land productivity to labor productivity as its metric of wealth. This strange metric value oriented the whole of West Central Europe towards an equally strange conquest of space. Marx called this strange conquest the annihilation of space by time, and across the long 16th century we can see a new form of time, abstract time, taking shape. While all civilizations in some sense are built to expand across varied topographies, they pulse 5 none represented these topographies as external and progressively abstracted in the ways that dominated the life of a civilization. External nature with a capital N was at the heart of early capitalism's geographical praxis. It has remained so ever since. The early modern transition from land productivity, in manifold tributary relations, to labor productivity, in manifold commodity relations, emerged through a powerful bundle of processes co-produced by human and extra-human natures. The story of these processes is the subject of voluminous historiographies, of the environment, the economy, territorial states and empires, science and ideas of nature, culture, and much, much more. I have drawn on these historiographies and many other literatures as well as best I can, with an eye to showing how one might go about connecting the relations of power and production within a unified field, the sort of field that is ruled out by dualistic habits of thought and its allied institutional structures. I do not pretend that the models and narratives on offer exhaust the possibilities for elaborating a unified theory and holistic narrative of capitalist development. But the approach, pivoting on the oikos, gives us a relational rather than substantialist pivot, a clear alternative to conventional dualisms as well as to network eclecticism. Capitalism, as project and process, unfolds in and through the oikos, the creative, generative, and multi-layered relation of species and environment. In this, human organization becomes not only a producer but also a product of environmental change, wrapped up in patterns of environment making. This is the double internality of historical change. To be sure, humans are distinctive in forming historically specific notions of our place in the web of life. This is the history of ideas of nature, which are in fact ideas of everything that humans do. 6 We are among the planet's more effective ecosystem engineers, and even so, our civilizations are made and unmade by the environment-making activities of life. To take this position is to immediately abandon the notion of civilization and environment, and instead refocus on the idea of civilizations in nature, on capitalism as environment-making process. These processes include factories no less than forests, homes no less than mines, financial centers no less than farms, cities no less than countrysides. If environment making is always co-produced, revealing the adaptability of human organization in its double role as producer and product, the question of nature is still a vexing one. I have tried to break the ice of the frozen history of nature in general. Nature is general as noumenon is always there. But for those committed the histories of humanity in nature, it will not do. It will not do any more than production in general helps one come to grips with neoliberal restructuring, flexible accumulation, and the globalization of production. Only a conception of historical nature will suffice. In this sense, historical nature operates in a double register, as the field upon which capitalism unfolds, a field whose bounds are subject to revision and as object. This latter is historical nature, as resource zone and rubbish bin, as zone of production and reproduction. To engage the problem of historical natures in their manifold layers of time and space is to depart from the wistful philosophizing that goes with saying humans are a part of nature, and to begin to develop workable analytics. These will allow us to interpret historical change as actively co-produced by humans and the rest of nature. This transition from holistic philosophy to relational history is the core of the world ecology argument. Crucially, this line of reasoning takes historical nature as matrix and as object as something that must be explained through capitalism's world praxis. For nature could not be made cheap until it was rendered external. Yes, the distinction between human and extra-human natures has a long history that stretches back to Greco-Roman antiquity. 7 But never before had nature as external object become an organizing principle for a civilization. Capitalism's basic problem is that capital's demand for cheap natures tends to rise faster than its capacity to secure them. The costs of production rise, and accumulation falters. This was recognized by Marx long ago, not only in his general law of the overproduction of machinery and the underproduction of raw materials, but also in his perceptive observations that the bourgeoisie tends to accumulate capital by exhausting labor power, in the same way as a greedy farmer snatches more produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. 8 The solution? Move to the frontier, so much the better if such frontiers were colonies, thus the salience of Irish workers, Caribbean sugar, Mississippi cotton in Marx's day. For this reason, capital finds itself continually dependent on capitalist power and bourgeois knowledge to locate natures whose wealth can be mapped, reshaped, and appropriated cheaply. Is the exhaustion of the historical natures created through neoliberal capitalism a cyclical phenomenon such as we saw at the end of the late 18th century, or during the long 1970s, or is it the end of cheap nature? Are we now living through a developmental crisis, one whose contradictions can be fixed through renewed capitalization, rationalization, and dispossession? Or is it, rather, an epochal crisis, one that will compel fundamentally new relations of wealth, power, and nature in the century ahead? This line of questioning has been marginal in today's proliferating literature on economic and ecological crisis. This may explain some measure of the profound under-theorization of ecological crisis, and the reluctance of critical scholars to explain nature as constitutive of capital accumulation. The limits to capital. What would such an explanation, one premised on the co-production of capitalism by humans and the rest of nature, look like? This book has offered one way to answer the question. My argument has focused on two big issues swirling about nature, capital, and limits today. One is historical. The other is conceptual. In the first instance, we must ask whether the peculiar train of events since 2003, when the latest commodity boom began, represents a cyclical or cumulative end of the four cheaps. Capitalism since the early 19th century has been remarkably adept at overcoming the actual and averting potential bottlenecks relating to the rising price of the big four inputs. This capacity to overcome and avert such bottlenecks can be seen in successive epoch-making agricultural revolutions, expansively reproducing the cheap food/labor nexus. England's late 18th century agricultural stagnation and food price woes were resolved through the American farmer's marriage of mechanization and fertile frontiers after 1840. The productivity stagnation of early 20th century capitalist agriculture in Western Europe and North America was resolved through successive green revolutions, manifested in the post-war globalization of the hybridized, chemicalized, and mechanized American farm model. From this perspective, we might reasonably call the post-2008 conjuncture as a developmental crisis, one that can be resolved through renewed rounds of commodification, especially, but not only, in agriculture. However, as we have seen, the latest wave of capitalist agricultural revolution, agrobiotechnology, has yet to arrest the productivity slowdown. It is therefore also possible that capitalism has entered an era of epochal crisis. Developmental and epochal crises give expression to the maturing contradictions inscribed in those regimes of value, power, and nature that govern capitalism over the longue durée. In place of the converging crises model 9, we may instead view our era's turbulence as a singular crisis of capitalism as a way of organizing nature with manifold expressions. Food and climate, finance, and energy represent not multiple, but manifold, forms of crisis emanating from a singular civilizational project, the law of value as a law of cheap nature. This directs our attention to how capitalism goes about forming and reforming its specific configurations of wealth, power, and nature, not as three independent boxes, but as mutually relational moments in the cumulative and cyclical development of the modern world system. To pursue this line of inquiry brings us squarely onto the terrain of capitalism's law of value. For it is the emergence, development, and cyclical restructuring of capital, power, and nature that are conditioned decisively by capitalism's value relations. We might think about value relations in two major ways. The first is value as method. This approach reconstructs historical capitalism through the production and reproduction of real life as distinctions within the organic whole. This permits a world ecological recasting of nature and society in favor of the contradictory unity, the production and reproduction of real life. It is a unity that cuts across and destabilizes any a priori boundary between human activity and the rest of nature. The reproduction of real life includes the extra-human entwined with the human at every step. Taking the production and reproduction of life as our guiding thread allows us to dissolve the divide between the economic and the ecological, in favor of definite historical configurations of human and extra-human natures. Once freed from the fetish of the economy, we can focus on the relations of power and production that make possible the endless reproduction of value in its double existence, as abstract social nature and abstract social labor. This latter is socially necessary labor time. While all species work in some fashion, only humans create and labor under socially necessary labor time. Only humans, and only some humans at that. The law of value, not the theory of value, but its actual historical operation, is anthropocentric in a very specific sense. Only human labor power directly produces value. A tree, or a horse, or a geological vent cannot be paid. And yet, commodified labor power cannot produce anything without the unpaid work of the horse or the tree. Socially necessary unpaid work is the pedestal of socially necessary labor time. Unlike the horse or the tree, unpaid human work could be paid. But capitalists do not like to pay their bills, and for good reason. To fully commodify the reproduction of labor power would do away with the unpaid work that allows accumulation to proceed at acceptable rates of profit. Marxists will sometimes characterize capitalism as a system in which the bulk of society's work is done by propertyless laborers who are obliged to sell their labor power. 11 But this is exactly what cannot occur. If the bulk of the work carried out within capitalism were ever to be monetized, the costs of labor power would soar. Capital accumulation as we have known it would be impossible. None of this suggests that wage labor is epiphenomenal. Quite the contrary. Rather, proletarianization may be more adequately understood as a connective historical process fundamental to the capitalist world ecology. Point 12 In this light, the law of value is not centered on the rise of the modern proletariat as such, but on the uneven globalization of wage work dialectically joined to the generalization of its conditions of reproduction. 13 Value, as abstract social labor, works through, not in spite of, its partiality. Life activity outside commodity production, but articulated with it, is socially necessary unpaid work. Strictly speaking, it cannot be quantified in the same fashion as commodified labor power because the condition of quantifiable abstract social labor is an even greater mass of unquantifiable work. Unpaid work can and often is measured, but it cannot be valued. What capital strives to achieve is the reduction of necessary labor time. This reduction is intrinsic to capital's existence, hence capitalism's emphasis on labor productivity over land productivity, and capital's mobilization of cheap natures in order to make this emphasis possible. The acceleration of landscape change and the emergence of a tentative but tenacious regime of abstract social labor were two sides of the rise of capitalism in the 16th century. Abstract social labor could only take shape on the basis of a new, sharply accelerated, relation to the unpaid work of cheap nature. In the conventional narrative, rising labor productivity is a story of technological advance and organizational innovation in industrial production. This is true enough. But is it the whole story? New machinery and organization at the point of production can only advance labor productivity, reducing necessary labor time over the long run through new technologies of power that reduce the value composition of the big four inputs. The four cheaps could be restored only partly through innovations within established zones of commodity production. Historically, they also depended on new strategies of appropriation, on new commodity frontiers. Here we find a systemic connection between the accumulation of capital and the rise of capitalist power in making possible a civilization cohered by the law of value. In order to reduce necessary labor time, capital sets in motion and struggles to create, through varied combinations of coercion, consent, and rationalization, a civilization that aims to maximize the unpaid work of life outside the circuit of capital, but within reach of capitalist power. The reduction of socially necessary labor time through commodification is what I have been calling capitalization. The maximization of unpaid work in service to capitalization is what I have called appropriation. There is some overlap, to be sure. Where the Cartesian frame presumes separation of humanity and nature, the world ecology argument presumes a dialectical unity that proceeds from the distinctiveness of humans within the web of life. So our focus is directed towards the ways that capitalization and appropriation work together as patterns and rules of reproducing value and power in the web of life. This gives us a way to identify and to explain patterns of environment making across the longue durée of historical capitalism. Accumulation crises, or capitalism as frontier. These patterns of environment making have turned upon a new kind of geographical expansion. For capitalism is impossible to understand as a closed system, the endless accumulation of capital is the endless internalization of nature. Capitalism is defined by frontier movement. The conceit of early modern cartographic revolutions was to conceive of the Earth as abstract space rather than as concrete geographies. The latter, abolished in theory, would continually reassert themselves, as geographical particularities entered into dynamic tension with bourgeois fantasies of abstract space. The great advantage of mapping the world as a grid, and nature as an external object, was that one could appropriate the work of nature in a fashion profoundly efficient for capital accumulation. The very dynamism of capitalist production is unthinkable in the absence of frontier appropriations that allowed more and more materials to flow through a given unit of abstract labor time. Value's self-expanding character depends on an exponential rise in the material volume of production, but without a corresponding rise in the abstract labor implied in such production. This incessant reduction of labor time can occur only to the extent that the four cheaps can be secured through appropriation. This requires the continual enlargement of the geographical arenas for such appropriations. Thus are capital and capitalist power joined in the co-production of cheap natures. For this reason, frontiers are much more central to the expanded reproduction of capital and capitalist power than commonly recognized. When Harvey opines that capitalism, confronting the end of frontiers, might actively manufacture such frontiers, he reflects the common sense of the contemporary radical critique. But this is a profound misreading. Point 14. The processes of privatization and finance-led dispossession, insofar as they operate within the domain of capitalized relations, cannot revive accumulation. Indeed, these processes worked in the neoliberal era because they were bound to the release of minimally commodified labor power, food, energy, and raw materials into the circuits of capital. Depeasantization, the reorientation of peasant agriculture towards the world market, the extraction of abundant energy and mineral wealth. These great movements of modern world history have been frontier movements, some more obvious than others. These movements of appropriation have enlarged the reserve army of labor, expanded food supplies to the world proletariat, directed abundant energy flows to, and boosted labor productivity within, commodity production, and channeled gigantic volumes of raw materials into industrial production. Put simply, the great frontier that opened the capitalist epoch did so by making nature's free gifts and human natures too more or less cheaply available to those with capital and power. The great frontier was inside as well as outside. Frontier appropriations occurred not only on capitalism's outer edges, but also on the vertical axis of socio-ecological reproduction, within the heartlands of commodification. Not just colonies, then, but also women's unpaid work became subject to commodification. Although the horizontal and vertical moments of these frontier appropriations unfolded in distinct geographical zones with specific socio-ecological inflections, they were unified through their relation to the accumulation process. Commodity frontiers worked in both heartlands and hinterlands by appropriating and transferring unpaid work from zones of appropriation, centering on relations of reproduction, and towards zones of commodification. In the heartlands, the appropriation of women's unpaid work was central to the cheap reproduction of labor power. In the hinterlands, the appropriation of extra human natures was often primary. The secret of the law of value is in this epochal synthesis, of the exploitation of labor power and the appropriation of the unpaid work/energy. The regime of abstract social labor premised on socially necessary labor time emerged historically, and restructured cumulatively, through the formation of regimes of abstract social nature which made legible new zones of appropriation. This abstract social nature, a systemic family of processes aimed at rationalizing, simplifying, standardizing, and otherwise mapping the world as external object, is directly constitutive of cheap nature. From the 16th century, the cascading and converging processes of commodification, capital accumulation, and symbolic innovation constituted a virtuous circle of modern world development. I do not propose a revision of Marx's law of value in a strict sense. The substance of capital is abstract social labor. I do propose that we take value relations as a methodological premise focused on the trinity of capital/power/nature and the dialectic of capitalization and appropriation. From this perspective, value relations are grounded historically in successive configurations of abstract labor and abstract nature. Those configurations are historical natures. Each historical nature, co-produced by the law of value, enables the renewed exploitation of labor power and the renewed appropriation of life activity as unpaid work. The appropriation of unpaid work must outstrip the exploitation of labor power, else the four cheaps cannot return, and neither can capitalist prosperity. Abstract social nature names those processes that extend, through new forms of symbolic praxis and knowledge formation, the frontiers of accumulation. Value is therefore not an economic form with systemic consequences. It is, rather, a systemic relation with a pivotal economic expression. One cannot think about the accumulation of capital without abstract social labor and the struggle to reduce socially necessary labor time. By the same measure, one cannot think about the accumulation of capital without the symbolic praxis of abstract social nature, allowing for the appropriation of unpaid work on a scale that dwarfs the exploitation of labor power. Unifying these two moments calls for a mode of inquiry that unifies the circuit of capital and the appropriation of life, a world ecological framework for interpreting the history of capitalism and values fluctuating gravities of nature, power, and capital. The rise of capitalism launched a new way of organizing nature, mobilizing for the first time a metric of wealth premised on labor productivity rather than land productivity. This was the originary moment of today's fast-fading cheap nature. This strange law of value, taking shape out of the vast frontier appropriations and productive innovations of the 16th century, allowed for capitalism's unusual dynamism, appropriating the whole of nature within its grasp to advance the rate of exploitation. From the 1450s, there commenced a succession of movements of productivity and plunder. These joined the vast appropriation of nature's free gifts with extraordinary technical innovations in production and transport. At a time when green thought still confuses the Industrial Revolution with the origins of ecological crisis, this deeper historicization permits an analysis of the relations that have proven so dynamic for capitalism. This transition from land to labor productivity during the early modern era explains much of the revolutionary pace of early modern landscape transformation. 15 The soils and forests of northeastern Brazil, Scandinavia, and Poland were appropriated in the long 17th century. Human nature too was freely appropriated, as New World sugar frontiers and African slaving frontiers moved in tandem. Far from being abolished after the 18th century, the great waves of accumulation in the long 19th and 20th centuries were equally dependent on appropriation, this time of vast subterranean coal and oil frontiers. These frontiers have always been pivotal to the new tools of empire and metropolitan productive capacities that destabilized peasant formations from South Asia to southern Italy. In light of this history, we may well ask, is capitalism today capable of appropriating nature's free gifts on a scale sufficient to launch a new phase of accumulation, or are we witnessing the exhaustion of the productivity and plunder dialectic that has underwritten capital accumulation since the 16th century? Each wave of capitalism depended on great frontier movements, the agrarian counterpart to the spatial and productive fixes of capital accumulation in the metropoles. Together these movements of appropriation and capitalization constituted world ecological revolutions through which new opportunities for peak appropriation were realized, and capital accumulation maximized. These revolutions and the organizational structures they implied encompassed innovations in industry and finance no less than in agriculture and resource extraction. These innovations at first liberated accumulation, only to fetter it over time, as the great windfalls of frontier expansion gradually sometimes rapidly disappeared, newly proletarianized workers began to organize, farming regions became exhausted, coal seams were mined out. The tendential result has been a lurching movement towards a rising value composition of capital and a declining ecological surplus. Capitalism's cheap nature strategy has aimed at appropriating the biological capacities and geological distributions of the earth in an effort to reduce the value composition of production, thereby checking the tendency towards a falling rate of profit. As opportunities for accumulation by appropriation contract, we would expect to see a profound shift from spatial to temporal fixes, moving from the appropriation of space to the colonization of time. Is this not the greatest strength of neoliberal financialization? By the early 21st century, the end of cheap nature was in sight. More violence, more biopower, and more guns restored the four chiefs for 2 decades after 1983. But the bloom was off the rose by the turn of the new millennium. Appropriation was faltering. Rising costs of production and extraction in agriculture, energy, and mining began. The price movement was made official by 2003, with the onset of a seemingly endless commodity boom. Labor power seemed cheap, but here too the cheap labor strategy showed signs of wear. Nor did the rising capitalized composition of nature stop there. Appropriation has not only faltered in all the old ways, it now carries forth a new stench of unfathomable toxification, hydrofracked aquifers, mountaintop removals, the overnight devastation of the Gulf of Mexico. The problem today is one of capitalism exhausting its longue durée ecological regime. That process of getting extra human natures and humans to work for very low outlays of money and energy is the history of capitalism's great commodity frontiers, and with it, of capitalism's long waves of accumulation. The appropriation of frontier land and labor has been the indispensable condition for great waves of capital accumulation, from Dutch hegemony in the 17th century to the rise of neoliberalism in the 1970s and 1980s. The crucial work of these commodity frontiers has been unpaid. On that basis, the cheap nature strategy has renewed the four chiefs. With frontiers fast closing, that strategy is failing in a double sense. On the one hand, new streams of unpaid work are materializing slowly, if at all. On the other hand, the accumulation of waste and toxification now threatens the unpaid work that is being done. This is the transition from surplus value to negative value. Climate change is the greatest example here. But it is not the only one. It is increasingly certain that global warming constitutes an insuperable barrier to any new capitalist agricultural revolution and with it, any return of cheap food. From this perspective, the greatest problem of the 21st century may well not be one of resource taps at all. The end of cheap garbage may loom larger than the end of cheap resources. The shift towards financialization, and the deepening capitalization in the sphere of reproduction, has been a powerful way of postponing the inevitable blowback. It has allowed capitalism to survive. But for how much longer?